Greetings, chosen ones. I am the Creator God System. Welcome to the primitive world. This is a world teeming with ferocious beasts. It is filled with danger, but also full of opportunity. There are no rules here and no laws. All you need to do is increase your strength and survive as long as possible. Good luck to you all. Inside a small wooden cabin, Nanfeng woke up in a daze. A massive amount of information regarding the primitive world had been poured into his head by the Creator God System. It took a full 10 minutes for Nanfeng to completely digest all this information. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's freaking insane. 10 billion people from Blue Star actually transmigrated at the same time? Nanfeng looked at the small wooden cabin, which was less than 5 square meters. Still unable to believe it. It wasn't until the watch on his wrist emitted a beeping sound that Nanfeng snapped back to reality. According to the information in his brain, Nanfeng knew that this was a piece of novice equipment everyone received after transmigrating the tactical watch. Nanfeng opened the tactical watch, and a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. The panel was divided into 2 major sections, personal information and chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel was flashing rhythmically. It seemed the beeping sound from earlier came from here. Nanfeng clicked on the chat channel. Inside, many transmigrators like himself were chatting excitedly. Woohoo! I actually transmigrated. I'm totally taking off. Brother upstairs, aren't you celebrating a bit too early? This world is very dangerous. Dangerous? What is there to fear? I had cancer before I transmigrated and didn't have many days left anyway. Why would I be afraid of death? Why am I in a tiny wooden cabin? This is so scary. Can anyone come and save me? I'm in a wooden cabin too. I just tried it and the door won't open yet. Am I dreaming? Is this really another world? Nanfeng watched for a while and found that everyone was confused, and the things they were discussing were mostly useless information. After thinking for a bit, Nanfeng suddenly gave a mischievous grin, preparing to play a prank. Nanfeng, brothers, I have a shocking secret to tell you. Nanfeng, my stomach was hurting so bad just now that I took a dump in my wooden cabin. Nanfeng. And guess what happened? Nanfeng. The system said I was the first person to take a dump, and it actually gave me a novice gift pack. Wu Yansheng, heavens brother, you've got some great luck. Ma Yong, brother, what's inside your novice gift pack? Huang Renming, the first person to poop gets a gift pack. Then what about the first person to pee? The chat channel suddenly fell into silence. Nanfeng chuckled, knowing that these people were about to try some ridiculous things. Shaking his head, Nanfeng closed the chat channel panel and opened the personal information panel. Name, Nanfeng. Level 1 fast punched. Health, 80 out of 80. Stamina times 10. Mana 60 out of 60. Enderichansen 10. Attack power, 45. Strength times 5. Defense power, 21. Stamina plus energy times 1.5. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Stamina, 8. Energy, 6. Life-bound divine weapon, not yet awakened. Skills, none. Equipment, tattered shirt, tattered jeans, tattered sneakers, novice tactical watch. A perfectly ordinary attribute panel. Through the information provided by the Creator God System earlier, Nanfeng knew that the average value for each attribute of an adult was 10 points. Only Nanfeng's agility barely exceeded the average. His strength, stamina, and energy were all below average. What is this life-bound divine weapon thing? The Creator God System doesn't seem to have given me any information on that. Right at that moment, a crisp synthesized electronic voice sounded in Nanfeng's ears again. Announcement: it has been detected that all chosen ones have awakened. The system will begin the life-bound divine weapon awakening ceremony in 5 minutes. Life-bound divine weapon awakening ceremony. The system will randomly provide 5 different types of weapons for you to choose from. Your life-bound divine weapon will be your greatest asset for survival in the primitive world. Please choose carefully. Note, some weapons are unique. Good luck. Life-bound divine weapon awakening ceremony. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and looked at the chat channel. What does awakening a life-bound divine weapon mean? Is it just giving us a weapon? In this game, aren't weapons supposed to be dropped by monsters? Brother, upstairs, this is a real world, not a game. Start with a single blade and deal massive damage. Damn it, I just peed in the cabin and there was no novice gift pack at all. Sob. I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Can someone save me? The chat channel was a mess, with people talking about all sorts of things. Many people even still thought this was just a game. Of course, there were also some more reliable people discussing their respective data. Damn. My strength is only 5 points, and my attack power is only 25. Isn't that way too low? Is your body just weak from too much self-pleasure? My strength is 13 points. Have you guys noticed that everyone's data is closely related to their original physical condition? I was a sprinter and my agility is 18, while my stamina is 15. Heavens, your stats are that high? Big shot, please carry me. Seeing this, Nanfeng nodded in agreement. He was just a very ordinary office worker. His only hobby was jogging, so it was normal for his own attributes to be relatively low. At this moment, Nanfeng slightly regretted not exercising properly in the past. In this crisis-ridden primitive world, a good physical foundation would definitely allow one to survive longer. Nanfeng did not want to die early. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the exciting life-bound divine weapon awakening ceremony was about to arrive. Nanfeng thought to himself, I wonder what kind of weapon I'll awaken. Whoosh! Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and a semi-transparent screen manifested before Nanfeng's eyes, starting the Lifebound Divine Weapon Awakening Ceremony. Randomly generating your Lifebound Divine Weapon. Generation successful. Please choose your Lifebound Divine Weapon. Note: once the choice is confirmed, the Lifebound Divine Weapon will accompany you for the rest of your life. It cannot be replaced or discarded. Please choose carefully. 5 cards appeared before Nanfeng's eyes. All 5 cards had their backs facing Nanfeng. Should I flip them over? Nanfeng reached out with his finger and clicked on one of the cards. The card flipped over, revealing a longsword depicted on it. Rotten wooden sword. F-rank Lifebound Divine Weapon. F-rank? That's probably the trashiest rank there is, right? Not this one. Without a second look, Nanfeng clicked on the second card. The card flipped over, revealing a longbow depicted on it. Wooden bow without arrows. F-rank Lifebound Divine Weapon. Nanfeng's eyebrows twitched, showing a slight interest. A bow and arrow, a ranged weapon. This is actually quite good. My physical condition is so poor that I definitely can't engage in close combat. A bow and arrow is a good choice. But it's also F-rank. That's too weak. Let's see the ones after it first. Nanfeng clicked on 2 more cards. Unsharpened wooden saber. F-rank. Lifebound Divine Weapon. Falling apart oil paper umbrella. F-rank Lifebound Divine Weapon. Nanfeng was speechless. What kind of junk is this? Does a wooden saber even need to be sharpened? And an oil paper umbrella that's about to fall apart? How the hell can that even be considered a weapon? This is getting a bit too casual, isn't it? After flipping over 4 cards in a row, Nanfeng's expression was a bit ugly. All 4 are F-rank Lifebound Divine Weapons. How am I supposed to play like this? Could it be that today is an unlucky day for awakening a Lifebound Divine Weapon? Nanfeng tried to calculate his fortune, but realized he didn't know how to tell fortunes and had to give up. Only 1 card left. I hope something good comes up. I'm willing to trade 10 years of being bald for an unparalleled divine weapon. Nanfeng took a deep breath and clicked on the last card. Tattered Armory, F-rank Lifebound Divine Weapon. Nanfeng. Damn it, why is it F-rank again? Wait a second, what the heck is an armory? By tricking his peers into absurd rituals, Nanfeng proves he possesses the psychological edge necessary for survival. Now, with this F-rank armory, he has the technological disruption needed to completely break the primitive world's power balance. Implementing psychological filtering helps identify gullible competitors early through absurd misinformation. While the low physical stats reflect a sedentary modern lifestyle, an armory suggests a strategic transition from individual combat toward logistical and systemic superiority. Among Nanfeng's life weapon options, there's actually an armory. I always thought this was a world of cold weapons. I didn't expect there to be firearms. Nanfeng was a bit dazed. And all my life weapons are F rank. Is it because I'm just unlucky, or is it the same for everyone? Nanfeng had no way to verify this question right now, because during the life weapon awakening ceremony, the chat channel could not be opened. Nanfeng was unable to communicate with anyone else. Nanfeng looked back and forth at the 5 cards twice, then finally gritted his teeth and chose the armory. This was clearly different from the other 4 life weapons. If he didn't pick the armory, what else would he pick? To be a man, one naturally has to be unique. You are choosing the tattered armory as your life weapon. Do you confirm? Note: once a life weapon is chosen, it cannot be changed or discarded. Please choose carefully. Nanfeng stopped overthinking and nodded immediately. Kasurma. Ding! Upon Nanfeng's confirmation, the other 4 cards turned into bits of starlight and slowly dissipated. Only the tattered armory remained, slowly flying towards Nanfeng before finally merging into his mind. The life weapon awakening ceremony is complete. Please familiarize yourself with your weapon as soon as possible to face the upcoming dangers. Good luck. Nanfeng felt a sudden sharp pain in his brain, as if he were being pricked by needles. But the feeling came as quickly as it went. Nanfeng soon returned to normal. The awakening is complete. Let's see what this life weapon of mine actually is. Nanfeng opened his tactical watch again. The tactical panel now showed 3 options: personal information, chat channel, and life weapon. At this moment, the chat channel was shaking frantically. It seemed many people had already succeeded in their awakening and were now communicating with each other. Nanfeng ignored the chat channel and clicked on life weapon. Life weapon. Weapon name: Tattered Armory. Current grade: low rank F. Type backpack. Attributes: backpack slots plus 10. Upgrade materials needed: 3 wood and 5 stone. Armory unlocked equipment: Desert Eagle, Wooden Dagger. More equipment will be unlocked as the life weapon grade increases. Nanfeng read through the attributes one by one. Materials needed for upgrades. So these life weapons need to be upgraded. No wonder they all start at rank F. I am relieved then. Nanfeng had been worried before that his life weapon being only rank F would make it trash. Now it seemed that everyone's life weapons started at rank F. Nanfeng looked at the last line of the panel again. Armory unlocked weapons: Desert Eagle and Wooden Dagger. Where are these 2 things? With a thought, Nanfeng looked at his backpack. This backpack was like a spatial magic treasure, not the kind Nanfeng wore on his back. 2 slots in the backpack were already occupied, one by a pistol and the other by a dagger. And the design of that pistol was indeed a Desert Eagle. Nanfeng was overjoyed. Holy crap, they really gave me a gun? Isn't this a world of cold weapons? Nanfeng immediately took out the Desert Eagle and the Wooden Dagger. Desert Eagle, current grade low rank F, improves along with the Tattered Armory. Type weapon. Attributes: strength plus 3, energy plus 2. Each attack consumes 5 points of mana, dealing damage equal to 100% of attack power to enemies hit. Equipment from the Tattered Armory. Wooden Dagger. Current grade low rank F, improves along with the Tattered Armory. Type weapon. Attributes: strength plus 5. Each attack deals damage equal to 70 to 90% of attack power. Slightly increases bleeding effect. Equipment from the Tattered Armory. Only these few stats? It seems a bit trash. Nanfeng looked at the attributes of the Desert Eagle and the Wooden Dagger, feeling they were quite mediocre. Then Nanfeng looked at his personal information again and found that the equipment column could be opened. Equipment: backpack, Tattered Armory. Weapon: Desert Eagle. Top: shabby shirt. Pants: shabby jeans. Shoes: shabby sneakers. Necklace: none. Bracelet: beginner tactical watch. Ring: none. Hat: none. Others: none. There was nothing special about the equipment slots. After studying it for a while longer, Nanfeng opened the chat channel. In the chat channel, everyone was already talking excitedly. Guys, what life weapon did you choose? I struggled for ages and finally picked a wooden sword. I chose a sword too. Rank F life weapon, rotting wooden sword. Strength plus 2, stamina plus 3. Are your stats the same as mine? Row above mine is exactly the same as yours. It looks like our life weapons are identical. I chose the dull wooden blade. Strength +3, stamina +2. The stats aren't much different from yours. Seeing this, Nanfeng nodded. These pieces of equipment all added a total of 5 basic stat points. There wasn't much difference. But compared to others, Nanfeng had a slight advantage. He had 2 weapons he could switch between. Furthermore, the Desert Eagle allowed for ranged attacks, which would undoubtedly increase his chances of survival in this dangerous world. Nanfeng wanted to keep reading, but just then, the system voice rang out again. Announcement. It has been detected that all Chosen Ones have completed the Life Weapon Awakening ceremony. From now on, you may step out of your wooden huts, hunt the fierce beasts of this world, and obtain resources. Note, in 30 days, this world will face its first beast tide. Please increase your strength as soon as possible to survive it. Warning, this is a real world. If you die, you will vanish completely and cannot be resurrected. Good luck to you all. The beast's tide in 30 days. Nanfeng felt a sense of urgency, wanting to improve his strength quickly to face the disaster 30 days later. Closing the panel and holding the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng cautiously pushed the wooden door open just a crack. As for the wooden dagger, Nanfeng had no intention of using it for now. Melee combat was too dangerous. Outside the small wooden hut was a dense forest. There was no one else besides Nanfeng. It seems everyone's starting location isn't together. Nanfeng hid behind the door and observed for a while. After confirming there was no danger outside, he stepped out quietly. Outside, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. The sun hung high overhead. It looked to be around noon. Nanfeng looked back at his small wooden hut and found that it also had attributes. Dilapidated wooden hut. Grade, rank, F. Health points, 5,000. Defense, 100. Features, +5 health per minute, +5 mana per minute. Upgrade materials needed, 100 wood and 60 stone. Looking at the hut's attributes, Nanfeng couldn't help but be stunned. This tiny wooden hut actually needs so many materials to upgrade. And it has 5,000 health and 100 defense. It seems if I encounter a beast that's too powerful later, I can just hide in the hut. Nanfeng understood. For these first few days, the small wooden hut was the strongest protective umbrella for them Chosen Ones. Having guessed the purpose of the hut, Nanfeng didn't linger and started walking into the distance. He was going to hunt nearby beasts to quickly improve his strength, lest he die in the beast tide 30 days later. Not a few minutes into his walk, Nanfeng discovered his first fierce beast, a palm-sized rat. This rat was gnashing its teeth by a large tree, clearly having not noticed Nanfeng yet. Nanfeng quietly raised the Desert Eagle and slowly aimed at the rat. After equipping the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng's strength had reached 12 and his attack power had reached 60. Sukti attack power. Killing a little rat shouldn't be a problem, right? After a brief aim, Nanfeng decisively pulled the trigger. 5 points of mana flowed from Nanfeng's right hand into the Desert Eagle. A mana bullet shot out, hitting the little rat not far away. Hearing the gunshot, the little rat tried to dodge, but the bullet was too fast, instantly striking one of its hind legs. 45. A translucent red number popped up above the little rat's head. That shot took away 45 points of its health. Squeak! 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 The little rat shrieked several times and charged at Nanfeng, dragging its injured hind leg. So fast! Nanfeng was startled and quickly took a few steps back, firing another shot. Seeing the little rat charging toward him, Nanfeng quickly fired another shot. Whiz! The shot flew right over the little rat's head and missed. This wasn't surprising. Nanfeng had never handled a firearm before. It was pure dumb luck that he managed to hit the first shot. Now that the little rat was moving, it had become a mobile target. Nanfeng hitting it now would be a miracle. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng forced himself to calm down and aimed at the little rat once more. Waiting until the little rat was only 5 meters away, Nanfeng finally pulled the trigger again. Bang! This shot was lucky. It hit the rat right in the head, blowing half its face to pieces. Weak point attack, -67. Squeak! The little rat let out a miserable shriek and fell to the ground, twitching violently. On what remained of its head, translucent red numbers continued to pop up. Bleeding -2. Bleeding -3. Bleeding -3. Half its head is gone and it's still not dead? This little guy has some resilient life force. Watching the iron-clawed rat continue to lose health, Nanfeng silently lowered his desert eagle to save his mana. 2 seconds later, the little rat shuddered and breathed its last. Ding! You have killed a level 1 ordinary beast, the iron-clawed rat. You gain 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first kill achievement. Your reward is the skill, Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight allows you to view the attributes of beasts no more than 3 levels higher than yourself. Costs no mana. Eye of Insight. This is a great skill. He didn't expect a reward for the first kill. Overjoyed, Nanfeng began to examine the corpse of the iron-clawed rat. Ding! You obtained 1 piece of iron-clawed rat meat. Ding! You obtained 2 iron-clawed rat claws. Iron-clawed rat meat has a strange, slightly sour taste, but it can barely serve to restore some physical strength. Iron-clawed rat claws. Very hard claws containing trace amounts of iron. You can actually get items from the rat corpse. This really is just like playing a game. The Creator God system said this was a completely real world. Real? This is so fake. With a thought, Nanfeng realized these 2 items had already been placed in his inventory. Everyone's inventory starts with 20 slots. Nanfeng's life weapon added 10 extra slots. Subtracting the wooden dagger, the rat meat, and the rat claws, he still had 27 slots left. Looking at the dead iron-clawed rat, Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and used Eye of Insight. Since the skill had no cost, he could use it whenever he wanted. Iron-clawed rat. Level 1. Health 0 out of 120. Already deceased. Mana 20 out of 20. Attack power 35. Defense 15. Skill Sharp Claws. Good grief, even a rat has 35 attack power. Seeing the stats of the iron-clawed rat, Nanfeng felt a bit annoyed. This is somewhat disrespectful to my desert eagle. This iron-clawed rat was only level 1, yet it possessed decent attack power and was incredibly fast. If Nanfeng hadn't gotten lucky and hit its back leg with the first shot to slow it down, he definitely would have taken a couple of hits from those claws. It seems the beasts in this world aren't going to be easy to deal with. A single level 1 beast cost me 15 mana points. If 2 or 3 came at me at once, wouldn't I be dead? After equipping the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng's energy reached 8 points and his mana was 80. But every shot from the Desert Eagle consumes 5 mana. With 80 mana, Nanfeng could only fire 16 shots. Averaging 3 shots to kill 1 beast, he could only kill 5 of them. And that's assuming he didn't run into any level 2 beasts. Besides the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng also had a wooden dagger. Attacking with the dagger wouldn't cost mana. But for the current Nanfeng, while melee combat didn't cost mana, it would certainly cost him his life. Damn it. In a forest this big, who knows how many beasts there are? This is way too dangerous. Nanfeng felt a growing sense of crisis. He now regretted wandering so far from the wooden cabin. No, I need to go back and hunt beasts near the cabin. At least until I reach level 2. Thinking of this, Nanfeng quickly ran back toward the cabin. On the way back, Nanfeng encountered another iron-clawed rat. With experience now on his side, he killed this one in just 2 shots, gaining another 10 experience points, 1 piece of meat, and 2 claws. Fortunately, items of the same type could be stacked and didn't take up extra space in his inventory, which was good news for him. After returning to the cabin, Nanfeng planned to let his mana refill before heading out to hunt again. In this primitive world full of danger, it paid to be careful. Inside the cabin, I can recover 5 mana points per minute. It won't take long for my mana to be full. With his mana restored, Nanfeng felt more confident and less likely to panic if he ran into more beasts. However, waiting for mana to recover was a bit boring, so he decided to check the chat channel. I wonder how everyone else is doing. Nanfeng opened the chat channel and found many people were still talking. Huang Yuanming, where are you all located? There's a creek next to my cabin and a big mountain in the distance. Is anyone nearby? Wu Yuansheng, to the guy above, I must be pretty far from you. It's just an open plain over here. You ran. I think I'm in a forest. Seeing this, Nan Feng's brow twitched because he was also in a forest. This person Yuran might be relatively close to him. Nan Feng glanced at Yuran's profile picture and saw it was a very pretty girl. All profile pictures in the chat channel reflected real appearances, so there was no such thing as using fake internet photos. Ma Yong, oh my god, it's terrifying out there. A rat scratched me once and I lost 15 health points. I only have 90 total. Bao Jian, I went out and ran into some kind of bird. It pecked me once and took 33 health points. I got scared and ran back to the cabin. Ning Wu, that's nothing. I got bitten by a rabbit. It hurts like hell, and I'm in a bleeding state. My health is still dropping. Wu Yuansheng, brother, you need to hold your wound closed. That should reduce the health loss. Seek the mnemonic groups in Alba Durma. Remembering from these to you out current wars in a best minnehaben and some muscle. Tiende up in the anti-humpanoing took more of these. Things can the deer hunt bay. In Hindi fonts come the use some may pause in compass ranks a seat amperance. And even from malfrest bond pounds unmurdered. Dorn soaring prim and the umversam brody. In Hemfril and Ponzig Embra Amjamamas Afmas. Uncount. Wu Wansheng, this was a real world to begin with. It's just being shown through data. I just hit a red-eyed rabbit with an arrow and it kept bleeding until it died. Seeing this, a realization hit Nan Feng. No wonder that iron-clawed rats started bleeding earlier. He had thought it was some hidden effect of the desert eagle. It turns out the rat was actually bleeding in the physical sense. From that perspective, this world has quite a bit of realism to it. It seems to be somewhere between real and virtual. At that moment, others in the chat channel noticed a piece of information in Wu Yuansheng's message. Ning Wu! Oh my god, Wu Yuansheng! You've already killed a beast? Ma Yong, you're amazing! I can't even beat a single rat. Bao Jian, yeah, I'm too slow. I can't even land a hit. Wu Yuansheng, just luck. My arrow happened to hit a vital spot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill that rabbit. Ma Yong? One shot? You must have been an archery master back on Earth. Ning Wu, did you get any gear from killing the beast? Wu Yuansheng, no gear, just 10 experience points. I also completed the first kill and got a skill called Eye of Insight. Nan Feng, oh? You got that skill too? Wang Yuanming, what? You mean everyone has this skill? I thought it was my special cheat. Wu Yuansheng, to the two brothers above, you both completed a first kill too? Wang Yuanming, hehe, just lucky. I killed a water jet fish. Wu Yuansheng, incredible. Let's add each other as friends, brothers. Add friends? Nan Feng then realized that the chat channel was divided into a regional chat and a friend chat. The friend chat tab blinked. It was friend requests from Wu Yuansheng and Huang Yuanming. Being able to hunt their first beast in such a short time meant these two were quite capable. Nan Feng hit accept, and then turned his attention back to the regional chat. In the upper right corner of the regional chat channel, there was a line of small text, 932 out of 1,000 people. This the number of people in our region. Doesn't that mean 68 people have already died to beasts in less than half an hour? Nan Feng's expression tightened. It seemed he had underestimated the danger of this world. The attack range of my Desert Eagle is very far. Although my accuracy isn't high, I can at least maintain a relatively safe distance from the beasts. Those who awakened with a wooden sword or dagger face much greater danger than I do. Of course, among these 10 billion people from Earth, there are bound to be some master swordsmen who can easily defeat these level 1 beasts. But they are the minority. In this early stage where everyone's stats are low and experience is lacking, those who awakened long-range weapons like bows and crossbows have a higher chance of survival. I need to hurry up and level up. If I run into a high-level beast, even having a gun won't help. Thinking of this, Nan Feng checked his personal info. His mana was full. Closing the chat channel, Nan Feng stepped out of the cabin again. He had killed 2 rats and gained 20 experience points. He needed 8 more kills to reach level 2. Looking at it that way, leveling up didn't seem too difficult. Nan Feng searched for signs of beasts around the cabin while he thought. Suddenly, his expression froze and his entire body tensed up. In the distance, over a dozen iron-clawed rats were baring their claws and charging at him. Damn it! These things move in packs. Nan Feng spat on the ground, turned around, and bolted. The iron-clawed rats were fast, but Nanfeng wasn't slow either. After all, his initial agility was 12, which was above average. However, among this pack of iron-clawed rats, there was one slightly larger rat whose speed was significantly faster than Nanfeng's. In a short while, this iron-clawed rat had already caught up to Nanfeng's back. Whoa, did this iron-clawed rat mutate? Why is it running so fast? Eye of insight! Nanfeng turned his head while running and activated the skill on the large iron-clawed rat. Iron-clawed rat. Level 2. Health, 300 out of 300. Mana, 30 out of 30. Attack, 64. Defense, 26. Skill, sharp claws. Damn, this rat is level 2. Nanfeng felt a sense of dread when he saw the level 2 iron-clawed rat's attributes. Its attack power was 4 points higher than Nanfeng's. If I get hit by its claws, it's going to hurt like hell. Just then, the iron-clawed rat behind Nanfeng suddenly sped up, leapt high into the air, and slashed Nanfeng's back, minus 44. The pain was so intense that Nanfeng almost cried out. Keep in mind, Nanfeng only had 80 health points in total. This one strike took out more than half of Nanfeng's health. If it hits me again, I'm dead. Bleeding, minus 3. Bleeding, minus 2. To make matters worse, that slash had torn off a small piece of Nanfeng's flesh, and blood was continuously flowing from the wound. I'm doomed. Nanfeng's expression darkened. While sprinting at full speed, he had no time to stop the bleeding. He could only let the wound heal on its own. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the log cabin. After running for so long, the cabin finally appeared within Nanfeng's sight. The level 2 iron-clawed rat behind him had actually fallen back a bit because it had jumped to attack him earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng gritted his teeth and dashed back into the cabin in one final burst. As soon as he returned to the cabin, Nanfeng immediately took off his shirt and pressed it against his back. Even such a crude method of stopping the bleeding was effective. Bleeding, minus 1. Bleeding, minus 0. Bleeding, minus 1. After a few more seconds, the wound on Nanfeng's back stopped bleeding. The bleeding had stopped. Whew, I'm safe. It's lucky this was just a rat, and the wound wasn't that big. If it had been a tiger or a leopard, I'd be dead for sure today. Nanfeng checked his personal stats and saw his health was down to only 13 points, making him gasp in horror. That was way too close. Fortunately, staying in the cabin restored 5 health points per minute. As long as he was still breathing, it wouldn't take long for Nanfeng to return to full health and peak condition. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Outside the cabin, over a dozen iron-clawed rats had gathered, circling the cabin as if trying to find a way in. But there was a white circle of light around the cabin, and the rats were blocked by it, unable to get close. Ding! An iron-clawed rat wants to enter your log cabin. Do you agree? Suddenly, the voice of the creation god system rang in Nanfeng's ear. I do not agree. Nanfeng rolled his eyes and refused without hesitation. Is the system crazy? Why would I let these rats in? To eat me? But this also told Nanfeng something important. Without his permission, beasts could not enter his log cabin. In that case, if I open the door, they shouldn't be able to get in either, right? With that thought, Nanfeng cautiously opened the door a crack, his muscles tensed. If anything went wrong, he would slam the door shut immediately. Fortunately, nothing happened. The iron-clawed rats really couldn't get in. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Seeing its prey slip away, the level 2 iron-clawed rat was unwilling to give up and began commanding the other rats to attack the cabin. A group of iron-clawed rats surrounded the cabin and started scratching wildly. Minus 0! Minus 0! Weak point attack. Minus 1. A long string of 0 damage indicators popped up, mixed with a couple of weak point attacks. Huh? My cabin has 100 points of defense, and it can still lose health? Nanfeng suddenly became a bit nervous. Even though a weak point attack only takes 1 health point, there were so many rats. In just a short time, the cabin had already lost 8 health points. If the rats continued to attack, the cabin would eventually be destroyed. No, I have to fight back. Nanfeng opened the door and pulled out his Desert Eagle. Since the rats couldn't get in anyway, it didn't matter if the door was open or closed. Closing it would only block his line of sight. To stop the pack, I need to kill the leader. I'll take out that level 2 iron-clawed rat first. Nanfeng scanned the area and quickly found the level 2 iron-clawed rat among the pack. It was chewing on a piece of wood with great enthusiasm. Found you! Nanfeng didn't rush to fire but aimed carefully. The first shot must disable its ability to move. Otherwise, if it escapes, I'll be in danger later on. Until Nanfeng reached level 2, this iron-clawed rat would be an immense threat to him. If it escaped this time, Nanfeng might not dare to leave the cabin for the next few days. Concentrate, take a deep breath, aim. The level 2 iron-clawed rat also noticed Nanfeng's strange movements, but it clearly didn't recognize what a gun was. Not only did it have no intention of running, it even bared its teeth and squeaked loudly at him. Seeing this, Nanfeng silently moved his crosshair to the rat's head. Not afraid, huh? Take this! Nanfeng pulled the trigger, and a magic bullet flew out rapidly, instantly hitting the level 2 rat's head. Weak point attack, -45. Bleeding, -7. Bleeding, -8. Bleeding, -5. Nanfeng's shot blew out the rat's left eye, but because of its high defense, the magic bullet dissipated before it could pierce its brain. This shot only took 45 health points from the rat, but the subsequent bleeding effect was very effective, dealing several points of damage every second. It looked like he had truly hit a vital spot. Such a perfect shot only did 45 damage. My attack power is really low. Nanfeng was a bit disappointed. He thought this shot would have dealt at least 70 or 80 damage. Squeak, squeak! The level 2 iron-clawed rat squealed in pain, rolling on the ground and scurrying around frantically. Nanfeng was startled. Oh crap, you're not going to run away, are you? Don't be such a coward, buddy. Fortunately, this rat didn't intend to escape. It just kept circling the cabin, as if trying to distract itself from the pain. Seeing this, the other iron-clawed rats bared their teeth at Nanfeng, wanting to pounce and take a bite out of him. But Nanfeng was still inside the cabin, and the rats couldn't get in at all. When the level 2 iron-clawed rat circled back again, Nanfeng, who was already prepared, immediately fired another shot. Whiz! -31. This shot hit the rat's back. One more shot. -31. With the third shot, Nanfeng finally hit the rat's leg. Now the rat's speed dropped drastically, making it completely vulnerable to Nanfeng's mercy. Nice. 3 shots, all hits. I'm awesome. Nanfeng silently gave himself a thumbs up and didn't stop, continuously pulling the trigger. Bullet after bullet hit the level 2 iron-clawed rat. Even with its 300 health points, Nanfeng slowly wore it down to its death. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, iron-clawed rat, and gained 22 experience points. As the system notification sounded, Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The threat was finally dealt with. A level 2 beast only gives 22 experience points? That's way too little. Nanfeng curled his lip and turned his gaze toward the remaining dozen or so level 1 iron-clawed rats. These rats weren't very intelligent. Even in this situation, they didn't choose to flee and continued to gnaw at the cabin. Nanfeng quickly checked the cabin's health points. Health 4977 out of 5,000. Damn it, you little punks. You actually dare to tear down my house? You clearly have no respect for me. Nanfeng raised his Desert Eagle and aimed at the pack of rats. Looks like some delicious experience points are coming my way. Ding! You have killed a level 1 common beast, iron-clawed rat, and gained 10 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 1 common beast, iron-clawed rat, and gained 10 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 1 common beast, iron-clawed rat, and gained 10 experience points. Nanfeng only needed 2 or 3 shots to deal with these level 1 iron-clawed rats. With one shot, Nanfeng even pierced the iron-clawed rat's head, triggering a critical hit and killing it instantly. The only thing affecting Nanfeng's rat-killing efficiency now was mana. Every attack with the Desert Eagle consumed 5 points of mana, which was quite a significant drain for Nanfeng. Fortunately, staying inside the wooden cabin allowed Nanfeng to recover 5 points of mana every minute. When his mana ran low, he just needed to take a short break. After about 10 minutes of this, Nanfeng successfully reached level 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 2. Ding! Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your spirit has increased by 5 points. Ding! You have obtained 5 free attribute points. The series of system notifications made Nanfeng beam with joy. Leveling up once increased all attributes by 5 points. On top of that, there were 5 extra attribute points to distribute freely. This is a massive power-up. After reaching level 2, Nanfeng's attack power reached 85 points, and his defense was as high as 39 points. These level 1 iron-clawed rats were no longer a threat to him. Because my spirit increased, my maximum mana has also reached 130 points. Now I can fire 26 shots per trip, which is enough to handle most beasts. The problem that had been bothering Nanfeng was his low mana, which forced him to return for supplies after just a few shots. Now, that problem had been somewhat alleviated. I'm in no rush to use the 5 free attribute points. I'll kill the rest of these iron-clawed rats first. After this brief delay, Nanfeng's mana had recovered a bit, allowing him to continue his attack. Raise, aim, fire! Over the past few hours, Nanfeng's marksmanship had also improved. At such a close range, his accuracy was already quite high. Ding! You have killed a level 1 common beast, iron-clawed rat, and gained 5 experience points. Huh? After reaching level 2, killing level 1 iron-clawed rats only gives 5 experience points? Nanfeng checked his personal information. Level 2, 7 out of 400 experience points. Man, it takes 400 experience points to level up. Doesn't that mean I have to kill 80 level 1 iron-clawed rats? But if I kill level 2 beasts, I only need about 40. Nanfeng thought of the level 2 iron-clawed rat from earlier, which had provided him with 22 experience points. Looking at it this way, as long as he killed beasts of the same level, going from level 2 to level 3 wouldn't be too hard. Nodding to himself, Nanfeng stopped overthinking and began killing the iron-clawed rats in front of him shot by shot. At level 2, regardless of whether he triggered a weak point attack, Nanfeng could consistently kill an iron-clawed rat in 2 shots, assuming he didn't miss. After another 10 minutes or so, the group of iron-clawed rats was entirely wiped out by Nanfeng. Level 2, 42 out of 400 experience points. Checking his level, Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. This leveling efficiency isn't bad. After clearing out the iron-clawed rat carcasses, he collected a total of 15 pieces of iron-clawed rat meat and 8 iron-clawed rat claws. There were 15 iron-clawed rats in that group in total. Including 14 level 1 rats and 1 level 2 rat, they provided Nanfeng with 122 experience points. However, not every iron-clawed rat dropped an iron-clawed rat claw. As the battle ended, Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh in relief. He had really come close to dying out there just a moment ago. Nanfeng stayed in his small wooden cabin, quietly waiting for his mana and health to fully recover while opening the chat channel to see how others were doing. In the top right corner of the regional chat channel, the small line of text flickered. 857 people out of 1,000. In just this short amount of time, dozens more people had been killed by beasts, meeting their end. Hey everyone, these beasts are way too powerful. I can't even beat one. Can someone please help me? Who knows where you are? Who would dare go and help you anyway? To all the kind brothers out there, is anyone coming to save me? I'm so scared all alone. Brothers, let me teach you a trick. Lure the beasts outside your cabin and slowly wear them down. That's how I managed to kill 2 red-eyed rabbits already. Damn, brother, you should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have fought so desperately. I almost got bitten to death by a beast just now. Besides Nanfeng, others had also discovered the little secret of the wooden cabins. This was natural. After all, everyone's first instinct when facing danger was to run back to the cabin, so it wasn't surprising that they found the secret. Just then, a message from someone in the chat channel caught Nanfeng's attention. Xu Feihong, haha! I finally collected 8 units of wood! I'm going to upgrade my Bound Divine weapon! Ma Yong, wow, are you that strong, big shot? Where did you get the wood? Why don't I have any? Xu Feihong, go chop some trees! There were 3 big trees right at my door, blocking me so I couldn't even get out. It took me forever to chop them down. Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, his door was blocked by trees. That's a pretty miserable starting location. However, Nanfeng also got a very useful piece of information from this. Chopping trees yields wood. Nanfeng had previously wondered if chopping a few trees would give him wood, but he thought he might just get branches or trunks instead. Plus, it was hard labor. He worried he might be ambushed by beasts midway through, so he had given up on the idea. Now that he had confirmed information, he could go out and chop trees in a bit. Nanfeng's bound divine weapon, the Tattered Armory, required 3 units of wood and 5 units of stone to upgrade. Wood could be obtained by chopping trees, but as for stones, Nanfeng decided to go out later and pick up some stones to see if they would work. While he was thinking, Qiu Feihong had already finished upgrading his bound divine weapon. Qiu Feihong, damn it, what is this garbage? It just added a few stats, the name didn't even change. Huang Yanming, brother, why don't you post the upgraded stats for everyone to see? Qiu Feihong didn't hide anything and posted the stats directly. Bound divine weapon. Weapon name, rotting wooden sword. Current grade, F rank intermediate. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength +4, stamina +6. Materials required for upgrade, 20 units of wood. Even though this sword is rotten, it can still take your head. Nanfeng looked closely at the attributes of this bound divine weapon. After the upgrade, the weapon had improved from F rank low to F rank intermediate. The overall attributes had also increased slightly, going from the original +2 strength and +3 stamina to the current +4 strength and +6 stamina. This was equivalent to adding 5 extra attribute points. In this crucial early stage, 5 attribute points were very important and could very well save the user's life. But for Nanfeng, this improvement wasn't that big. After all, he had just leveled up, which not only gave him +5 to all attributes, but also 5 free attribute points. That was much more powerful than upgrading a bound divine weapon. Nanfeng thought to himself, I wonder if the bound divine weapon will undergo a qualitative change when it goes from F rank to E rank. After checking the chat channel again and finding it full of meaningless chatter, Nanfeng decisively closed the panel and stepped out of his cabin. He was going to chop some trees and pick up some stones to upgrade his bound divine weapon. Although the 5-point attribute boost wasn't much, every little bit counted. Compared to hunting beasts, Nanfeng preferred to chop trees because it was safer. There were many trees around the cabin very close by, so he could quickly retreat inside if he encountered danger. But just to be safe, Nanfeng still took his Desert Eagle and patrolled around the cabin. After making sure there were no other beasts, Nanfeng put away the Desert Eagle, took out a wooden dagger, and began slowly chopping at a tree. Using wood to chop wood, that's just brilliant.
Woodcutter soul, woodcutter spirit, woodcutters are the elite of the elite. Nanfeng held a wooden dagger and kept hacking at a tree as thick as a thigh. At first, Nanfeng thought cutting down such a small tree would take at least an hour or two. After all, his logging tool was a dagger made of wood. Using wood to cut wood, it was hard to say which would break first. But in reality, Nanfeng had overthought it. The wooden dagger was extremely sharp, and it worked quite well for cutting trees. Nanfeng guessed that since this dagger was classified as a weapon, it must have been buffed by the power of the Creator God system, making it so sharp and effective at woodcutting. Of course, it might also have to do with Nanfeng's attack power. After reaching level 2, Nanfeng now had 85 attack points, and he still had 5 unassigned free attribute points. If he put all 5 points into strength, his attack power would surpass 100 and reach 110. However, Nanfeng wasn't in a hurry to assign the points. He planned to save them, as they might be useful later. After about half an hour, Nanfeng finally succeeded in cutting down the thigh-thick tree. Boom! The tree fell, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Nanfeng placed his hand on the tree and it quickly began to decompose, automatically turning into wood and entering his inventory. Ding! You have obtained 4 units of wood. Oh, it goes straight into the inventory? Not bad, very convenient. Nanfeng had just been wondering how he was going to fit this tree into his inventory. Now the problem solved itself. A tree as thick as a thigh only provides 4 units of wood. That's a bit low.
But it's just enough for me. My life weapon only needs 3 units of wood to upgrade.
Nanfeng clapped his hands and looked around, preparing to pick up some stones. This area was a dense forest with many fragments of stone, so Nanfeng wasn't worried about running out of materials. I just don't know how big a stone needs to be to count as 1 unit of stone. Nanfeng soon found a stone the size of a head and immediately reached out to touch it. With a thought from Nanfeng, the large stone was stored in his inventory. Ding! You have obtained 1 unit of stone. Hearing the notification, Nanfeng let out a sigh of relief. This way, he only needed to find 4 more stones of similar size to upgrade his life weapon. This was good news. Hiss! Just then, the sound of a venomous snake flicking its tongue reached Nanfeng's ears. A colorful venomous snake had somehow crawled up behind Nanfeng without him noticing. Nanfeng's heart tightened as he turned his head very slowly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the snake behind him had raised its head and coiled its body, ready to strike at any moment. Eye of Insight. 5-colored snake. Level 1. HP, 80 out of 80. MP, a 30 out of 30. Attack, 55. Defense, 5. Skill, Hallucination. Nanfeng activated his Eye of Insight skill and instantly read the 5-colored snake's attributes. This was a level 1 snake with high attack but low defense and health. It didn't pose much of a threat to Nanfeng. At most, he would get bitten twice and lose a bit of health. He could just go back to the cabin and rest in a bit. At that thought, Nanfeng's tension eased slightly as he slowly pointed the hand holding his desert eagle at the snake. Swish! Seemingly sensing Nanfeng's relaxation, the 5-colored snake struck instantly, biting into his calf. Those worn-out genes were no match for the snake's sharp, venomous fangs. -14. Nanfeng's defense had reached 39 points, so the snake's bite only dealt 14 points of damage, which wasn't very high. But the pain was very real. Hey, you beast, you're asking for death. Nanfeng kicked his leg frantically, flinging the snake away, while raising his Desert Eagle to fire 3 consecutive shots. All 3 shots missed. This 5-colored snake was only as thick as 2 fingers and about half a meter long, and it moved very quickly. With Nanfeng's current marksmanship, hitting the snake would have been difficult enough, let alone in a situation with no time to aim. Swish! The flung-away snake crawled back and bit Nanfeng's other leg, sharing the love. -14. Losing another 14 HP, Nanfeng was now down to 102 HP. Don't panic, don't panic. This snake only has 5 defense, it's fragile as hell. As long as I land 1 shot, I can one-shot it. Nanfeng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down as he raised his pistol to aim at the snake, but he found his vision blurring, with overlapping double images appearing. This was the effect of the snake's hallucination skill. Shoot, it is going to be hard to aim now. The snake in front of Nanfeng had turned from 1 into 3, 2 of which were illusions. Swish. -14. The snake launched its 3rd attack, successfully dropping Nanfeng's HP below 100. Nanfeng's expression grew grim. If this continued, he might actually be bitten to death bit by this snake. Swish. -14. The snake's 4th attack. Just then, before the snake could retreat, Nanfeng decisively reached out with his left hand and grabbed it by instinct. Got you! Nanfeng quickly stowed the Desert Eagle and pulled out the wooden dagger from his inventory. Swoosh! Following his gut, Nanfeng stabbed down at the snake's vital point. But due to the hallucination effect, he couldn't see clearly, and the strike only hit the snake's tail. -68. Even though it didn't hit a vital spot, Nanfeng's strike still dealt 68 damage. Hiss! Having been hit, the snake thrashed its body frantically in pain, trying to break free from Nanfeng's grip. But how could Nanfeng let it have its way? Nanfeng's left hand gripped the snake tightly, while his right hand raised the dagger again and stabbed down hard. Slash. Critical hit. -80. This time, Nanfeng directly cut the snake into 2 pieces, triggering the critical hit effect. Ding! You have killed a level 1 common beast, the 5-colored snake, and gained 5 experience points. Ding! You have obtained 1 piece of 5-colored snake meat. Ding! You have obtained 1 hallucinating fang. 5-colored snake meat. Tastes like chicken. Extra crunchy. Hallucinating fang. The fangs of a 5-colored snake, containing a few drops of venom with a hallucination effect. It works wonders when applied to weapons. Note, do not lick weapons coated in venom. After briefly checking the items he obtained, Nanfeng stumbled back toward the small wooden cabin. His vision was full of double images. Staying out in the wild was too dangerous. A mere level 1 beast almost bit me to death. I have to be more cautious from now on. Nanfeng decided that from then on he would never underestimate any beast, because only then could he survive longer. As the cabin came into view, Nanfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed and his relaxed mood tightened once again. In his vision filled with double images, he could barely see something reflecting light behind his cabin, catching his eye for a moment. Nanfeng remembered clearly that there were no reflective objects near his cabin. He rubbed his eyes and squinted for a closer look, realizing that the reflecting thing was actually a big bald head. Nanfeng just discovered that superior firepower is worthless when your cognitive perception is compromised. That bald reflection at his cabin signals a shift from monster hunting to the high-stakes psychological warfare of human competition. Relying on high attack power proved fatal when a simple hallucination debuff neutralized Nanfeng's long-range advantage. This shift from monster hunting to a potential human encounter suggests that psychological warfare and territorial defense will soon outweigh raw resource gathering. Someone is hiding behind Nanfeng's wooden cabin. This was the first human Nanfeng had encountered since transmigrating to this primitive world. But he felt no joy or excitement at all. In this primitive world without rules or legal constraints, Nanfeng had no doubt about the potential for human malice. Moreover, Nanfeng's current condition was poor. Suffering from a hallucination effect, there were too many afterimages in front of his eyes, making it impossible to distinguish between illusion and reality. Nanfeng stopped in his tracks in no hurry to head towards the cabin. Without knowing the other person's intentions, it was definitely right to keep his distance. Who is this person? What do they want? I remember a girl named Yu Ran in the Warzone channel who seemed to be quite close to my location. But the person behind the cabin seems to have a big bald head. Even though I can't see if they're male or female, a girl wouldn't shave her head, would she? That would be some kind of edgy internet girl. Nanfeng's mind wandered while he remained on high alert. Behind the cabin, seeing Nanfeng stop and refuse to move forward, Huangpeng knew he had been spotted. Thus, Huangpeng stopped hiding and strutted out from behind the cabin. Huangpeng said, "Brother, you've got some skills, killing a multicolored snake in just 2 strikes." Nanfeng looked at the weapon in his hand and said, "This is a dagger, not a knife." Huangpeng froze for a moment, then chuckled, "It's all the same." Nanfeng shook his head and felt the afterimages fading. The hallucination effect was likely wearing off. This was good news for Nanfeng. Seeing Nanfeng remain silent, Huangpeng continued on his own. "Brother, I saw that snake first. I chased it all the way here, but I didn't expect you to kill it. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me?" Nanfeng sneered. "Compensate you? How about I catch another snake and give it to you?" Nanfeng didn't believe a word Huangpeng said. If he really had chased the snake all the way, Huangpeng would have definitely seen Nanfeng using the Desert Eagle. Knowing Nanfeng had a gun, how would Huangpeng dare leave cover and walk out so brazenly? Isn't that just looking for trouble in the most obvious way possible? Hearing the hostility in Nanfeng's tone, Huangpeng's face darkened. "Brother, I'm trying to talk to you reasonably. Don't push your luck. You were just bitten by that snake several times. You probably don't have much health left, do you? You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Believe it or not, I'll hack you to death with one swing of my axe." With that, Huangpeng brandished his wooden axe and started walking over. Seeing this, Nanfeng quickly hid his right hand behind his back. Where Huangpeng couldn't see, he swapped the wooden dagger for the Desert Eagle in his backpack. "What are you doing? I suggest you don't come any closer. I'm not someone you can bully." If his vision weren't still blurry, Nanfeng wouldn't have bothered talking so much. He would have just shot him twice and taken him out. But for now, Nanfeng needed the other man to get closer and let his guard down even more. Otherwise, if the first shot missed, Nanfeng would be put in a very disadvantageous position. Seeing Nanfeng's tone soften, Huangpeng thought he was scared and let out a low laugh. "I'm a civilized man. If we can talk reason, I won't use force. How about this? Give me everything the snake dropped." Nanfeng rubbed his eyes and nodded casually. "Sure, no problem." Seeing Nanfeng agree so readily, Huangpeng immediately raised his demands. "Also, you killed my prey, costing me 10 experience points. That won't do. I'm just 10 points away from reaching level 2. How about this? From now on, you follow me. You'll be the bait to lure the beasts, and I'll be the one to kill them. Don't worry, once I hit level 2 with the next kill, I'll definitely keep you safe. Or better yet, why don't you just be my servant? You can lure beasts during the day, and at night you can wash my feet and massage my back." Nanfeng rolled his eyes. This jerk was really getting ahead of himself. Rubbing his eyes again, Nanfeng felt the afterimages had faded significantly. At this distance, Nanfeng was 100% sure he could hit Huang Peng with one shot. With that thought, Nanfeng interrupted Huang Peng's rambling. "Brother, take my advice and just leave." Huang Peng picked his ear, asking in disbelief. "What did you say?" Nanfeng repeated. "I said, leave. I'm too strong for you to handle." Huang Peng gave a disdainful laugh, his face gradually turning fierce. "Too strong for me to handle? A scrawny kid like you? I could crush you with one hand, and you say I can't handle it? You don't think this is a game, do you, where you can just respawn after you die? Let me tell you, I just slaughtered someone who didn't know their place half an hour ago. I even chopped him into pieces to lure beasts. In this world, when you're dead for real." Nanfeng frowned slowly upon hearing this. "You killed someone just now?" Huang Peng laughed loudly, raising his wooden axe and walking slowly toward Nanfeng. "Not just now, I was already a murderer, set to be executed today. Thanks to this creator god system, I was brought to this world to regain my freedom. This lawless world is truly my paradise." Nanfeng finally understood. No wonder this bald guy dared to wander alone in a forest infested with beasts. It turned out he was a bold and sinful murderer all along. By now, Huang Peng was getting closer and closer, and Nanfeng could even feel the killing intent radiating from him. He couldn't let him get any closer. Deciding this, Nanfeng didn't hesitate anymore and decisively pulled out the Desert Eagle, aiming it at Huang Peng. Bang! Weak point strike, -91. At such close range, Huang Peng didn't even see what Nanfeng was holding before he was shot in the head, half of his face blown away. Aye! Huang Peng let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his face as he stumbled back several steps. Nanfeng was also shocked. Damn, I was clearly aiming for his leg. How did I hit his head? My confusing marksmanship. Besides that, there was another thing that shocked Nanfeng. Wow, he lost 91 health and he's still alive? This bald guy has over 100 health at level 1? Is his stamina that high? Nanfeng aimed his gun at Huang Peng again, but he was still hesitating about whether to pull the trigger. Killing. The concept was still far too alien to Nanfeng. Growing up in a modern society, Nanfeng still had a basic respect for life. Seeing Nanfeng hesitate, Huang Peng gritted his teeth and swung his wooden axe, ready to strike. Nanfeng might be afraid to kill, but Huang Peng wasn't. His hands were already stained with blood. One more life meant nothing to him. Seeing this, Nanfeng let out a long breath. If you're going to be like this, I won't feel any guilt. Today, let me be the one to carry out your execution. Nanfeng raised his hand and fired again. A magic bullet shot out from the Desert Eagle, hitting Huang Peng in the abdomen. Boom! -60. Huang Peng's eyes widened and he collapsed to the ground with a thud devoid of life. Huang Peng thought coming to this world was a new beginning, but fate had other plans. He still couldn't escape being executed. Even in death, he couldn't understand how the wooden dagger in Nanfeng's hand had suddenly turned into a gun. Clatter. A pile of items exploded around Huang Peng's body. Among them, 2 small wooden tags caught Nanfeng's attention. You have obtained 1 demolition certificate for Huang Peng. You have obtained 1 demolition certificate for Chen Ping. Demolition certificate. This item is dropped whenever a chosen one dies. Holding this allows you to dismantle the corresponding chosen one's camp buildings. Note, dismantling buildings recovers materials like wood and stone. Simply put, with this item, Nanfeng could tear down Huang Peng's cabin. Nanfeng murmured, I wonder how much wood I'll get from tearing down a cabin. I can look for Huang Peng's cabin tomorrow and dismantle it while I'm at it. Huang Peng dropped 2 demolition certificates, one of which belonged to Chen Ping. The chosen one named Chen Ping was likely the unlucky person Huang Peng had killed half an hour ago. In addition to the demolition certificates, Huang Peng dropped many other items. Ding! You obtained 3 pieces of red-eyed rabbit meat. Ding! You obtained 5 pieces of iron-clawed rat meat. Ding! You obtained 4 units of wood. Ding! You obtained 1 piece of cuckoo bird meat. Ding! You obtained 2 units of stone. A series of notification sounds rang out, and all the items dropped by Huang Peng were collected into Nanfeng's backpack. Aside from food, there were only 2 types of materials, wood and stone. No equipment had dropped. After thinking for a moment, Nanfeng felt this was quite normal. After all, everyone had only been in this world for half a day and hadn't killed many beasts yet, so where would equipment come from? As for soul weapons, Nanfeng felt there was a high probability they wouldn't drop from kills. After taking inventory of his loot, Nanfeng glanced at Wang Peng lying on the ground. By now, the double vision before his eyes had completely disappeared. The effect of the hallucination had worn off. Died right at my doorstep. What bad luck. Suppressing the slight trace of fear in his heart, Nanfeng grabbed Wang Peng by the legs and dragged him away, dumping him in the distant woods. This strong smell of blood could easily attract beasts, and Nanfeng didn't want the area around his small wooden house to be crawling with them. It is almost dark. Nanfeng looked up at the sun that was about to set in the distance. Without realizing it, Nanfeng had already been in this primitive world for 4 or 5 hours. The first night was about to arrive. I wonder if the nights in this world will be even more dangerous. At that thought, Nanfeng suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He needed to take advantage of the remaining light to find 2 more pieces of stone and upgrade his soul weapon to F rank mid. I have enough wood. I am only short 2 units of stone, which I should find quickly. Nanfeng looked around as he walked and soon discovered 2 large rocks. Ding! You obtained 2 units of stone. Done. Having gathered all the materials, Nanfeng didn't linger and ran quickly back to his cabin. By then, the sky outside had begun to darken. Night had fallen. Whew! It is dark! The experiences of this half-day have been truly treacherous. Inside the cabin, Nanfeng finally relaxed and prepared to upgrade his soul weapon. He opened his tactical watch and selected the soul weapon panel. Required materials to upgrade soul weapon: wood 8 out of 3, stone 5 out of 5. He had enough materials. He even had 5 extra units of wood, 4 of which had dropped after killing Wang Peng. Nanfeng did not hesitate and decisively chose to upgrade. With a flash of golden light, the soul weapon panel underwent a slight change. Soul weapon. Weapon name: Tattered Armory. Current grade: F rank mid. Type: backpack. Attributes: backpack slots plus 15. Required materials for next upgrade: wood times 10, stone times 20. Armory unlocked equipment: Desert Eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of the soul weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. Nanfeng read through it carefully and almost cursed. What is this? It only added 5 backpack slots? It is fine that it didn't add stats, but couldn't it have unlocked a few more pieces of equipment for me? Thinking of equipment, Nanfeng immediately clicked on the Equipment tab to look at his Desert Eagle and wooden dagger. Desert Eagle. Current grade: F rank mid. Scales with the Tattered Armory. Type: weapon. Attributes: strength plus 6, energy plus 4. Each attack consumes 4 points of mana, dealing 100% of attack power as damage to enemies hit. Equipment from the Tattered Armory. Wooden dagger. Current grade: F rank mid. Scales with the Tattered Armory. Type: weapon. Attributes: strength plus 8, agility plus 2. Each attack can deal between 80 to 100% of attack power as damage to enemies. Slightly increases bleeding effect. Equipment from the Tattered Armory. After reading the attributes of these 2 items, Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Besides the increase in attributes, the Desert Eagle's mana consumption had decreased. Previously, one shot required 5 points of mana. Now it only required 4. The wooden dagger also had a slight boost. It used to deal 70 to 90% attack damage, but now it reached 80 to 100%. Nanfeng was quite satisfied with these stats. After all, he only used 3 units of wood and 5 units of stone, so such an effect was already very good. With the Desert Eagle equipped, Nanfeng's strength had reached 20 points, and his attack power was exactly 100, breaking into the triple digits. If he equipped the wooden dagger instead, Nanfeng's strength would increase by another 2 points to 22, and his attack power could reach 110. But compared to fighting beasts in close quarters with a wooden dagger, Nanfeng would rather forego those 10 points of attack power. Who would choose hand-to-hand combat when they can snipe from a distance? After studying it a bit longer, Nanfeng heard his stomach growl. Nanfeng had been fighting for half the day without eating a thing. Now that he was idle, his stomach immediately protested. I have a lot of beast meat in my backpack. I should take some out and eat. But I don't have a fire. Am I supposed to eat it raw? After thinking, Nanfeng first took a piece of wood from his backpack, then raised his Desert Eagle and fired a shot at it. Swoosh! The mana bullet instantly pierced the wood, leaving behind a few sparks. It worked! Nanfeng gave himself a mental thumbs up, then quickly gathered some wood shavings to start the fire. Finally, there was a glimmer of light and a bit of warmth in the pitch-black cabin. Nanfeng opened his backpack and looked at the food inside. Rat meat, snake meat, cuckoo bird meat, and rabbit meat. I am definitely eating the rabbit meat. Rabbits are so cute, how could I not eat them? Nanfeng took out a portion of rabbit meat and began roasting it over the fire. While the meat was roasting, Nanfeng opened the chat channel to pass the time chatting with others. The chat channel was still buzzing. Nanfeng glanced at the upper left corner and noticed there were even fewer people in this area, 691 out of 1,000. In just half a day, 309 people had died in this area. Nanfeng sighed, then looked at what the others were talking about. So hungry. I only killed one rat today. It is not nearly enough to stay full. To the person above, you are lucky to have anything to eat. I don't have anything at all. Stop complaining, you two. I still haven't managed to start a fire. Does this rubbing sticks together thing actually work? Is there any big brother who can save me? I am so scared. Stop crying, girl. You have been spamming the chat all day. It was all mindless chatter. Nanfeng skimmed through it but didn't find any noteworthy information. Just then, the voice of the Creator God system sounded in Nanfeng's ear. Ding. It has been detected that a chosen one has upgraded their cabin to E rank. The system will open the trading system in 5 minutes. As soon as this news broke, the chat channel exploded. Baojian, holy cow, which big shot is so powerful that they upgraded their cabin to E rank in just half a day? Xing Tianyu, cabins don't have F rank low or mid subgrades. They can be upgraded directly from F rank to E rank. Huang Yuanming, even if you can upgrade directly to E rank, that is still insane. Qiu Feihong, exactly. Upgrading the cabin requires 100 units of wood and 60 units of stone. It takes me over half an hour just to chop down one tree, and I only get 3 to 6 units of wood. How did that expert get 100 units? Nanfeng watched them chat silently without joining in. He thought of an item lying in his backpack, the demolition certificate. Dismantling other people's cabins would allow one to recover wood and stone. If Nanfeng's guess was correct, that chosen one who upgraded to E rank must have killed many other chosen ones. Only then would it be possible to upgrade the cabin to E rank in such a short time. Nanfeng looked out through the cracks in the cabin at the cold moonlight outside and couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. This is not just a world where beasts run rampant. This is also a dog-eat-dog world. In a world without order, the darkness in people's hearts will continue to expand. Compared to ferocious beasts, intelligent humans are clearly more of a threat. Nanfeng had decided that from now on he would never easily trust another human being, because you never know when someone might stab you in the back. Shaking his head, Nanfeng stopped overthinking. The rabbit meat in front of him was sizzling over the fire, releasing a faint aroma. Smelling it, Nanfeng couldn't help but swallow hard. But at that moment, he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. No fresh water! Nanfeng hadn't had a drink in half a day. While hunting beasts during the day, he was so tense that all his attention was focused on his surroundings. Now that he had relaxed, Nanfeng realized his lips were starting to crack. Nanfeng frowned in thought. There are no rivers or ponds near my cabin. Where can I find fresh water? Ding. The trading system has been activated. To all the chosen ones, you can trade items as much as you like in the trading system. No middlemen taking a cut. The trading system is open. Nanfeng's spirits lifted. He immediately opened the panel and clicked into the trading system page. In just a few seconds, many people had already listed their items in the trading system. Nanfeng looked at the trade listings. 1 unit of wood for 1 portion of food? Only a fool would take that deal. 1 agave for 1 bucket of fresh water. What is this agave? Some kind of herb? 5 units of stone for any portion of food? This seems okay. Nanfeng watched for a while and wasn't in a rush to trade anything. He decided to check the chat channel first to scout out the market prices. In the chat channel,
Can any big shot give me some food? I'm about to starve. I can trade 2 units of wood for it.
you want food for only 2 units of wood? What kind of dream are you living in? Exactly. You can get wood just by chopping trees, but you have to hunt beasts for food. The value is totally different. Can any big brother come save me? I can keep your bed warm. Where are you, girl? I'll come find you tomorrow. Oh my God, it's already night and I haven't killed a single beast yet. I'm starving. Can some big shot just give me some food? Buying food at a high price. 10 units of wood for 1 portion of food. Any sellers? Seeing this, Nanfeng's heart stirred. In the beginning, 10 units of wood was quite a lot. To upgrade his soul weapon to F rank superior, he only needed 10 units of wood and 20 stones. With these 10 units of wood, if Nanfeng went out to find some stones tomorrow, he could upgrade his soul weapon again.
As for food, besides the rabbit meat on the fire, his backpack had 2 portions of red-eyed rabbit meat, 22 portions of iron claw rat meat, 1 portion of cuckoo bird meat, and 1 portion of marbled snake meat.
This was mainly because Nanfeng had cleared out a nest of iron claw rats, so he had plenty of rat meat. Since he had rabbit meat, Nanfeng didn't want to eat rat meat. He could trade all this rat meat for materials and water. Nanfeng wouldn't eat it, but plenty of others would. With that thought, Nanfeng quickly scanned the trading system and soon found the chosen one offering 10 units of wood for food. Putting up 1 portion of iron claw rat meat, Nanfeng clicked to confirm the trade. But the trade didn't complete immediately, as it still required the other person's confirmation. In less than 2 seconds, Nanfeng's friend chat channel started flashing. Nanfeng opened it and saw a chosen one named Lu Daqiang wanting to add him as a friend. This Lu Daqiang was the one trading 10 units of wood for food. Nanfeng didn't think much and accepted the friend request. Soon, Lu Daqiang sent a message. "Brother, this rat meat is a bit small. It is not enough to fill me up. Can you give me another portion?" Nanfeng replied, "On this first night, food is much more important than wood. If you won't trade, I'll find someone else." Nanfeng knew exactly how dangerous the beasts outside were. For most people, they probably hadn't successfully hunted a single beast in the past half day. If these people didn't trade for food, they'd have to starve until tomorrow. Lu Daqiang replied, "That's true. My trade was up for so long and you're the only one who tried. But 1 portion of rat meat really isn't enough." Lu Daqiang said, "Brother, how about this? I'll give you 15 units of wood for 2 portions of rat meat. What do you think?" Nanfeng frowned slightly. "You have that much wood? Where did it come from?" Lu Daqiang replied, "My cabin is surrounded by trees. I've been chopping them all afternoon." "I see." Nanfeng thought for a moment and replied, "How about this? I'll give you 1 extra portion of rat meat, but you must prioritize trading any wood you get in the future with me. Of course, I'll pay the normal price. What do you say?" Lu Daqiang quickly agreed. "Brother, you're a straight shooter. It's a deal." Lu Daqiang said, "I'm not good at much, but I'm the best at chopping trees. I'll have at least 30 units of wood for you tomorrow." Nanfeng replied, "All right, go ahead with the trade." Lu Daqiang canceled the original trade and chose to trade directly with Nanfeng. 15 units of wood for 3 portions of iron claw rat meat. Nanfeng put up 3 portions of iron claw rat meat and clicked to confirm after checking everything. The trade was complete. Nanfeng now had 19 units of wood in his backpack. With Lu Daqiang as my wood factory, I can save time on logging tomorrow and focus on hunting beasts. I'm level 2 now, and with the Desert Eagle, hunting level 1 or 2 beasts should be easy. I can level up and get more food at the same time. But I still need to be careful. After finishing the trade, Nanfeng went back to looking at the trading system. He needed some water now. A person can live for 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. That shows just how important water is. Unfortunately, no one was selling water in the trading system yet. Fresh water seemed even harder to get than food. There were many chosen ones in the chat channel trying to trade for water with various resources, but it was hard to find any. Water. Where am I going to find water? Nanfeng suddenly remembered that someone mentioned there was a stream near their cabin. It was Huang Yuanming. When Nanfeng got the first kill achievement, he had added the other 2 who finished it, Huang Yuanming and Wu Yuansheng, as friends. Nanfeng opened the friend chat channel and messaged Huang Yuanming. "Brother, is there a stream on your side?" A few seconds later, Huang Yuanming replied, "Yeah, I'm trying to find a container to hold the water right now." Huang Yuanming said, "Damn, so many people need fresh water. I'm going to be rich." No wonder Huang Yuanming wasn't selling water yet. He hadn't found a proper container. Then, Huang Yuanming sent another message. "Brother, what is your soul weapon?" Nanfeng frowned. "Why do you ask?" Huang Yuanming replied, "I just thought of a way to carve a hole in a log and make wooden cups to use as containers, but my soul weapon is a worm-eaten wooden stick. I can't carve anything with it." Huang Yuanming said, "This is such a pain. I should have chosen a sword or a knife." Seeing this message, Nanfeng's face lit up. Nanfeng replied, "My friend, my soul weapon is a dagger. Making wooden cups will be easy." Huang Yuanming replied, "My friend, what are we waiting for then?" Huang Yuanming, "Brother,
we're family now. I won't say much else. We split tonight's freshwater profits 50-50.
Huang Yuanming, of course, you'll have to provide the wood for making the cups.
50-50?
Nanfeng was shocked. He originally only expected a 10 or 20% cut. After all, Huang Yuanming could find plenty of people to make containers, but it was much harder for Nanfeng to find another source of fresh water.
Sensing Nanfeng's doubt, Huang Yuanming explained immediately. This stream is quite long and stretches far away. It's very likely that other chosen ones know about it too.
Huang Yuanming, so we need to sell a batch at a high price and make a killing before they do. Huang Yuanming, good brother, time is money. Hearing Huang Yuanming's explanation, Nanfeng understood instantly.
Nanfeng, good brother, say no more. I'm getting to work right now. As the saying goes, hard work leads to wealth. Nanfeng immediately took out a piece of wood and began studying it. This wood is half a meter long. I can make at least 5 cups out of it.
Swish, swish, swish. Nanfeng's hand moved and the blade fell, using his wooden dagger to cut one piece of wood into 5 sections. Then he picked up one of them and started hollowing out the middle.
Perhaps because his attack power was high enough, the process wasn't as difficult as he had imagined.
Soon, Nanfeng had finished the first wooden cup. It holds about 200 milliliters of fresh water. Not bad. Nanfeng opened his friends list and traded the cup to Huang Yuanming to see if it was usable.
Huang Yuanming, perfect brother. You keep making cups. I'm going to start selling water.
Soon after, Nanfeng saw Huang Yuanming shouting in the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, selling fresh water, about 200 milliliters per serving. Get one for 4 pieces of any food or 20 units of any material. Come get it while it lasts. Baojian, holy crap, a big shot is selling water. But isn't this way too expensive?
Ma Yang, big shot. Can you make it a bit cheaper? It's only been half a day. Where are we supposed to find so many resources? Wu Yuansheng, brother, save a serving of water for me. I'll trade with you right now.
It seemed that although the water was expensive, there were still many people who could afford it.
The first serving sold quickly, and Huang Yuanming immediately sent a trade request to Nanfeng.
As for whether the price was too high or too low, Nanfeng couldn't say for sure. After all, it was only the first day, and there was no standard market price to compare it to.
Huang Yuanming, good brother, the first cup of water got us 4 pieces of red-eyed rabbit meat. As agreed, I'm giving you 2.
Nanfeng, good brother, you really are a man of your word.
Huang Yuanming, good brother, we're family. Why even mention it?
Huang Yuanming didn't say more and placed 2 portions of red-eyed rabbit meat on the trade bar. Nanfeng also picked up the finished second wooden cup and put it up. Trade complete. For Nanfeng, using only 1/5 of a piece of wood to get 2 portions of rabbit meat was a great deal. This was simply too profitable.
Thinking of this, Nanfeng immediately started making the 3rd wooden cup while eating the roasted rabbit meat with great relish.
From the looks of it, this Huang Yuanming is quite honest and seems like a friend worth having. But Nanfeng still maintained a necessary level of caution, so he only gave Huang Yuanming 1 wooden cup at a time. And so, Nanfeng made the cups while Huang Yuanming sold the water. After selling more than 20 servings in a row, no one could afford it anymore.
At this point, Huang Yuanming sent another message. Good brother, our current price is too high. Most people can't afford it anymore.
Nanfeng, that's true. There are very few chosen ones who can gather this many resources on the first day.
Huang Yuanming, as time goes by, fresh water will only get cheaper. I've decided to lower the price and keep selling to milk what we can from this wave.
Nanfeng, I have no problem with that.
Huang Yuanming, but if I lower the price now, I'm afraid those big shots who just bought water will be unhappy. So I was thinking of giving the water to you, and you sell it. We still split the profit half and half. What do you think?
Nanfeng, I'm fine with that. Nanfeng would certainly not refuse a profitable business. Huang Yuanming soon traded over a cup of fresh water. With the help of his eye of insight, Nanfeng saw the description of the water. Slightly dirty stream water. As the saying goes, a little dirt won't hurt. This is drinkable fresh water you can safely consume. Of course, you should watch out for the runs. Gulp. Nanfeng swallowed hard. He hadn't had water in a long time, and having just eaten roasted rabbit meat, he was dying of thirst. Just as Nanfeng was about to pay out of his own pocket to buy this cup of water, the roars of wild beasts suddenly came from outside the cabin. One roar after another, continuous and unending.
What's going on?
Nanfeng felt a chill in his heart. He opened a crack in the door and looked out.
Vaguely, Nanfeng could see many fierce beasts charging through the woods outside. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Nanfeng's friend chat channel started flashing frantically. He opened it and saw messages from Huang Yuanming. Huang Yuanming, good brother, quick, give me a few more cups. Huang Yuanming, so many fierce beasts suddenly appeared around here. It's terrifying. I need to hide back in my cabin right now. Nanfeng guessed what Huang Yuanming was thinking and, without hesitation, traded all 8 finished wooden cups to him. Very quickly, Huang Yuanming returned the wooden cups to Nanfeng. Except now, the cups were filled with slightly dirty stream water. Huang Yuanming, oh man, that was so freaking scary. Good thing I ran fast or I would have died out there.
Nanfeng, what's the situation outside?
Huang Yuanming, I don't know. It looks like the beasts have gone into a frenzy. Anyway, I'm not daring to step outside. Huang Yuanming, you figure out how to sell the rest of the water. You set the price yourself. Just split the profit with me half and half. I trust you won't cheat me. I'm going to start a fire and cook now. Nanfeng? Sure.
Nanfeng observed the situation outside for a while longer and found that those beasts didn't seem to be attacking the cabin, which put his mind at ease. It seemed the nights in the primal world were not as peaceful as he had imagined. Afterwards, Nanfeng looked at the water in his hands, including the cup that Huang Yuanming had first traded over. He now had a total of 9 servings of fresh water. Nanfeng hesitated for a short moment, then directly drank one of them. Huang Yuanming had just sold 21 servings of fresh water. After the 50-50 split, Nanfeng had also gained 20 portions of various foods and a total of 110 units of various materials. Nanfeng was now a wealthy man and could certainly afford a cup of water. The reason he hesitated just now was mainly because he was a bit afraid of getting the runs. With the beasts rampaging outside, if Nanfeng really got diarrhea, he would have to deal with it inside the cabin, which wouldn't be pleasant at all. Fortunately, the stream water was clean enough, and Nanfeng didn't feel any stomach pain. After drinking a cup of water, Nanfeng felt refreshed and much more energetic. Opening the chat channel, Nanfeng decided to sell off the remaining fresh water as quickly as possible for whatever he could get. By tomorrow, more chosen ones would surely discover fresh water resources, and water wouldn't be worth as much then. In the chat channel. Baojian, it's over. I originally wanted to go out and chop a couple of trees to trade for a cup of water, but I almost died out there. Ma Yang, the beasts outside have gone crazy. It's terrifying. Ling Qi, is there any big brother who can give me something to eat? I'm so hungry. Nanfeng, selling fresh water, last 8 servings. To the highest bidder, make your offers now.
Nanfeng, selling fresh water, last 8 portions goes to the highest bidder. Send me your offers if you want some. Qiu Feihong, oh my god, another big shot is selling water. Baojian, big shot, Nanfeng, I'll offer 4 units of wood, can you sell 1 to me? Ma Yong, I'll give 5 units of stone, sell 1 to me. Baojian, holy crap, I'll give 8 units of wood, sell it to me. Nanfeng was in no rush to trade. Instead, he planned to wait a bit longer and let them drive up the price themselves. After about 5 minutes, Nanfeng noted down the highest bidders and added them as friends one by one to complete the transactions. Among them was a girl named Yoran. Nanfeng had a slight impression of her. Once Yoran accepted the friend request, Nanfeng immediately initiated a trade and put up a portion of somewhat dirty stream water. The price Yoran had offered in the chat channel earlier was 8 units of wood and 6 units of stone. But Yoran didn't choose to trade immediately. Instead, she sent Nanfeng a message. Hi, can I use a medicinal herb to trade for this water? Nanfeng frowned. Herb? What effect does it have? Yoran didn't say much and sent the herb's information directly to Nanfeng. Strength grass after consumption. It increases the chosen one's strength by 2 points. Note, each chosen one can consume a maximum of 2 strength grasses. Eating more has no effect. An herb that can add 2 points of strength. In comparison, this was much more useful than wood or stone. After all, wood and stone were everywhere, but herbs were not that common. At least, Nanfeng hadn't discovered any herbs today. Nanfeng couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "You want to trade this for water? Are you sure? This is worth a lot more than wood and stone." Yoran, that wood and stone would allow my life-bound weapon to upgrade to F-Class Intermediate, which is equivalent to adding 5 attribute points. For now, I need wood and stone more. Nanfeng suddenly understood. Indeed, as the most common materials currently, wood and stone, were very important. Not only could they be used to upgrade lifebound weapons, but they could also be used to upgrade the wooden cabin, making them extremely useful. Yoran, so how about it? Do you want the strength grass or the wooden stone? Nanfeng, I want the strength grass. Nanfeng already had a lot of wood and stone, which was enough for now. Even if he ran out, he could go out and find those materials himself tomorrow. In comparison, the strength grass was more useful to him. Yoran, great. The trade is done. Thanks, boss. Transaction complete. Looking at the weed-like strength grass in his hand, Nanfeng took a deep breath and swallowed it. System notification. Strength grass consumed successfully. Your strength has increased by 2 points. Although the name of this herb sounds a bit shady, the effect is quite significant. With another 2 points of strength added, Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. Afterward, he counted the resources he got for those 9 portions of water and gave half of them to Huang Yuanming. Among them, the portion he drank himself and the one sold to Yoran were calculated at a value of 20 units of materials each. A person must act with integrity. Nanfeng didn't intend to cheat Huang Yuanming, especially since their previous cooperation had been quite pleasant. After dealing with these chores, Nanfeng finally had time to count tonight's harvest. Opening his backpack, it was filled with dense rows of resources. 8 units of red-eyed rabbit meat, 21 units of iron-clawed rat meat, 12 iron-clawed rat claws, 13 units of gugu bird meat, 3 units of streaky snake meat, 77 units of wood, 85 units of stone, 1 hallucinogenic fang, and so on. There's a lot of wood and stone, enough to upgrade my lifebound weapon one more time. Or I could wait a bit, and once I have 100 units of wood, I could upgrade the wooden cabin first. The materials required to upgrade the wooden cabin were 100 units of wood and 60 units of stone. Nanfeng was almost there, but after thinking for a moment, Nanfeng decided to upgrade his lifebound weapon first. Upgrading the lifebound weapon required very few materials, needing only 10 wood and 20 stone. This consumption was negligible for Nanfeng. Moreover, upgrading the lifebound weapon would provide a massive boost to his hunting of ferocious beasts. This meant he could obtain more food, trade for more resources, and have a greater hope of survival. Without further hesitation, Nanfeng decisively upgraded his lifebound weapon. Lifebound weapon. Weapon name Shabby Arsenal. Current grade F-class, high tier. Type backpack. Attributes backpack slots plus 20. Upgrade materials required: 50 wood, 100 stone, 10 iron. Arsenal unlocked equipment. Desert Eagle. Wooden dagger. More equipment will be unlocked as the lifebound weapon's grade increases. Nanfeng quickly checked the upgraded attributes. After the upgrade, the backpack size increased by another 5 slots, but nothing else changed. No new equipment was unlocked either. The next upgrade requires iron? I wonder where I can find that. Shaking his head, Nanfeng didn't dwell on it for too long, and directly opened the equipment bar to check the equipment changes. Desert Eagle. Current grade, F-class, high tier. Scales with the Shabby Arsenal's level. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength plus 12. Energy plus 8. Each attack consumes 4 points of mana, dealing 100% of attack power as damage to the enemy hit. An item from the Shabby Arsenal. Wooden dagger. Current grade, F-class, high tier, scales with the Shabby Arsenal's level. Type, weapon. Attributes, strength plus 14. Agility plus 3. Constitution plus 3. Each attack can deal 90 to 110% of attack power as damage to the enemy. Slightly increases bleeding effect. An item from the Shabby Arsenal. After reading the attributes of the equipment, Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. This lifebound weapon upgrade provided a huge boost for Nanfeng. The Desert Eagle alone provided Nanfeng with 20 attribute points. Keep in mind that Nanfeng only gains 25 attribute points per level up. After equipping the Desert Eagle, Nanfeng's attributes significantly increased once again. Name: Nanfeng. Level 2, experience 47 out of 400. Health, 130 out of 130, which is Constitution multiplied by 10. Mana, 190 out of 190, which is energy multiplied by 10. Attack power 140, which is strength multiplied by 5. Defense 48, which is the sum of constitution and energy multiplied by 1.5. Strength 28. Agility 17. Constitution 13. Energy 19. Life-bound weapon. Shabby arsenal. Skills none. Equipment Desert Eagle. Shabby shirt, shabby jeans, shabby sneakers, novice tactical watch. Backpack 8 out of 30. Currently, Nanfeng's strength is as high as 28 points, and his attack power has reached 140 points. If he encountered a level 2 beast again, Nanfeng definitely wouldn't be as miserable as he was during the day. Tomorrow I can go a bit further, hunt as many beasts as possible, and increase my level. My wooden cabin also needs to be upgraded to E-class as soon as possible. Looking at it this way, I'm still a bit short on wood and stone. Nanfeng looked at the food in his backpack and suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. This extra food of mine can also be traded for materials. Nanfeng's choice to prioritize weapon upgrades over shelter illustrates a classic aggressive growth strategy. In high-stakes environments, enhancing your ability to acquire new resources is statistically superior to passive fortification, ensuring he remains a predator rather than prey. Trading for that strength-boosting herb instead of common wood reveals Nanfeng's mastery of long-term asset accumulation. He understands that in a hyperinflationary survival market, permanent character scaling is far superior to depreciating raw materials. Nanfeng still had plenty of food in his backpack, with iron-clawed rat meat and gugu bird meat being the most common. Since he had red-eyed rabbit meat, Nanfeng wouldn't consider these two types of food for now. Using them to trade for resources was a great choice. After thinking for a moment, Nanfeng listed both types of food directly on the trading channel. 1 portion of iron-clawed rat meat for 8 units of any material. 1 portion of gugu bird meat for 8 units of any material. Nanfeng had a total of 21 portions of iron-clawed rat meat and 13 portions of gugu bird meat, and he listed all of them at once. A large portion of these had been obtained by selling fresh water. Nanfeng didn't set the price very high, because most people couldn't afford many materials right now. Someone in the chat channel soon noticed the food Nanfeng had listed. After all, it was only the first day the trading channel was open, and there wasn't much in it. Nanfeng listing 34 portions of food at once completely flooded the screen. Wow, where did Big Boss Nanfeng get so much food? Damn, it's really a case of the starving versus the stuffed. With so much food, can't he just share a little with us? We're all compatriots, yet he won't even share a bit of rat meat and wants us to trade materials for it. If this were before we crossed over, Nanfeng would definitely be considered a traitor. Profiteering from a disaster, how disgusting. Big Boss Nanfeng, could you make it a bit cheaper? How are we supposed to come up with so many materials? Nanfeng watched the chat channel in silence and didn't reply. Making it cheaper was out of the question. Compared to hunting ferocious beasts, chopping trees and gathering stones was infinitely safer. As for giving it away for free, that was even more impossible. Nanfeng was no saint, and he certainly wasn't their father. In this primitive world where death could happen at any moment, a soft heart would only lead to a faster death. At that moment, Liu Daqiang also spoke up in the chat channel. Liu Daqiang, be reasonable. 8 units of materials for 1 portion of food is a great deal. If you don't think it's worth it, you're more than welcome to try hunting ferocious beasts yourselves. Huang Yuanming, exactly. I'm starting to wonder if this Nanfeng guy is doing charity work. Tin Jiping. But where are we supposed to get so many materials right now? No one can afford such expensive food. Isn't this just meant to annoy people? Bao Jian, what does you not being able to afford it have to do with anyone else? Liu Daqiang, right. If you can't afford it tonight, can't you just go collect some materials tomorrow and trade then? Wo Yuansheng. For friends who aren't good at fighting, this is at least a source of food. And only 8 units of materials. That's really not expensive. Nanfeng didn't say a word, but plenty of people were speaking up on his behalf. After a little thought, Nanfeng understood the reason behind it. In the eyes of others, Nanfeng was definitely a top-tier powerhouse for for being able to produce so much food on the first day. Building a good relationship with such a powerhouse would benefit them as well. Of course, Huang Yuanming knew where Nanfeng's food came from, but he didn't say anything. After all, they had just collaborated once, so they had at least a thin layer of friendship. Now with Huang Yuanming, Liu Daqiang, and others speaking up, the tide in the chat channel began to turn. That's true. At least it's a source of food. I don't have to go fight ferocious beasts anymore. Yeah, I've never even killed a chicken in my life. How could I hunt ferocious beasts? It's much safer to just gather stones and chop trees. Exactly. I'll go chop trees first thing tomorrow morning and try to trade for a portion of food before noon. Gosh, there are only 34 portions of food. That's not enough to go around. No way, I need to go to sleep early and get up early tomorrow to chop trees. Good heavens, everyone's getting competitive now. Fine, I'm going to sleep too. Bye. Suddenly, the number of people talking in the chat channel decreased significantly. Nanfeng closed the panel and looked at the campfire in front of him. 1 unit of wood can burn for quite a while. After making sure he wouldn't freeze to death during the night, Nanfeng let out a yawn, lay down on the wooden floor, and fell asleep. The next morning, as the sky was just starting to brighten, Nanfeng woke up. He had to admit that he didn't sleep comfortably at all last night. Not having a bed really isn't working out. After stretching, Nanfeng rested for a bit before slowly opening the door of the small wooden cabin. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and everything was peaceful. He could hear the occasional chirping of insects. The ferocious beasts that had gone berserk last night were all gone. It should be safe now, right? Nanfeng cautiously stepped out of the wooden cabin. He looked around for a while but didn't see any ferocious beasts nearby. However, a faint smell of blood wafted over, making Nanfeng frown. That is, Nanfeng turned his head and looked in the direction where Huang Peng's corpse had been yesterday. The corpse was gone, leaving only bloodstains on the ground as proof that it had been there. Eaten that clean? Nanfeng shook his head and looked away. Today's goals: reach at least level 3, upgrade the wooden cabin, and ideally find the location of some iron blocks. Oh, and I also need to see if there's a water source nearby. The lack of drinkable fresh water was probably Nanfeng's biggest problem right now. He couldn't just spend 20 units of materials every time to trade for fresh water from Huang Yuanming. That would be too extravagant. I'm in a primeval forest with so many ferocious beasts. There must be a water source nearby. Nanfeng decided to look for a water source first, hunting beasts and gathering stones along the way. Picking a random direction, Nanfeng walked forward for about 5 minutes before finally spotting his first ferocious beast, a jungle pheasant. Jungle pheasant, level 1. Health points, 120 out of 120. Mana points, 15 out of 15. Attack power, 35. Defense, 20. After checking the jungle pheasant's stats with the Eye of Insight, Nanfeng raised his hand and fired a shot. Minus 132. With 140 points of attack power, Nanfeng killed the jungle pheasant instantly with one shot. Killing you is just like killing a chicken. Putting away the desert eagle, Nanfeng heard the notification from the Creator God system. Notification: you have killed a level 1 common beast, jungle peasant, and gained 5 experience points. Notification: you have obtained 1 portion of pheasant meat. Chicken meat? This should taste pretty good. I'll give it a try at noon. Today was the 2nd day since crossing over, and a large portion of the chosen ones hadn't even successfully hunted their first ferocious beast. But Nanfeng was already able to easily one-shot level 1 beasts. Right now, 1 portion of food is worth 8 units of materials. Isn't this much easier than chopping trees? Nanfeng continued forward and was soon drawn to a buzzing sound. Not far away, a bee the size of a fist was resting on a flower gathering nectar. Arrow bee, level 2. Health points, 380 out of 380. Mana points, 60 out of 60. Attack power, 95. Defense, 25. Skill, arrow launch. This was a level 2 ferocious beast. Before the arrow bee could notice him, Nanfeng slowly raised his desert eagle and aimed at it. Boom! The gunshot roared, Minus 115. With the target staying still, Nanfeng's accuracy was decent. The shot hit the arrow bee precisely, dealing 115 points of damage. It would only take 4 shots for Nanfeng to kill it. However, the wounded arrow bee began to fly around frantically, making it impossible for Nanfeng to aim. Whoosh! Suddenly, the stinger at the tail of the arrow bee shot out violently, hitting Nanfeng right in the abdomen. Minus 47. This was the arrow bee's skill. Arrow launch. Nanfeng lost 47 health points instantly after being struck by a sharp stinger from the arrow bee's tail. Oh my god! Nanfeng let out a muffled groan and quickly ducked behind a large tree. He only had 130 health points in total. The arrow bee could kill him in just 3 attacks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The arrow bee flapped its wings, trying to fly around the tree to continue its assault on Nanfeng. But Nanfeng was clever. He started circling the tree, occasionally peeking out to fire a shot at the bee. This arrow bee wasn't very smart. Nanfeng led it on a wild goose chase, and it soon died under his gun. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, the arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. That was close. A narrow escape. Seeing the arrow bee dead, Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This arrow bee's attack power was actually as high as 95. If Nanfeng had been even slightly careless, he might have met his end right here. Maybe it's not that the bee's attack power is high, but that my health is too low. Nanfeng's base stats were poor. Even though he was level 2 now, he only had 130 health points. Some chosen ones had more health at level 1 than Nanfeng does now. I still have 5 free attribute points. Should I put them into stamina? Health is affected by stamina. Every point of stamina provides 10 points to the maximum health limit. But in comparison, Nanfeng preferred to put his free points into strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While deep in thought, Nanfeng heard the buzzing of bees again. There were more arrow bees nearby. Nanfeng held his breath and walked cautiously toward the source of the sound. After walking about 20 meters, Nanfeng discovered a massive beehive on a large tree ahead. Swarms of arrow bees were flying all around it. It was a terrifying sight. So many! Nanfeng swallowed hard and backed away slowly until the buzzing faded. Then he sprinted in the opposite direction. Fortunately, the arrow bees didn't notice him. Good Lord, there are way too many of those bees. And that hive is so close to my cabin. Nanfeng's expression turned grim. He was truly afraid that one morning he'd step outside and find his cabin surrounded by those bees. With his current strength, Nanfeng could just barely handle a single arrow bee, but against such a large swarm, he didn't even dare to take a second look. So many experience points, but I can't win. Nanfeng sighed, stopped thinking about it, and began to cautiously explore in another direction. As for that beehive, Nanfeng believed he would be back to settle the score soon enough. Along the way, Nanfeng encountered beasts from time to time. Most were level 1, with the occasional level 2, which he slowly picked off shot by shot. He had to admit, with a powerful long-range weapon like the Desert Eagle, his efficiency in hunting beasts had significantly increased. Ding! Since a chosen one in this region has reached level 3, the ranking system is now officially activated. Someone has already reached level 3. Nanfeng was internally shocked. Then he opened his interface to check the rankings. Ranking list. First place, Xiao Luo, level 3. Second place, Wu Yuansheng, level 2. Third place, Su Ziran, level 2. Fourth place, Shen Pan, level 2. Fifth place, Yuran, level 2. Rank 23, Nanfeng, level 2. Nanfeng thought his leveling was fast enough, but he was surprised to find himself only in 23rd place. He hadn't seen this first place Xiao Luo speak in the chat channel even once. As expected, the real experts don't hang out in chat groups. What slightly surprised Nanfeng was a girl named Yuran. As the only girl to squeeze into the top 10 of the rankings, her strength was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, a group of chosen ones were already in a heated discussion. What the hell? I just woke up and the system tells me someone is already level 3? Is this a joke? My god, I've only killed one beast so far, and I'm still ages away from level 2. Yet there is already an expert at level 3. Comparisons really are painful. Is Master Xiao Luo there? Please carry me. Wow, 55 people have already reached level 2? How do you all level up so fast? Say no more. I'm heading out to hunt beasts too. To the guy above me, I bet you will be back in 6 minutes. Nanfeng didn't look much further and quickly closed the chat channel. He needed to continue hunting beasts to raise his level. Ding! Your iron-clawed rat meat has sold successfully. You have received 8 stones. Ding! Your cuckoo bird meat has sold successfully. You have received 8 pieces of wood. Just as he was about to set off, Nanfeng heard a series of system notification sounds. It turned out that several portions of the food he listed last night had sold at once, earning him a large amount of materials. Nanfeng took a quick glance at the panel and suddenly frowned. The person who bought the food was actually the #1 ranked Xiao Luo. That's strange. He's already level 3, so he must have killed plenty of beasts. Why would he still need food? What is he doing with all that food? Nanfeng couldn't figure it out, so he stopped overthinking and continued on his path to level up. Along the way, Nanfeng tried to stick to lowlands and valleys since those places were more likely to have water sources. He hadn't had a single drop of water since waking up. If he didn't find water by noon, he would have to buy some from Huang Yuanming. Ribbit! Ribbit! Just then, Nanfeng heard the sound of a frog. If there is a frog, it means there's a high chance of a water source nearby. Nanfeng followed the sound and soon found a pond about the size of a basketball court. Unfortunately, the water in the pond showed no signs of flowing. It was stagnant water. This pond was probably formed by rainwater. I wonder if drinking it will give me diarrhea. Nanfeng wasn't very happy with this water source. After all, drinking too much stagnant water is nothing but harmful to the body. But this was a magical world. If he wanted to know if the water was potable, there was a more direct way. Use his Eye of Insight to check it. I have to say, this skill from the first kill reward is really practical. Nanfeng walked to the edge of the pond and activated his Eye of Insight skill. Polluted pond. Rainwater accumulated over time formed this pond. It contains various beast excrements. Please drink with caution. Sure enough, the result from Eye of Insight was almost exactly what he had guessed. The water in this pond was completely undrinkable. What a shame. Got my hopes up for nothing. Nanfeng looked disappointed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. At the very least, his strategy for finding water was correct. If he could find one water source, he could find another. It would just take a bit more time. Ribbit! Ribbit! At that moment, the sound of the frog croaked in his ear again. Nanfeng looked around and soon spotted the frog lurking in the pond. Its eyes were as large as ping-pong balls. The frog's bulging eyes stared intently at Nanfeng, giving him a sudden jolt. Eye of Insight. Nanfeng activated Eye of Insight again to check the frog's stats. Venomous Swamp Toad. Level 2 Elite Beast. Health points 500 out of 500. Mana points 160 out of 160. Attack power 135. Defense power 80. Skills: Venomous Bolt and Poison Mist. Seeing the toad's stats, Nanfeng's face changed instantly. This is an elite monster. This poison swamp toad's stats are terrifyingly high. With a full 500 health points and 135 attack power, this toad could definitely kill Nanfeng in an instant. Although Nanfeng hadn't encountered a level 3 beast yet, he estimated that this level 2 elite beast certainly wouldn't be any weaker than a regular level 3 beast. Nanfeng backed away cautiously, his eyes locked on the poison swamp toad staring it down, afraid that this ugly creature might suddenly jump out and strike him. Nanfeng only had 140 health points. He couldn't survive the toad's attacks at all. After backing up several steps, Nanfeng arrived next to a large tree. The tree was right next to the pond, about 5 or 6 meters tall and as thick as a man's embrace. A thought flashed through Nanfeng's mind. If he climbed the tree and attacked from above, could he kill this poison swamp toad? This was an elite beast after all. Maybe it would even drop some gear. With that thought, Nanfeng quickly opened his panel and checked his status bar. Having hunted many beasts along the way, his mana was down to just 90 points. The Desert Eagle consumes 4 mana points per shot, which means I can still fire 22 times. That should be enough to kill this level 2 elite beast. As they say, greed can be a man's undoing. Nanfeng glanced at the motionless toad, gritted his teeth, and climbed the tree. As a child who grew up in the countryside, Nanfeng was quite skilled at climbing trees and scrambled up in a few quick moves. Standing on a branch as thick as an arm, Nanfeng peered down at the pond. The poison swamp toad was still in the water, only letting out an occasional croak. Raising the desert eagle, Nanfeng slowly aimed at the poison swamp toad. Boom! Lixty! Nanfeng's first shot hit the target successfully, dealing 60 points of damage. Damn, I missed the mark slightly! Nanfeng had originally aimed for the toad's eye, but perhaps due to nerves, his hand shook at the last second, causing the shot to hit its body instead. But it didn't matter. Those 60 points of damage gave Nanfeng a lot of confidence. If every shot hit its mark, Nanfeng would only need 9 shots to kill it, and his mana was more than enough. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng quickly steadied his emotions and aimed at the toad again. But after being hit, the poison swamp toad croaked loudly in pain and dived underwater, thrashing about. Soon the pond grew still, but Nanfeng had lost sight of the toad. Crap, this toad knows how to hide. This was not good news for Nanfeng. Nanfeng was in the open while the toad was hidden. He was stuck up a tree now. Ooh, stay calm. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Nanfeng stood on the trunk, watching the movements below with his nerves taut. Not long after, Nanfeng noticed a small bubble rising in the pond. Nanfeng's eyes lit up. That was likely the toad breathing. Boom! Nanfeng aimed the desert eagle where the bubble appeared and fired decisively. Lixty! Faint red numbers floated up from beneath the water, and Nanfeng felt a surge of joy. A hit! But croak! Croak! Hit again. The poison swamp toad was clearly enraged and surged out of the water. With its limited intelligence, it figured that if it could be hit underwater anyway, it might as well come out and fight head-on. Seeing the target no longer hiding, Nanfeng was overjoyed. He raised the desert eagle and fired a 3-round burst. Mount 6. Miss. Weak point attack 90. 2 of the 3 shots hit, and 1 even triggered a weak point attack. Only 230 health points left. Nanfeng quickly calculated the toad's health and felt much more at ease. Half of its health was already gone. Croak! Suddenly the poison swamp toad leaped from the water. Its body was as big as a basketball, covered in dense bumps that made Nanfeng feel nauseous. The toad leaped over 2 meters high and spat a glob of dark green slime at Nanfeng. No, it wasn't slime. It was the poison swamp toad's skill, poison arrow spray. Nanfeng had been on guard. He quickly grabbed another branch and swung away like a monkey, dodging it. But he was still a bit too slow, and the poison arrow hit his lower left leg. 87. Poisoned 5. Poisoned 3. The poison arrow pierced a small hole in Nanfeng's calf, and the venom was already flowing into his bloodstream. Soon his calf began to turn black and rot, making Nanfeng grimace in pain. Worse yet, Nanfeng was now poisoned, losing health points every few seconds. I'm doomed. Nanfeng squeezed his calf hard with his left hand to slow the blood flow. He looked down and saw the toad's chin bulging. It was charging up for a second attack. Seeing this, Nanfeng's expression tightened, and he scrambled higher up the tree. He didn't stop until he was almost at the very top. Peering through the leaves, he saw the toad hopping around below, seemingly unable to reach him. Safe for now! Nanfeng didn't hesitate. He tore off his tattered shirt and tied it tightly around his calf. This actually helped. Although he was still poisoned, the rate of health loss slowed down significantly, losing about 3 health points every 10 seconds. But the terrifying part was that Nanfeng only had 35 health points left. If he couldn't clear the poison, he would be dead in 2 minutes. Upon reaching this conclusion, Nanfeng became unusually calm. His mind raced and he quickly made a decision. Kill the poison swamp toad first. If I'm going down, I'm taking it with me. Raising the desert eagle, Nanfeng fired several shots from his high vantage point. They were only a few meters apart, and the toad was the size of a basketball, making it easy for Nanfeng to hit. Weak point attack 90. Lixty. Miss. Miss. Lixty. Lixty. In just 10 seconds, Nanfeng fired 6 shots, 4 of which hit the mark. Croak! The poison swamp toad let out a final pathetic croak and died. Ding! You have killed the level 2 elite beast, Poison Swamp Toad, and gained 40 experience points. Hearing the system notification, Nanfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Finally finished it. At that moment, a small gray ball of light drifted out of the toad's body and fell onto the nearby mud. Then, the ball of light transformed into a treasure chest. It dropped loot. Nanfeng checked his health. With only 29 points left, he could only last about 100 seconds. I hope there's an antidote in that chest. Time was of the essence. Nanfeng didn't hesitate and jumped down from the tree. Swish! Nanfeng quickly jumped down from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. In front of him was a simple, ancient-looking gray treasure chest. I wonder what's inside this chest. Nanfeng didn't hesitate and decisively opened the treasure chest. Ding! You opened an F-rank gray treasure chest and obtained 1 blueprint for an excellent water purification device. A water purification device. Nanfeng felt like he had been totally cheated. If it had been a few minutes ago, Nanfeng would probably have jumped for joy upon getting this blueprint. But now, Nanfeng had less than 30 health points left and was poisoned with barely a minute left to live. I'm about to die, so what use is this water purifier? Out of the corner of his eye, Nanfeng glanced at the corpse of the toxic swamp toad. He hadn't looted it yet. This toad might actually drop an antidote. With that thought, Nanfeng reached out and touched the toxic swamp toad. Ding! You obtained 1 toxic swamp toad poison gland. Ding! You obtained 1 piece of toxic swamp toad meat. A toxic swamp toad poison gland? Nanfeng immediately used Insight Eye to check the item's properties. Toxic swamp toad poison gland. This is the organ where the toxic swamp toad stores its venom, and it is highly toxic note. If consumed directly, it might have unexpected effects. Consume it directly. Nanfeng hesitated for a moment. This thing was clearly full of deadly poison. Eating it might kill him on the spot. But as his health dropped lower and lower, Nanfeng's face turned pale. Blood trickled from his nostrils, and he felt a wave of dizziness. Even if I don't eat it, I won't last much longer anyway. A few dozen seconds won't make a difference. With that, Nanfeng decided to take a gamble. He would bet that eating the poison gland would produce an unexpected effect. Go. He swallowed it in one go. The bitter, astringent taste on the tip of his tongue made Nanfeng frown. But the good news was that Nanfeng's poison status was cleared. Ding! You consumed a toxic swamp toad poison gland. Poison resistance increased by 5% and the poisoned effect has been removed. God, that's amazing. Is this what they call fighting poison with poison? Nanfeng was so happy he almost jumped for joy. He only had 11 health points left. He was just a hair away from dying. That was close. So close. I almost didn't make it. Leaning against the tree after his narrow escape, Nanfeng let out a long breath, feeling a wave of lingering fear. That was way too reckless. Facing a level 2 elite beast, Nanfeng had launched an attack so carelessly, he was truly overconfident. I must be cautious, extremely cautious from now on. This world is very dangerous. Nanfeng stood up and warned himself once more. This was the countless time he had told himself to be careful over the last 2 days. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The sound of a chicken clucking reached him, and Nanfeng's nerves instantly tensed. He only had 11 health points left. Even a level 1 beast could potentially kill him. Get up the tree! Nanfeng didn't dare hesitate. He scrambled up the nearby tree in a few swift moves and began to observe. Nearby, a jungle pheasant hopped to the edge of the pond and lowered its head to drink water. Nanfeng pulled out his desert eagle and slowly aimed at the jungle pheasant. After hesitating for a moment, Nanfeng chose not to fire. He didn't have much mana left. I'm not close to the cabin. I don't even know if my remaining mana is enough to get me back. Even if his mana was barely enough, his health was definitely insufficient. With only 11 health points left, a single touch from any beast would kill him instantly. Damn it, the poison status is gone and the wounds have scabbed over, so why isn't my health regenerating on its own? Nanfeng felt incredibly frustrated. This makes no sense at all. Sighing, Nanfeng opened the chat channel, planning to kill some time and see if he could find a way out of this predicament. This is ridiculous. It's not even noon yet, and all 30-plus portions of food Nanfeng put on the trading system are sold out. I spent all morning chopping wood for nothing again. Brother, you're too slow. I already traded for a piece of iron claw rat meat a long time ago, and it's delicious. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to see people talking about him as soon as he entered the chat channel. Is all the food sold out? Nanfeng had previously set the automatic trading option for when material requirements were met, so he didn't need to manually confirm each trade. That would have been a waste of time. Nanfeng checked his backpack and found a lot of new materials, 231 units of wood and 171 units of stone. Wow, I have enough materials to upgrade the cabin now, and even plenty to spare. But I don't dare go back right now. It's like earning money but not living long enough to spend it. Sighing again, Nanfeng looked at the trade log and discovered that Xiao Luo, the #1 player on the leaderboard, had actually bought 12 portions of food from him. No wonder the food sold so fast. Why did that top player buy so much food? Where did he get all that wood and stone? Nanfeng shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He browsed the trading system to see if there was anything good to buy. Actually, Nanfeng's main goal was to see if there were any items for sale that could restore health. Aside from some food and fresh water trades, a few items caught his attention. Strength Grass increases constitution by 2 points after consumption, trading for 5 cups of potable water. Yuran? Her again? Last night, Nanfeng had just traded with Yuran for a piece of power grass, and today she was selling strength grass. It seems like there are a lot of herbs near that girl's starting point. Nanfeng was incredibly envious. Flame Fruit increases fire resistance by 5% after consumption, trading for 40 units of any material. Who needs fire resistance this early in the game? Anyone who trades for that is an idiot. Aren't 40 units of materials better? What can 5% fire resistance even do right now? Drink lava? Shaking his head, Nanfeng continued to look at other items. Fragrant bird meat restores 5 health points per minute after consumption, lasting for 10 minutes. Oh my god, this thing restores health! Nanfeng was ecstatic and almost laughed out loud. This is a literal lifesaver for him. Let me see. Trading for 50 units of any material? So expensive? Restoring 5 health points per minute for 10 minutes means a total of 50 health points recovered. With these 50 health points, if Nanfeng is a bit more careful, he should be able to make it back to the cabin. Compared to my life, what are 50 units of materials worth? Nothing. Besides, materials are the one thing Nanfeng has plenty of right now. Trade it! Nanfeng decisively chose to trade. The other party had obviously set up automatic trading as well, and Nanfeng immediately received the fragrant bird meat. The seller is Xiao Luo? Only then did Nanfeng realize that the person selling this food was Xiao Luo, the #1 player on the leaderboard. Wait, Xiao Luo bought a lot of food from me, including the Cluck Cluck bird meat. Holy crap, did I just buy back the same bird meat I sold him?
By now, Nanfeng finally figured out what Xiao Luo bought all that food for. Xiao Luo most likely looted a recipe or something that allows him to process food into high-grade food capable of restoring health. I only trade 1 portion of food for 8 units of materials, but Xiao Luo wants 50 units for 1 portion of high-grade food. With that turnaround, he makes a profit of 42 units per trade. Sure enough, only the ruthless get rich. Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After eating the fragrant bird meat, Nanfeng's health finally began to slowly recover. The crisis was temporarily averted. Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to lurk in the chat for a while longer and head back to the cabin in 10 minutes. The chat channel was as lively as ever. Many chosen ones hadn't even left their cabins, staying inside to chat all day. Ling Qi, is there a big brother out there who can come save me?
Bao Jian, can we block people in this chat channel? This girl is like a broken record, whining non-stop all day long.
Ma Yong, I don't mind the whining, hee.
Huang Yuanming, damn it! Can you guys stop being so competitive? The price of fresh water has dropped to 4 units of materials per cup.
Tian Xiaoping, you sold so much water last night, you must have made a fortune already. What's wrong with letting the rest of us make a little? Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and checked the trading system again. Sure enough, several other chosen ones besides Huang Yuanming were selling fresh water. It seemed quite a few people had found fresh water sources. This meant the price of water would only keep dropping. But Nanfeng didn't care. He had already made a killing last night. It didn't matter if the price dropped now. Besides, I just got an excellent water purifier blueprint. A drop in water prices actually works in my favor. With that thought, Nanfeng stopped worrying about water prices and went back to the chat. He was mostly just lurking, seeing if anyone would mention any useful information. Wu Yuansheng, are there any brothers in the group whose starting point is on the plains? Wu Yuansheng, I just saw someone in the distance, but I'm not sure if it was a native or a chosen one. Bao Jian, holy crap, are there natives in this world? Isn't this supposed to be a primitive world? Cho Fei Hong, maybe there are cavemen, the kind that run around screaming ooga booga? Xu Ming, hey big shot, I'm on a plane right now. Wu Yuansheng. Wu Yuansheng, were you just standing on a giant rock peeing? Xu Ming, crap, you actually saw that. Wu Yuansheng, brother, stay right where you are. I'm going to get some oranges and then I'll come find you. Huang Yuanming buying oranges, really? That's a classic. Nanfeng, are you two having a meetup? Watch your backs and stay safe. Ling Qi, big brothers, once you meet up, can you come save me first? I'm so hungry. The news of two people meeting up made the chat channel even more frantic. This proved that the distance between people wasn't actually that far. In this strange world, being able to group up with your own kind was good news for many. But Nanfeng didn't share that sentiment. As early as yesterday evening, he had already encountered another chosen one and killed him. Some humans were far more terrifying than wild beasts, especially in a world with no rules. After lurking for a bit longer, Nanfeng checked his status and saw his health had recovered to 61 points. Time to head back. Untying the shirt from his thigh, Nanfeng put it back on and jumped down from the tree. The jungle chicken that had come to the pool to drink earlier was nowhere to be seen. Nanfeng didn't go looking for it and instead walked quickly toward his cabin. The trip back was relatively safe. He only ran into 3 level 1 beasts, which he dispatched with 2 shots each. By the time Nanfeng reached the cabin, he had 39 health and only 18 mana left. It's a good thing I ate that fragrant roast meat, or I might have died out there. Finally back in his safe house, Nanfeng relaxed completely. After resting for 2 minutes, Nanfeng stood up again and began to upgrade the cabin. Upgrading required 100 units of wood and 60 units of stone. This amount was nothing to Nanfeng. Upgrade. Worn out cabin. Level E grade. Health 2 wound. Defense 300. Traits plus 15 health per minute. Plus 15 mana per minute. Materials for next upgrade. Wood 300. Stone 200. Iron 20. After the upgrade, the cabin's attributes skyrocketed. Health increased from 5,000 to 2,000, and defense rose from 100 to 300. Even the recovery speed for health and mana had been greatly improved. Unfortunately, upgrading the cabin didn't give Nanfeng himself any attribute boosts. Still, it's not bad. A full 20 wounds in health and 300 defense is enough to tank attacks from many beasts. Beyond just the attributes, the interior of the cabin had also changed. The original cabin was less than 5 square meters, the kind where you had to curl up just to sleep. Now the cabin had expanded to about 20 square meters. There was even a small, worn-out wooden bed and a simple bonfire set up inside. Now he had a place to sleep and a place to roast meat. Perfect. Right, I still have that water purifier blueprint. Nanfeng opened his backpack and took out the blueprint. Excellent water purifier blueprint can be used to craft an excellent water purifier. Required materials: wood 10, gravel 20, fine sand 200, charcoal 5. Nanfeng frowned as he looked at the required materials. I have the wood, but is gravel the same as stone? And where am I supposed to get fine sand and charcoal? Nanfeng thought for a moment and glanced at the remains of last night's bonfire. There was plenty of charcoal in there. Nanfeng picked up a piece and, sure enough, heard a notification that he had obtained 1 unit of charcoal. Okay, the charcoal problem is solved. Gravel. Nanfeng took 2 stones from his backpack and smashed them together, quickly creating a pile of gravel. Gravel problem solved too. Now just the fine sand. Seeing that his health was mostly restored, Nanfeng stepped out of the cabin, walked around a bit, and scooped up 2 handfuls of sand. Everything is ready. Nanfeng couldn't help but give himself a mental pat on the back for his cleverness. The excellent water purifier could now be crafted. Back in the cabin, Nanfeng took out the blueprint again and confirmed the crafting. After a flash of light, a water purifier appeared in Nanfeng's cabin. Excellent water purifier. Pour lightly contaminated water into this device, and it will automatically complete the purification. I'll buy a cup of water first to see how well this thing works.
Nanfeng opened the trading channel and spent 4 units of materials to get a cup of fresh water.
Then, he poured the water into the excellent water purifier and waited quietly for it to finish. About 10 minutes later, a cup of clean, fresh water appeared in the collector at the bottom. Nanfeng took out the collector and inspected it with his insightful eye.
Clean fresh water. This is a portion of very clean water. In this crisis-filled world, finding such clean water is extremely difficult.
After consumption, restores 5 mana per minute for 10 minutes. Nanfeng was overjoyed. Man, isn't this just a mana potion? While the crowd celebrates a risky social meeting, Nanfeng prioritizes vertical integration by upgrading his purifier. Transforming a basic commodity into a functional mana potion proves that in any economy, processing power is the ultimate multiplier for wealth. While others mistake proximity for safety, Nanfeng recognizes the inherent prisoner's dilemma of this lawless world. By pivoting from simple commodities to high-value utilities, he secures an economic moat that protects him better than any social alliance ever could. The water produced by the purifier can actually restore mana. Now this is some good stuff. From lurking in the chat channel over the last 2 days, Nanfeng knew that at this stage, most ranged weapons require mana to use. For example, bows, crossbows, slingshots, and even Nanfeng's Desert Eagle. Even a weapon like a javelin requires 5 points of mana if you want to throw it. It makes sense, actually. In these early stages, chosen ones using melee weapons face much greater risks. If they didn't put some restrictions on ranged weapons, the game would be too unbalanced. But this isn't a game, so why does it need to be balanced? Nanfeng shook his head and stopped overthinking it. He planned to purify a large amount of fresh water and sell it in the trading system. As for the price, he'd match Xiao Luo's food prices, 50 units of materials per serving. One restores health, and the other restores mana. It's perfectly fair. However, Nanfeng's target audience was a bit smaller. For now, only chosen ones whose primary weapons were ranged would likely buy his mana potions. He bought another 10 cups of fresh water from the trading system, which cost him a total of 40 units of materials. Then Nanfeng poured all that somewhat dirty fresh water into the purifier. Purifying 200 milliliters just now took about 10 minutes. That means I can purify about 1,000 milliliters an hour. Not bad. Nanfeng thought about it, took out a few empty wooden cups, and ran some experiments. He soon discovered that it takes at least 100 milliliters of clean water to trigger the mana restoration effect. Anything less than 100 milliliters is just regular drinking water. Nice. If 100 milliliters can be traded for 50 units of materials, and I just bought nearly 2,000 milliliters. Holy crap, doesn't that mean I can get 1,000 units of materials? This is practically criminal. Profit! This is freaking massive profit! Nanfeng happily patted his stomach. Unfortunately, these mana potions wouldn't be quite that easy to sell. It was now approaching noon. After wandering around all morning, Nanfeng's stomach was growling loudly. I'll eat something first, then head out this afternoon to hunt some beasts. Now that I have water that restores mana, I don't have to keep running back to the cabin. Time to start a fire and cook. Nanfeng took out a piece of red-eyed rabbit meat and began roasting it slowly. The meat smelled delicious, but it produced a lot of smoke, making Nanfeng's eyes sting. Luckily, after the cabin was upgraded, it had an extra window, so he could open it for some fresh air. The purifier was still working away. Nanfeng took 2 sips of the purified water and felt it definitely tasted much better. And the best part is, it restores mana. Beep, beep, beep. While waiting for the rabbit meat to finish cooking, Nanfeng's tactical watch rang. He checked it and saw a message from Lu Dacheng. Lu Dacheng, Boss Nanfeng, I chopped another 30 units of wood this morning. Are you buying? Nanfeng, I'll take it. Nanfeng checked the trading system and saw that a portion of food was still worth about 8 units of materials. Yesterday, Nanfeng had promised to buy Lu Dacheng's wood at a slightly higher price than the market rate as long as Lu Dacheng gave him priority. Nanfeng, tell you what, I'll give you 5 portions of food for those 30 units of wood. How's that? Lu Dacheng, that works. You're the best, boss. At market price, 30 units of wood wouldn't even trade for 4 portions of food. Nanfeng was being very generous, but wood is in high demand in the early stages. Nanfeng couldn't get enough of it and would take whatever was available. After all, upgrading the cabin to the next level requires 300 units of wood. Nanfeng, all right, Let's do the trade. Liu Dachang, you got it.
Nanfeng checked his inventory and took out 2 pieces of iron-clawed rat meat and 3 pieces of 5-striped snake meat to trade with Liu Dachang.
As for the red-eyed rabbit meat and jungle pheasant meat in his bag, Nanfeng decided to keep those for himself. Liu Dachang, thanks boss. Hope you make a fortune. Nanfeng, no problem. Good doing business with you. To harvest 30 units of wood in a single morning, this Liu Daqiang was a real worker. He might even become a wood tycoon later on. Nanfeng decided it was best to stay on good terms with him.
The food soon started steaming and smelled wonderful. Nanfeng's appetite was whetted, and he began to eat heartily. This rabbit meat is so chewy. I'll try the pheasant tonight and see how that tastes.
Halfway through his meal, Nanfeng took 2 more sips of the purified water. He felt incredibly satisfied.
Drinking mana potion worth 50 units of materials just like regular water. The joy of the wealthy is truly simple.
After finishing lunch, Nanfeng rested his eyes for a while. He waited until the purifier had finished all the water before finally getting up.
Nanfeng first listed 10 servings of mana potion and then went into the chat system to advertise. Nanfeng, step right up. Freshly made mana potions, the perfect medicine for hunting monsters.
Nanfeng, only 10 servings available. Once they're gone, they're gone. Don't miss out.
Nanfeng, for just 50 units of materials, you won't be cheated or scammed, but you will get a mana potion to try.
Baojian, holy crap, 50 units of materials. Who can afford that? I don't even have that much in my entire savings.
Wu Yuansheng, this is good stuff, man. Can you make it a bit cheaper?
Liu Dachang. Hey, big shot. How did the meetup go? Wu Yunsheng.
Chu Feihong, what's the point of a mana potion? I haven't used a single point of mana since yesterday. You ran. To the guy above, you clearly don't understand the struggle of us ranged weapon users. Mayong, ranged users, stop humble bragging. We melee users are the ones in real pain here. Mayong, do you have any idea how terrifying it is to let those beasts get close to you?
The chat channel was as lively as ever, with people talking about all sorts of things. But only a very few people were actually interested in buying the mana potions.
This was normal. Mana could be restored for free in the cabin, but once your materials were gone, they were gone.
Nanfeng thought for a moment and realized he might have set the price a little too high. But it didn't matter. He wasn't in a hurry to sell. If they sold, great. If not, he'd just drink them himself. After all, his Desert Eagle was a massive mana hog. Time to pack up and head out. Nanfeng put out the fire and stepped out of the cabin.
Now that the cabin upgrade was finished and a water source was secured,
2 of the goals Nanfeng set for today remained: reaching level 3 and finding iron.
I'll need iron for the next cabin upgrade too.
I wonder if there's an iron mine nearby. If I can find iron before anyone else, I can make another huge profit. But that thought was a bit unrealistic. He decided to focus on leveling up first.
Earlier this morning, he had discovered a nest of arrow bees to the south of the cabin. Nanfeng was now setting his sights on those arrow bees.
If I kill that entire swarm of beasts, it might even be enough to get me to level 4. It's a bit risky, but it's worth a try. Nanfeng decided to live dangerously for once. But having learned his lesson from this morning, he decided to plan things out carefully this time. A regular arrow bee with 95 points of attack. It deals 47 points of damage to me each time, not even counting critical hits.
I only have 130 health points right now, so I'd be dead in at most 3 hits.
Damn, why is my health so low? This is just pathetic. On the way to the arrow bee nest, Nanfeng kept thinking of a strategy to wipe out the entire hive.
I have 140 attack power now, and I can deal 115 points of damage to an arrow bee with each shot.
But since arrow bees have 380 health points, it takes me 4 shots to kill one.
Holy crap, why does a tiny bee have more health than me, and by so much?
Is this even fair? Judging by the stats alone, Nanfeng would have a hard time dealing with even one arrow bee.
However, they are only level 2 beasts, so their intelligence is no match for a human's.
Nanfeng can outsmart them.
As long as this swarm of bees can't find me, I'll be perfectly fine, right?
When he was grilling meat earlier, Nanfeng got smoke in his eyes, and that gave him an idea. He can smoke them out. I'll make a smoke screen and flood the whole hive with it, then snipe them from the outside. How sweet is that? Plus, the nest isn't far from my cabin. If I really get spotted, I can just duck back inside. It's super safe. No sooner said than done.
Nanfeng crept carefully toward the nest, checked the wind direction, and found a perfect spot to start a fire.
The fire grew, and the smoke drifted with the wind toward the hive. But to be safe, Nanfeng had started the fire a bit further away than necessary.
By the time the smoke reached the nest, it had almost dissipated.
Not good enough. I need to move it a bit closer.
Under the cover of the smoke, Nanfeng slowly moved his fire source closer, inch by inch.
The arrow bees nearby started flying frantically. Clearly, they hated the smoke. Wait, since I've got a fire going, why not just burn the whole nest down?
After a moment of thought, Nanfeng abandoned the idea of a direct fire attack. Fire would destroy the hive, but arrow bees can fly. He figured they wouldn't just stay and burn with it. That would be too stupid. They aren't moths throwing themselves into a flame.
Another point, he didn't know if burning them to death would grant experience points.
If it doesn't give XP, it would all be for nothing. He moved a few more meters closer, thinking this was far enough. Any closer, and he'd probably be spotted. Under the cover of smoke, Nanfeng retreated carefully and waited for the breeze to carry the smoke into the hive. Soon the entire arrow bee nest was blanketed in smoke. Hiding behind a tree from a distance, Nanfeng could faintly see a dozen bees flying around, looking confused, wondering where the smoke was coming from. That's close enough. Standing behind the tree, Nanfeng raised his Desert Eagle. He was about 30 meters away, and with his lackluster marksmanship, hitting a fist-sized bee would be tough. But that didn't matter. There were at least 70 or 80 bees. If he just sprayed fire in that direction, he was bound to hit a few. Pew, pew, pew. Nanfeng fired a 3-shot burst, then hid behind the tree without waiting to see if he'd hit anything. After waiting 7 or 8 seconds, he peeked out and saw the bees weren't attacking, so he gave himself a mental pat on the back.
This method works.
Pew, pew, pew. Another 3-shot burst. This time, he saw a pale red number float up from the hive. 115. He'd landed 1 shot. He didn't know which bee he'd hit, let alone if he could hit the same one twice. At this rate, even if I burn through all my mana, I won't kill many bees. Doesn't seem worth it. Nanfeng checked his remaining 5 free attribute points and dumped them all into strength. Damn, who needs health? I want raw damage output. After the upgrade, his strength reached 33, and his attack power hit 165. Now every shot would deal 140 points of damage.
It might not seem like much of an increase, but in his current situation, it was a massive improvement.
Before, it took him 4 shots to kill a bee.
Now it only takes 3.
It's basically a lottery now.
In this smoke, there are dozens of bees, and I have to hit the same one 3 times to get the kill.
Nanfeng pulled a mana potion from his backpack, downed it to recover, and prepared for a war of attrition. He had 1,000 mils of mana potion in his pack, enough to restore a full 500 points of mana. That converts to about 125 shots. He started picking them off one by one, making sure every shot at least hit near the hive instead of missing wildly. Just to be safe, he kept his mana above 50 points to handle any emergencies. Fortunately, the arrow bees weren't very bright, allowing him to basically exploit the system and farm them. Pew, pew, pew. 1 shot after another.
Finally, after firing God knows how many shots, he heard the sound he'd been waiting for.
Ding, you have killed a level 2 common beast arrow bee and gained 20 experience points.
Nice. This method really works.
Nanfeng clenched his fist in excitement and continued the attack.
Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points.
After killing 11 bees in a row, Nanfeng ran into a new problem. He was almost out of mana. That doesn't make sense. Why am I out of mana after only 11 kills? I've definitely fired over 80 shots. Looking at the red numbers popping up in the distance, he did a rough calculation of how many shots he'd landed. Did I just wound most of them without finishing them off? Because of the thick smoke, he couldn't see clearly what was happening near the nest. He checked his status screen and was speechless. Level 2, 387-400. Health 130. Mana 48 and Hurt. 1 more kill and I'll level up to 3.
I've still got 48 mana left. Should I fire 2 more shots?
He had intended to keep the remaining mana for emergencies. But he was only 13 XP away from leveling up. The temptation was too strong.
Going back to refill mana now, is that what a real man would do?
A real man fights until the very end, until he's completely dry. With that thought, Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle once more.
Last 2 shots. No,
3. I really need to save the remaining mana, just in case there's trouble on the way back. Pew! First shot. Muff 140. Hit, but it didn't die. Nanfeng didn't hesitate and fired again.
Weak spot attack. 280. Hit again, but it still didn't die.
The bees in the distance were going crazy, flying all over the place in a frenzy.
Nanfeng didn't care. He aimed based on his gut and fired one last time at the nest.
Weak spot attack. 280. Ding! You have killed a level 2 Lord Beast, Queen Arrow Bee, and gained 80 experience points. Nanfeng was stunned.
Ding! You killed the level 2 boss beast, the Arrow Bee Queen, and gained 80 experience points.
Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 3.
Ding! Your strength has increased by 5 points.
Ding! Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your spirit has increased by 5 points. Ding! You have obtained 5 free attribute points. Announcement! The Chosen One, Nanfeng, has successfully killed the level 2 boss beast, the Arrow Bee Queen. As the first Chosen One in this region to kill a level 2 boss beast, the rewards are Reputation +1, Stamina +4. The sudden series of announcements left Nanfeng stunned. There was a boss-level beast inside this hive, and I actually managed to kill it? Nanfeng recovered from his shock and quickly deduced the truth. This boss-level Arrow Bee Queen was most likely a special type of beast with no combat ability, solely focused on reproduction.
Under normal circumstances, the Arrow Bee Queen would not be so easy to kill, protected by a large swarm of arrow bees.
Nanfeng estimated that it would have taken at least level 4 or 5 to take down such a large hive on his own. But he had exploited a bug this time. By using the low intelligence of the arrow bees and the smoke screening tactic, he managed to enter a farming mode and grind the queen to death. You could call it a stroke of extreme luck. I wonder if I stepped in dog shit when I left the house today. How am I this lucky? Nanfeng nearly laughed out loud. But as he glanced back at the beehive, his smile quickly faded. After the Arrow Bee Queen died, the swarm was left without a leader. They hovered near the hive for a moment before scattering in all directions. A dozen of them were flying right towards Nanfeng. Crap! I'm done for!
Nanfeng had been daydreaming, and by now, the arrow bees had entered his 10-meter radius. They had spotted him.
The arrow bees had found the culprit and were buzzing as they flapped their wings.
Soon, all the arrow bees that had been flying in other directions turned and headed toward Nanfeng. Time to bail. Nanfeng didn't dare to hesitate and bolted. With this many arrow bees, if each one shot a single stinger, he would be turned into a pincushion. Nanfeng was once again chased back to his wooden cabin by a massive swarm of beasts. Huff, huff, huff. That was close. Back in the cabin, Nanfeng quickly pulled the stingers from his back and spared a moment to check his status bar. Level 3, Night Hit 67. Health points, 62, or 120. Mana points, 86 or 40. With only 62 HP left, a couple more hits and he would be dead out there. Fortunately, the hive wasn't far from the cabin, and after leveling up, his agility had increased by 5, making him much faster. Otherwise, he might not have made it back. Bzz. Outside the cabin, dozens of arrow bees circled around, occasionally launching a stinger at the walls. Nanfeng felt like he was reliving yesterday. Only this time, the iron-clawed rats had been replaced by arrow bees.
It's a shame I'm so dizzy and lightheaded right now I can barely stand.
Otherwise, I could have reaped another huge wave of XP. The arrow bees' stingers had a hallucinogenic effect, causing overlapping illusions to appear before his eyes. In this state, it was hard to hit the bees flying in the air. Rather than waste mana, he decided to rest for a bit.
The upgraded cabin restored 15 HP and mana per minute.
In just over 10 minutes, Nanfeng was fully restored to peak condition. Time to farm! The hallucination effect had worn off, so Nanfeng grabbed his Desert Eagle and opened the cabin's ramshackle door. Outside, most of the arrow bees had dispersed after losing their target, which annoyed him slightly.
What a shame, I've lost so much potential XP. Nanfeng sighed and picked off the remaining dozen or so arrow bees one by one.
After reaching level 3, he could deal 182 damage per shot, but it didn't really matter. Because the arrow bees had 380 HP, he still needed 3 shots to kill one.
The Arrow Bee Queen I killed was a boss-level beast. It will likely drop some equipment. I have to go check the body.
After clearing the bees around the cabin, Nanfeng didn't hesitate and sprinted toward the hive.
Looks like there's loot. Another treasure chest.
From a distance, Nanfeng spotted the massive corpse of the Arrow Bee Queen, with a gray chest beside it shimmering with a faint light.
With the queen dead, the remaining swarm had scattered. The few stragglers left couldn't stop him from looting the body. Pew! 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 Nanfeng swiftly dispatched the last few bees and hurriedly opened the chest. Ding! You opened an F-rank gray chest and obtained a shabby leather tunic X1.
Hearing the system notification in his ear, Nanfeng felt a wave of joy.
It dropped loot.
Shabby leather tunic. Rank, F rank, low grade.
Type, upper body. Attribute, stamina +2.
A leather tunic made from red-eyed rabbit skin, a unique product of this primitive world. Seeing the brief stats, Nanfeng's face darkened.
That's it? Just that? This is all the equipment does?
Even a dog would shake its head at this.
Nanfeng grumbled as he put on the leather tunic. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly.
True points of stamina, I guess it's better than nothing. Regardless, this tunic had stats, making it much better than the t-shirt he was already wearing.
2 points of stamina is equivalent to 20 HP, so it's actually pretty decent. After looting the chest, Nanfeng took a moment to clean up the battlefield. The regular arrow bees didn't drop anything, not even meat, but Nanfeng managed to scavenge 5 units of honey from the queen's corpse. Ding! You obtained Honey X5. Honey, dilute in water and consume to increase spirit by 2.0.
The honey only grants the effect the first time it is consumed. Subsequent servings do not increase spirit.
Nanfeng decided to keep one for himself and sell the rest on the trading system. Of course, if he could trade one for some vigor grass with Yuran, that would be even better. With his inventory organized, Nanfeng thought for a moment and decided to continue hunting beasts to level up.
It's still early, so I'll wander around the vicinity to map out the terrain near my cabin and kill some beast for experience along the way. This morning, Nanfeng had set 4 small goals: reach level 3, upgrade the cabin, find a water source, and find an iron deposit. He had already completed 3 of them, with only the iron deposit remaining. But he wasn't in a hurry. Iron deposits weren't as common as wood or stone. If he couldn't find one, it was unlikely other chosen ones would find one so easily either.
By the end of the afternoon, Nanfeng had explored within a 500-meter radius of his cabin, clearing out many beasts and reaching level 352. He was now 9th on the level leaderboard, just inside the top 10. That stint of bug exploiting against the arrow bees had gained him a ton of XP, sending his ranking soaring.
My leveling efficiency isn't half bad.
There was no one on the leaderboard who had reached level 4 yet, meaning the gap between him and those ahead wasn't too large. Of course, unless he found another swarm of arrow bees, it wouldn't be easy to catch up to the top.
It's getting dark, about time to head back, huh?
Just as he was about to head home, Nanfeng was taken aback. A short distance ahead, tucked between 2 large trees, stood a wooden cabin.
Nanfeng is currently located less than 500 meters in a straight line from his own cabin.
This means that the distance between the chosen ones is actually not very far.
After a while, once everyone's levels improve, the chosen ones will inevitably cross paths sooner or later.
In Nanfeng's view, humans plotting against each other is far more terrifying than hunting wild beasts. This cabin must belong to that guy, Huang Peng, right? Yesterday evening, a bald murderer tried to kill Nanfeng, but ended up getting killed by him instead.
Huang Peng was only at level 1 at the time, yet he managed to cross over 500 meters through this forest without being bitten to death by beasts. It is hard to say if he was just lucky or actually strong.
Nanfeng did not overthink it. After observing for a while, he cautiously crept toward the cabin. Upon getting close, Nanfeng peered through the cracks in the cabin walls. Nobody was there.
No one here at this hour. This must be Huang Peng's cabin for sure. Nanfeng took the demolition permit for Huang Peng out of his backpack and pressed it against the cabin, but nothing happened.
That is not right. Is this how you use this thing?
Nanfeng pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered he also had a demolition permit for Chen Ping in his bag.
That poor guy was a chosen one, killed by Huang Peng.
He took out the demolition permit for Chen Ping, and this time a system notification sounded in his ears.
Ding! Do you want to demolish this building? Nanfeng did not hesitate. Yes. Crash.
The cabin before him began to collapse, and within 5 seconds it turned into a neat pile of wood and a neat pile of stones.
These two materials are exactly what the Chosen Ones need most right now. Awesome.
Nanfeng was delighted and hurriedly collected the materials into his backpack.
Ding, you have obtained 50 units of wood.
Ding, you have obtained 30 units of stones.
A total of 80 units of materials. That is not too many, but not too few either.
After all, it is just an F-grade cabin, so you cannot expect too much.
Nanfeng checked the sky and headed home in high spirits.
He had a good harvest today, and he needed to organize everything, sell what needed to be sold, and check the trading channel to buy some things to further boost his strength.
And out in the wild, Nanfeng's nerves were constantly on edge, having to guard against any movement around him at all times, fearing that a beast might suddenly jump out and ambush him.
Back in the safety of his cabin, Nanfeng could finally relax.
Start a fire and grill some meat. Nanfeng quickly built a campfire and put a piece of jungle peasant meat onto roast.
He did not stay idle while the meat was grilling. He opened the chat channel to chat with the other users.
Champagne? So at that critical moment, my potential exploded, and I landed a glorious Ultra Fist right on the bloodthirsty wolf's nose.
Shenpan, as everyone knows, the nose is a very fragile organ. Even though the bloodthirsty wolf is a level 5 beast, it was still sent stumbling back several steps, howling in pain from my punch. Shenpan, how could I let such a good opportunity slip by? Shenpan, I immediately launched a Lagrange flying kick, followed by a lethal slide tackle, then an A followed by an E, and then an outer rim slash. The moment he opened the chat channel, Nanfeng saw a chosen one named Shen Pan writing a short story.
The entire chat channel was being spammed by him.
Wow, a level 5 bloodthirsty wolf? Nanfeng was secretly surprised. This Shen Pan killed a level 5 beast? That is impressive.
In the chat channel,
Shenpan, I fought the bloodthirsty wolf for 300 rounds, and just when victory was within reach, I didn't expect it to call for backup. Shenpan, it let out a heaven-shaking howl and summoned a pack of wolf buddies.
Shenpan, a hero knows when to retreat, so I had no choice but to let it go and return triumphantly.
The chat channel was silent for a while before other chosen ones finally spoke up.
Baojian, triumphantly? I think you scurried back to your cabin like a loser.
Wu Yuansheng, man, I actually thought you really killed a level 5 beast. I didn't even dare to breathe for fear of distracting you.
Yorin, wow, Shenpan, you are amazing for being able to fight a level 5 beast for 300 rounds.
Tian Xiping, haha, you guys believe this nonsense? Glorious Ultra Fist, Lagrange flying kick, it is obviously all made up.
Shenpan, don't worry about the details. The point is that I really did encounter a bloodthirsty wolf today and almost killed it. So, am I a badass or what?
Nanfeng, big boss, you are impressive. Nanfeng played along and replied. Nanfeng had checked the level rankings earlier and found this Shenpan ranked 3rd, so he is definitely strong. It is possible he actually encountered a level 5 bloodthirsty wolf.
But whether he killed the wolf or the wolf killed him is up for debate.
Liu Daqiang, wow, the big boss Nanfeng is finally online.
Huang Yuanming, at Nanfeng, brother, I heard you killed a level 2 Lord-grade beast. Did any divine artifacts drop?
Wu Wansheng, is a Lord-grade beast very strong? And what is the prestige you earned used for?
Yorin, at Nanfeng, boss, can your mana potions be a bit cheaper? As soon as Nanfeng said one thing, a bunch of people started tagging him, asking all sorts of questions. What the heck? How do they know I killed a Lord-grade beast? Nanfeng recalled for a moment and remembered. When he killed the Arrow Bee Queen, the system issued a regional announcement, and all the chosen ones in the area heard it. The chat channel must have exploded back then with people tagging him, but he just never looked. Oh damn, I was so busy killing monsters and leveling up that I didn't check the chat channel. I missed a chance to show off. Nanfeng scratched his hair in annoyance and then started answering the other chosen ones' questions. Nanfeng, at Yuan Yuanming, a dragon-slaying sword dropped. 1 hit and it deals 999 damage. It's pretty sweet. Nanfeng, at Wu Yuansheng, Lord-grade beasts are very strong. I advise everyone not to mess with them. Just leave them for me to kill. Has. I don't know what the prestige is for yet. I'll look into it when I have time.
Nanfeng, at Yoren, little sister, let's talk in private.
Nanfeng, bosses, I have listed a lot of food, fair prices and no cheating. Go grab them while you can. I also have 1 portion of honey that increases energy by 2 points. First come, first served. DM me if you want it.
Within 2 seconds of sending the message, Nanfeng received a pile of private messages.
Liu Daqiang, Big Boss Nanfeng, do you still need wood? I chopped a lot more this afternoon.
Nanfeng, yes, I'm taking all I can get.
Huang Yuanming, brother, save a portion of honey for me. I know you definitely have more than one.
Nanfeng, you figured that out, huh?
Huang Yuanming, can it be cheaper? I'm very poor right now.
Nanfeng, let me see what others offer. Then I'll give you a 2% discount.
Huang Yuanming.
Wu Yuansheng, brother, will you sell the honey for 50 units of materials?
Nanfeng, what a generous boss. Let's trade now.
Nanfeng glanced at the other private messages and saw that 50 units was the highest offer, so he decided to make the trade.
This is only the second day since they arrived here, and while the chosen ones have stored quite a bit of material, most need to save them to upgrade their lifebound weapons, upgrade their cabins, or trade for food. Not many are willing to trade materials for honey. Honey only boosts energy, not strength.
In these early stages, energy is certainly not as important as raw strength. Yoren, big brother, will you trade honey for some power grass?
Nanfeng was delighted, thinking to himself that this girl really did have power grass.
Power grass is a great item that adds 2 points of strength. It's much more valuable than honey.
Nanfeng, little sister, I didn't even trade it when others offered 100 units of material just waiting for you.
Yoren, men's words are full of lies.
Yuren, Wu Yuansheng is bragging in the chat channel right now about how he bought the only portion of honey for 50 units of materials.
Nanfeng rubbed his nose in embarrassment.
Nanfeng, don't worry about the details, little sister. Let's trade.
The trade was completed quickly. Ding! You have obtained 1 strength grass. Nanfeng did not hesitate. He popped the strength grass directly into his mouth and swallowed it. Ding! Strength grass consumed successfully. Your strength +2. You have developed a tolerance to strength grass. Further consumption will no longer increase your attributes. Pity. This stuff builds up tolerance. Otherwise, I'd eat it every day and become a god. Nanfeng indulged in a moment of unrealistic fantasy. You ran, big brother. Can you lower the price of your mana potions? 50 units of materials is just too expensive. Nanfeng glanced at the trading channel and found that out of the 10 units of clean water he had listed that afternoon, only 5 had been sold. Shenpan bought 1, Wu Yuansheng bought 1, and Yuran bought 3. Well, look at that. This girl is a heavy mana user. For such an expensive mana potion, she bought 3 in one afternoon, which is equivalent to 150 units of materials. Definitely a little rich girl. Seeing that Nanfeng didn't reply, Yuran sent a few more messages. Yuran, at this stage, most chosen don't consume much mana. Your mana potions will be hard to sell. Yuran, instead of letting them gather dust, why don't you sell them to me cheaper in a bulk deal? Nanfeng, call me big brother. Yuran, big brother. Nanfeng 5 mana potions for 2 toughness grass. Yuran seemed surprised, not understanding how Nanfeng knew she had toughness grass. After a long silence, she replied, Okay, Nanfeng decisively delisted the 5 portions of clean water and completed the trade with Yuran. 2 stalks of toughness grass in hand. Toughness grass. Consuming it increases the chosen's stamina by 2. Note: the consumption limit for each chosen is 2 stalks. Eating more is ineffective. After the trade, Yuran asked curiously, How did you know I had toughness grass? Nanfeng chuckled. I installed surveillance in your wooden cabin. Yuran, really? Do you want me to perform a striptease for you? Nanfeng, no need for that. But when we meet in the future, you can perform it in person. Yuran. Gross. Chatting with a pretty girl can really lift one's mood. Nanfeng happily ended the conversation with Yuran and continued replying to other chosen. 5 minutes later, Nanfeng sold 2 portions of honey, exchanging them for a flame fruit and 40 units of materials. The Arrow Bee Queen had dropped a total of 5 portions of honey. Nanfeng sold 4 and kept 1 to eat himself. In the trading channel, most of the food Nanfeng had listed had been traded away. Nanfeng checked his backpack. Wood 396, stones 414, psychedelic fangs 3, honey 1, toughness grass 2, flame fruit 1, and various beast meats with 810 units of wood and stone combined. Nanfeng could now consider himself quite well off. Upgrading the cabin requires 300 wood, 200 stones and 20 iron bars. Upgrading my destiny weapon requires 50 wood, 100 stones and 10 iron bars. My wood and stones are enough for now, but I still have no clue where to find iron bars. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Nanfeng closed the attribute panel. The roasted meat in front of him was already sizzling and emitting an alluring aroma. Time to eat. Nanfeng ate heartily, then drank the last of the honey mixed with water, which added 2 points of energy. After finishing the meat, he took out the flame fruit he had just acquired and ate it with satisfaction. Nice to have dessert after a meal. The flame fruit provides 5% fire resistance, which is useless to Nanfeng for the moment, but it will definitely come in handy in the future. After eating and drinking his fill, Nanfeng chatted with netizens in the chat channel for a while, then went to the trading system to buy 1,000 millimeters of fresh water, placed it in his high-quality water purification device, and only then began to plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the third day since I arrived here. In my current area, there are 613 people left, and 387 have already died. Only a few dozen died today. It seems everyone has become a lot more cautious. Nanfeng took out his wooden dagger and started sketching on the ground. I need to pay close attention to the top 10 chosen on the level leaderboard, especially this Yuran girl. Her high demand for mana potions suggests she must be leaving her cabin to hunt beasts in a fairly remote area, and that place must be rich in herbs. The fact that she could easily produce so many attribute-boosting herbs for trading means she has already developed a tolerance herself. Strength grass boosts strength. Toughness grass boosts stamina. I wonder if there are herbs that boost agility. I'll ask her tomorrow. Besides Yuran, Xiao Luo, the number 1 on the level board, is also worth focusing on. This big shot can produce healing food, which is a life-saving resource. I should look for an opportunity to build a good relationship and do some mutually beneficial trading. Oh, right. Wu Yuansheng met up with some netizens today. Wonder how that went. I haven't been paying much attention. And that Shen Pan, I wonder if his posts are true. Being able to trade blows with a level 5 beast, he must be quite strong. Well, the main task tomorrow is to find iron bars. I can't stay stuck here forever. After organizing his thoughts, Nanfeng finished planning his day tomorrow. Outside the cabin, the roars of beasts echoed continuously. It's starting again. Nanfeng looked outside through the window. In the pitch-black woods, dark shadows darted through from time to time, and the terrifying aura of the beasts made it hard for Nanfeng to breathe. The nights in this primitive world are just too terrifying. Nanfeng closed the window and fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by the howls of the beasts. The next morning, Nanfeng got up, ate something, and set off on his journey again. Before leaving, he listed 5 portions of the clean water he had purified last night on the trading system, and kept another 5 on his person. He had already explored the area around his cabin yesterday, so today he definitely had to go further. Having some mana potions with him gave him a sense of security. Let's check out the place where I found the beehive yesterday. I wonder if these beasts respawn. Nanfeng arrived at yesterday's hunting spot with high hopes. It was completely empty. Even the corpses of the arrow bees from yesterday were gone. Looks like wild monsters don't respawn. What a pity. Nanfeng shook his head and continued exploring in that direction. As he went further, he hunted 5 or 6 level 1 and 2 beasts along the way, gradually reaching deep into the jungle. Suddenly, Nanfeng felt a strong urge to urinate. Finding no one around, he picked a spot with a wide view that seemed relatively safe and started to relieve himself. In the middle of doing so, Nanfeng felt the atmosphere turn slightly strange. The surrounding trees were massive, with an average trunk diameter thick enough for 2 men to wrap their arms around. The dense branches and leaves blocked out almost all the sunlight. But that wasn't the main point. The point was that Nanfeng spotted many animal skeletons nearby. There's a very strong beast nearby. This is its territory. Nanfeng quickly processed this in his mind, immediately shook himself off, pulled up his pants and bolted. Just as Nanfeng was about to escape the area, tree vines hidden under the fallen leaves suddenly began to contract, trying to ensnare him. At Triant, Nanfeng was shocked and hurriedly performed a massive leap, dodging the jiaosha of several vines. Pew! 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 Nanfeng fired randomly at his surroundings, and magic bullets blasted out. About 40 or 50 meters away, a light red one popped up from a giant tree. It hit. Eye of Insight! From such a distance, Nanfeng tried releasing his Eye of Insight, and to his surprise, it actually succeeded. Jungle Trait? Analyzing trade data to locate rare herbs proves Nanfeng is more than a simple fighter. He is a strategist. Yet, the unknown level of the Treant suggests that raw intelligence means nothing when you are physically outclassed by nature. Nanfeng understands that in a survival economy, permanent attribute gains are the only true currency. While others hoard temporary supplies, he is focused on physiological evolution to stay ahead of the game's rapidly escalating difficulty curve. Jungle Treant. Level? HP. Skills. The string of question marks left Nanfeng dumbfounded. What the hell? Running into a beast covered in question marks the moment I step outside? How am I supposed to play this? Fortunately, Nanfeng reacted quickly and slipped away in time. Otherwise, he would already be a pile of fertilizer. Even so, he still got slapped hard by one of the vines, losing 185 HP. Agony! Holding his bloody face with one hand, Nanfeng bolted away headlong. The jungle treant's vines were only about 50 or 60 meters long, and Nanfeng soon escaped its attack range. Behind him, the vines whipped around frantically, slicing through the air with shrill whistling sounds. The prey had slipped away, and the jungle treant was clearly furious. Screw you, you overgrown plant! Nanfeng turned his head, cursed, and stuck his middle finger up at the jungle treant. Seeming to sense the insult, the treant's branches shook violently, and its massive trunk, 2 or 3 meters thick, actually began to slowly crawl out of the mud. Damn it, it can actually move! Nanfeng didn't dare to linger any longer and ran for his life. Running all the way back to his small wooden cabin, Nanfeng hid behind the window and watched for a long time, only breathing a sigh of relief once he was sure the jungle treant wasn't following. This jungle treant is less than 2 kilometers away from my cabin. That's way too close. Nanfeng felt that danger lurked everywhere around his cabin. I wonder if the other chosen ones are in the same boat. The eastern route is a dead end. Once my vitals are back to full, I'll head south and check it out. The south was where he had discovered the poison swamp toad earlier, and Nanfeng decided to explore that direction to see if he could find anything useful. During his break, Nanfeng opened the chat channel. At this hour, the chosen ones were either out hunting beasts or busy chopping wood and gathering stones, so there wasn't much activity in the chat. Ling Chi, is there any kind brother who can come and save me? I'm so hungry. Wah! This girl named Ling Chi had been whining in the chat for 3 days straight, and Nanfeng couldn't help but admire her persistence. She really does have stamina for crying. After resting for another 10 minutes, the wound on Nanfeng's face had completely healed, leaving no scars at all. Time to head out. Nanfeng had been pushed out of the top 10 on the level leaderboard, dropping to 12th place, which gave him a strong sense of urgency. I must hurry and level up! This time, Nanfeng chose a different direction and headed south, soon arriving at the small pond where the poison swamp toad lived. After clearing out the beasts around the pond, Nanfeng's experience points had reached 455 out of 800. The beasts nearby are mostly level 1 or 2, and the experience they give is too low. I need to go further out. As he continued forward for a while, a system notification chimed in his ears. Announcement. The Chosen One, Xiao Luo, is the first in this region to reach level 4. Reputation +1. Ding! Detected that a Chosen One has reached level 4 in this region. The map function is now available to all Chosen Ones. Map function? Nanfeng opened his interface, and sure enough, a map panel had appeared. Opening the map, he saw that most of the area was pitch black, with only the regions he had already explored being lit up. In the chat channel, Q Feihong, whoa, big brother Xiao Luo is already level 4? Isn't that leveling speed a bit too fast? Baojian, I refuse to accept this. I want to level up too. Well, Yuansheng, what does reputation do anyway? Can the big boss come out and explain? The sudden announcement had made the chat channel quite lively. But after a long time, Xiao Luo didn't show up to chat, and everyone stopped pestering and went back to what they were doing. The first to level 4 even gets a reward, Nanfeng muttered to himself. I need to hurry up even more and aim to be the first to reach level 5. Nanfeng continued forward, hunting along the way, until he finally encountered a beast he hadn't seen before. Heavy armored beetle, level 3. HP 4000, 4000, mana 150, attack 110, defense 120, skills bite super defense. A level 3 beast, the heavy armored beetle. The beetle was about the size of 2 fists, its back shell etched with mysterious patterns, and its pair of giant pincers were incredibly sharp. If one got bitten, a finger would definitely be severed. This little thing has pretty high defense. This was the first level 3 beast Nanfeng had encountered. Compared to the level 2 elite poison swamp toad, the heavy armored beetle had slightly higher defense but lower attack and HP. This beast wasn't much of a threat to Nanfeng. With that thought, Nanfeng decisively opened fire. Whoosh! Super defense 40. Nanfeng shot the beetle's shell, but the mana bullet just grazed it, sparking off the shell and deflecting to the side. The shot only dealt 40 damage. So low? Nanfeng was secretly startled. At this rate, it would take him 11 shots to kill one heavy armored beetle. That was extremely inefficient. Whoosh! Having been shot, the beetle immediately spread its wings and lunged at Nanfeng. Most beetles can fly, but Nanfeng didn't panic and decisively fired 2 more shots. Miss! Miss! Both shots missed, but this was within Nanfeng's expectations. He was well aware of his own marksmanship. He was fine hitting stationary targets, but hitting a moving one was just pathetic. It was all luck. The heavy armored beetle dove at Nanfeng's arm, its 2 giant pincers snapping shut. Bite! How true of impoachment! The beetle's attack only dealt 29 damage to Nanfeng. It wasn't a major issue. My defense is as high as 81 now, so I'm pretty tough too, you know? Stamina and energy affect the defense stat. Yesterday, between eating the fortitude herb, drinking honey, leveling up, and the 4 points of stamina from killing the Arrow Bee Queen, Nanfeng's defense had surged significantly. Putting away his desert eagle, Nanfeng pinned the beetle against a nearby tree trunk, then pulled out his wooden dagger and stabbed it right into a gap in the beetle's shell. Weakness hit 150. Seeing the pale red 150 float up, Nanfeng was delighted. Just as I thought. The beetle's shell provided extremely high defense and the super defense effect which halved incoming damage. But conversely, the soft body underneath the shell was the beetle's weakness. Nanfeng stabbed twice more, triggering weakness hit both times, and easily butchered the beetle. Ding! You killed a level 3 ordinary beast heavy armored beetle, gained 30 EXP. In this fight, Nanfeng consumed 29 HP and 12 mana. The consumption is a bit high, but the EXP is delicious. He would need to hunt 3 level 2 beasts to get 30 EXP. EXP gained from lower level beasts equals beast level 10 divided by 1, plus the level difference. Checking his HP, he still had 208 points left, and Nanfeng gritted his teeth, deciding to grind until he reached level 4 right there. The further I am from the cabin, the more dangerous it is. Leveling up first is definitely the right choice. No sooner said than done. Nanfeng used his left arm as bait to lure the heavy armored beetle into biting him, then seized the opportunity to stab it with his wooden dagger. My dear left arm, you're going to have a hard time today, Nanfeng thought, as he looked at his injury-covered arm. The heavy beetle might be a level 3 fierce beast, but it is not large, so Nanfeng can easily pin it against a tree trunk, leaving it unable to move. The price Nanfeng has to pay is losing 29 health points and enduring the pain of being pinched by its mandibles. I need to kill 9 more heavy beetles to level up, but my health won't hold out. I should buy some snacks online. After killing another heavy beetle using the same method, Nanfeng opened the trading system and looked at the delicious roasted meat. It costs 50 units of materials to buy 1 portion of this roasted meat. The effect is restoring 5 health points per minute for 10 minutes, which means a total of 50 health points. Profiteer! Nanfeng spat, didn't buy it directly, but instead chose to add Xiao Luo as a friend first to try and haggle. As a child, Nanfeng often followed his mother to the vegetable market. His mother's bargaining skills were extremely deep, earning her the title of King of Bargaining, and all the small vendors in the market would bow to her. Nanfeng watched for so many years and picked up a bit of experience himself. Although he never haggles when he buys things. Honestly, what young person these days bargains? The friend request was quickly accepted, and before Nanfeng could speak, Xiao Luo sent a message first. Xiao Luo! Nanfeng thought to himself, this guy looks like a cold-hearted loner. Watch me use my 36 sycophantic tactics to win him over. After thinking for a second, Nanfeng sent a message. Big boss, please show some love. Xiao Luo, get to the point. My God, how cold! Nanfeng was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Luo to be indifferent to his sycophantic tactics. This is definitely a tough one. Nanfeng gave up on the idea of winning him over and went straight to the point. Big boss, I want to buy some delicious roasted meat. Can you give me a better price? Xiao Luo, how much do you want? Nanfeng, 6. Let's go with 5 portions. Nanfeng, how about I buy 5 portions of roasted meat for 200 units of materials? Xiao Luo, no, I want 100 units of materials and 3 portions of clean fresh water. Xiao Luo flatly rejected Nanfeng's counteroffer and then stated his own price. Nanfeng did the math. Good lord, not a single cent was knocked off the price. However, Nanfeng's mana potions aren't as popular as Xiao Luo's meat, and they don't sell many in a day, so this trade isn't a total loss for him. But Nanfeng felt irritated. As the son of the king of bargaining, not getting a single cent off the price, can Nanfeng handle this kind of frustration? Who do you think you're looking down on? Nanfeng, I came here to haggle, and you didn't drop the price even a little bit. You're making me lose face here. Xiao Luo was silent for a few seconds before replying. Then, 98% of the price? Nanfeng, big boss, deal. Let's trade. Nanfeng used 95 units of materials plus 3 portions of clean fresh water to get 5 portions of delicious roasted meat. Just by using his smooth talk, he saved 5 units of materials, though Nanfeng felt it didn't seem to make much difference. 5 portions of roasted meat can restore 250 health points, enough for me to reach level 4. Nanfeng ate 1 portion first to slowly recover health, then continued searching for heavy beetles. Level 1 and 2 fierce beasts are rare in this area, while level 3 heavy beetles are everywhere. It's a great place to level up. Unfortunately, the desert eagle is completely countered by the shell of the heavy beetle, so Nanfeng has to use a wooden dagger to kill them, which is much less efficient. This is the territory of the heavy beetles. I wonder if I will encounter a beetle king. While hunting heavy beetles, Nanfeng is also constantly paying attention to the surroundings to avoid any sudden appearances of elite or lord-level beasts that might catch him off guard. However, Nanfeng's worries seem to be somewhat redundant. In half an hour, he killed 7 heavy beetles without seeing any sign of a beetle king. Level 3, 755, 855. If I kill 2 more, I can reach level 4. To be safe, let me recover some health before continuing. Nanfeng didn't get carried away, instead finding a relatively safe place to wait for his health to recover. He only has 153 health points left, which is still quite dangerous. While waiting, Nanfeng glanced at the leaderboard and found his ranking back in the top 10, at 8th place. First place, Xiao Luo. 2nd place, Wu Yuansheng. 3rd place, Shen Pan. 4th place, Su Yihan. 5th place, Su Ziran. 6th place, Xu Ming Ruvi. 7th place, Yoren Blurry 3. 8th place, Nanfeng. The top 5 on the leaderboard are already level 4, who are 4th and 6th. I haven't seen them before, Nanfeng recalled, but didn't have much of an impression. Nanfeng doesn't spend much time in the group chat, so it's normal not to know everyone. These two are leveling up so fast, even passing me. They probably found a beast nest. Nanfeng previously discovered an arrow bee nest and used a bug to hunt many arrow bees, gaining a massive amount of experience. These two probably did the same, but Nanfeng isn't panicking. His leveling speed is not slow. He got 210 experience points in half an hour. It just takes a toll on his health. After a few more minutes, Nanfeng checked his health and it had recovered to 203. After killing 2 more to hit level 4, I'll switch to a different place to level up, Nanfeng decided. Fighting beasts hand-to-hand is too dangerous. Nanfeng still prefers to stay far away and use the Desert Eagle to deal damage. Moving forward, Nanfeng continued to search for heavy beetles. Rumble! Suddenly, Nanfeng felt the ground trembling slightly. It seemed like some beast was running wildly through the forest. A beast capable of causing such a commotion must be a big one. Without a word, Nanfeng climbed up a big tree and used the leaves to conceal himself. The ground was still trembling. Nanfeng held his breath, looked out through the gaps between the leaves, searching for the position of the beast. At the same time, Nanfeng quickly bought 2 portions of delicious roasted meat, ready to fill his health bar to face any possible crisis. I really can't eat any more. In the last half hour, Nanfeng had already eaten 5 portions, and he felt a bit nauseous just looking at the meat. If only this stuff didn't restore health? Nanfeng frowned and stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth in big bites. It was delicious, though. The tremor became more intense, and even the tree Nanfeng was in began to shake slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Hearing this sound, Nanfeng was energized and hurriedly looked down. A basketball-sized heavy beetle flew over from afar and landed on the trunk, right where Nanfeng was in the tree. Insight Eye. Nanfeng focused his mind and hurriedly released the skill. Iron Beetle, Level 4, Elite Level Beast. Health, 260 million. Mana, 190 and 100 myth. Attack, 190. Defense, 180. Skills Bite Super Defense, Level 4 Elite Beast. Good lord, 180 defense points and 980 health points. I couldn't beat it even with 10 of me. Wait, Nanfeng was suddenly stunned and reread the Iron Beetle's attributes. It only has 260 health points left. There is another beast here! Nanfeng quickly realized. Right, this Iron Beetle is only the size of a basketball. It's impossible for it to make the earth shake. The only possibility is that the Iron Beetle is fighting another beast. And the cracks all over the Iron Beetle's shell prove this. Rumble! Nanfeng's guess was quickly verified. A giant wild boar, over 3 meters long, came rushing over. This boar was covered in bloody wounds, bleeding as it ran, looking terrifying. These wounds were made by the Iron Beetle's big mandibles. Oink! Oink! The giant boar spotted the Iron Beetle perched on the tree trunk. Its eyes turned red, and it charged with all its might. Savage charge! Boom! The big tree shook violently. The pig crashed into the tree. The giant wild boar slammed into the tree trunk, making the whole tree shake violently. Nanfeng held onto the branch for dear life, managing to stay on. That is some incredible strength. Nanfeng roughly estimated that the giant boar weighed at least over a ton. If it were to hit you, you would not be able to handle it. Insight Eye. Nanfeng looked at the wild boar under the tree and hastily activated his skill. Blood-toothed boar. Level 5. HP 365 Mamich Mana 60 pound 80. Attack 210. Defense 160. Skills Boar Charge. Take a bite. This is a level 5 ferocious beast, yet the blood-toothed boar's stats are actually lower than the level 4 iron-shelled beetle. This iron-shelled beetle truly lives up to its elite grade status, being able to challenge higher-level foes. The level 2 elite beast, the poison swamp toad that Nanfeng encountered by the pond yesterday, also had stats equivalent to a level 3 beast, making it quite formidable. By the way, where is that iron-shelled beetle? Nanfeng quickly locked his focus onto the battle below. After slamming into the tree, the blood-toothed boar was now dizzy and reeling, unable to even stand steady. And on its neck, the iron-shelled beetle had already opened its massive pincers and clamped down hard. Gnaw! Oink! The blood-toothed boar let out a blood-curdling scream and started charging around blindly like a headless fly. Dust swirled and leaves flew everywhere. The iron-shelled beetle held tight to the blood-toothed boar's neck, tearing the wound open and causing blood to gush out. The blood-toothed boar has entered a bleeding state. This boar is done for. The iron-shelled beetle is impressive. To think it could really win against a higher level. Up in the tree, Nanfeng pulled out his Desert Eagle, considering whether to snatch the kill. The iron-shelled beetle still has over 200 HP, and with its high attack and defense, I doubt I can beat it. If I try to steal this kill, I might end up dying here myself. It is too dangerous. Nanfeng did not want to risk his life for just this bit of experience. Unless this blood-toothed boar drops equipment. Nanfeng lay on a branch as thick as an arm, watching the battle below with rapt attention. This duel between beasts was nearing its end. The blood-toothed boar had no way to deal with the iron-shelled beetle on its neck, and could only lash out in futile rage, rolling on the ground. But just then, the situation suddenly turned around. The blood-toothed boar rubbed itself violently against the ground and actually managed to scrape the iron-shelled beetle off. The iron-shelled beetle's pincers still held a large chunk of flesh that it had torn from the blood-toothed boar's neck. Snort! Snort! The blood-toothed boar reacted incredibly quickly, immediately opening its mouth and biting down hard at the iron-shelled beetle with its blood-red tusks. Take a bite. This is the blood-toothed boar's skill. Up in the tree, Nanfeng heard a sharp, snapping sound. The iron-shelled beetle's sturdy shell cracked! Nanfeng was stunned. Good heavens, the tables have turned. The iron-shelled beetle already had low HP, and this bite from the blood-toothed boar triggered a critical weak point strike, finishing the beetle off. Ding! A gray treasure chest appeared beside the corpse of the iron-shelled beetle. Up in the tree, Nanfeng's eyes lit up as he raised his desert eagle. Facing the iron-shelled beetle, Nanfeng was timid, but against the blood-toothed boar, he was ready to strike hard, because the iron-shelled beetle's shell had a super defense effect that reduced damage by 50%. Nanfeng's current attack power couldn't even break through its defense. Of course, Nanfeng could have used his wooden dagger to poke at the parts of the beetle not covered by the shell, but that would require getting close, which was too risky, and he did not want to know how it felt to be pinched by those massive claws. But the blood-toothed boar was much easier to deal with. Firstly, it was large enough that at this close range, Nanfeng could hit it easily. Secondly, the blood-toothed boar had very little HP left, and was in a bleeding state, leaving it with less than 1/10 of its original strength. Finally, Nanfeng was up in the tree. As everyone knows, pigs cannot climb trees. So Nanfeng was perfectly safe. Thinking this, Nanfeng hesitated no longer and fired 3 quick shots. Mindmat 3, Wayne Vaughan! Munyak Bunta Picos. All 3 shots landed. Although the damage was low, it did not matter, as Nanfeng still had plenty of mana and was not worried at all. Oink! The sudden attack left the blood-toothed boar furious. It quickly spotted Nanfeng and gathered its strength to charge again. Boom! The blood-toothed boar slammed into the tree a second time, the terrifying impact tearing its wounds open and causing it to bleed profusely. Dumb as a pig! Nanfeng was delighted, never expecting that the boar would not run away, but instead cooperate so well. HP 125,005. Nanfeng glanced down at the blood-toothed boar's HP, seeing it had only a little over 100 points left. Keep firing. More 14. Weak point strike 21. Weak point strike 21. The blood-toothed boar was so badly injured that Nanfeng could hit its weak points even with his eyes closed. Thud! Thud! The blood-toothed boar didn't give up, frantically ramming the tree in an attempt to knock it over and kill Nanfeng. But its HP was too low. It simply could not hold on. Swish! Made to 13. With Nanfeng's final shot, the blood-toothed boar let out one last roar of resentment and dropped dead. Ding! You have killed a level 5 ordinary beast, blood-toothed boar, and gained 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding! Your strength has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your agility has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your stamina has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your energy has increased by 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points. Finally level 4. Hearing the system notification, Nanfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The big tree he was in had already started to sway. If the blood-toothed boar had slammed into it a few more times, it really would have toppled over. Fortunately, it was a close call. Nanfeng jumped down from the tree and immediately went to loot the corpse. Ding! You obtained boar meat X5. Ding! You obtained worn leather leggings X1. Ding! You obtained broken iron shell X1. The level 3 heavy armored beetle wouldn't have dropped anything, but the level 4 iron-shelled beetle actually dropped a piece of equipment for Nanfang. As expected, elite-grade beasts are impressive. They are loaded. Worn leather leggings. Grade: F tier, low grade. Type: pants. Stats: stamina +2. These stats were exactly the same as the worn leather top Nanfeng was wearing, so it seemed to be part of a set. Nanfeng quickly put on the leather leggings. From a distance, he looked just like a savage. Limited edition skin, Savage Nanfeng. Having added another 2 points of stamina, Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the treasure chest dropped by the iron-shelled beetle. Time to open the chest. Looting corpses is just for fun. The real thrill is in opening treasure chests. Nanfeng rubbed his hands together and approached the chest, which was emitting a pale gray glow. Open chest! Ding! You opened an F-tier gray chest and obtained low-quality dismantler X1. A dismantler? Nanfeng looked at the device in his inventory, and his eyes lit up. This little gadget is quite interesting. Low-quality dismantler. Place any item inside to break it down into corresponding resources. Note, this dismantler is of poor quality, with a resource conversion rate of approximately 10%. This thing can dismantle items. Looking at the broken iron shell that just dropped from the iron beetle, Nanfeng had a bold idea in his mind. Can this dismantler break things down into iron blocks? Nanfeng took the dismantler out of his backpack and put the broken iron shell inside. The machine quickly began to vibrate incessantly, making a creaking sound. Startled, Nanfeng immediately gripped his Desert Eagle and hid behind a tree. Such loud noise would likely attract nearby fierce beasts. It would be disastrous if another iron beetle or a blood-toothed boar showed up. Fortunately, the dismantler finished processing the broken iron shell quickly and fell silent. Is it done? Nanfeng hurried over and found a pile of thumb-sized small iron chunks in the box under the dismantler. These were the byproducts of breaking down the broken iron shell. Small iron chunk. As long as you have enough of them, these small iron chunks can be used just like iron blocks. It really works. Nanfeng was overjoyed. Now he had a chance to upgrade his Destiny God weapon. Taking out all the small iron chunks, Nanfeng realized that they only amounted to 3 iron blocks. Hiss. Upgrading the Destiny God weapon requires 10 iron blocks. That is quite a gap. Do I have to hunt iron beetles? Iron beetles are elite-grade beasts with extremely high stats, and they counter Nanfeng's attack methods perfectly. He really didn't want to provoke creatures like that. By comparison, level 5 blood-toothed boars are easier to deal with than iron beetles. At least Nanfeng can penetrate their defense. Wait, I remember there is something else that contains iron elements. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Nanfeng's mind, and he thought of an item. Maybe that thing can also be broken down into iron chunks. Nanfeng happily packed away the dismantler and hummed a tune as he ran toward his log cabin. At the edge of the forest where Nanfeng was located, there stood a large mountain. At the foot of this mountain was a natural cave, and the area around the entrance was crawling with burrow spiders, each one the size of a piglet. Not far from the cave, a man and a woman, both chosen ones, were patiently luring the spiders out one by one to hunt them. These two were Su Yihan, ranked 4th, and Su Zeran, ranked 5th. Su Yihan had a cold expression, her eyes like icy mirrors that could peer into the human heart. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Any man who saw Su Yihan would instinctively shout in his heart, "My God, they are huge!" At this moment, Su Yihan waved the staff in her hand, batting away a burrow spider that had gotten too close. Whoosh! The burrow spider flew in a parabolic arc through the air and landed right in front of Suzeran. Suzeran, with his expressionless face, calmly stabbed it with a blade, killing the burrow spider instantly. "Brother, it is almost noon," Su Yihan panted slightly, her impressive chest rising and falling in an eye-catching manner. "Our condition isn't great. Let's go back and eat something to replenish our strength." Suzeran looked at the cave in the distance and said coldly, "There must be a large amount of iron ore in this cave, and it is likely the only iron source in this region." This was not a wild guess by Suzeran. He had already found several iron blocks nearby. This cave has been occupied by level 4 burrow spiders. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 200 of them inside. Su Yihan shook her head slightly. It will take at least several days to clear them all. The burrow spiders are very strong. It takes the Su siblings 3 to 5 minutes to kill just one by working together. If they were surrounded by 3 burrow spiders at once, they would only be able to flee. If they were surrounded by 5 or more, they would surely die. Suzerain pondered for a moment and made a decision. After we go back, contact the other chosen ones in the top 20 and have them help us clear this cave. What? Su Yihan looked at her stone-faced brother in surprise. Iron blocks are a critical resource. Aren't you just handing them over on a silver platter? We can't possibly monopolize this iron mine. Suzerain was not blinded by the immediate profit. Giving up a portion of the benefits is the only way to earn more in the long run. Besides, there is another very important matter. On our first day of arriving here, the Creation God system mentioned that the first wave of the Beast Tide would arrive in 30 days. We only have 27 days left. Judging by the name Beast Tide, it is obvious that this is not something 1 or 2 people can handle. If the overall strength of the chosen ones in our region isn't high enough, we will likely all be wiped out. We need the strong ones to get iron blocks and upgrade their Destiny God weapons as soon as possible, so they can kill stronger beasts and improve their strength faster. Only when the overall strength of our region is high enough will we have a chance to survive the Beast Tide. Suzerain said a lot in one breath. Su Yihan nodded, only half understanding. Fine, I'll do whatever you say. Su Yihan knew her brother had a great sense of the big picture, so she didn't say anything more. Following his lead was the right thing to do. Suzerain nodded. Let's go. I'll take you back first, then I'll return. Su Yihan, all right. The two turned and left the area. Inside the chat channel, Shen Pan, what? You found a cave that might have iron ore? In Tian Zhaiping, if there was iron, you'd mine it yourselves. Why be so kind and tell us? There's definitely something fishy here. Huang Yuanming, go, go, go. We're going mining tomorrow. What? Someone actually found an iron mine? Nanfeng had just returned to his log cabin and hadn't even settled in yet when he saw this shocking news in the chat channel. The low-quality dismantler in his hand suddenly didn't seem so great anymore. In the chat channel, Suzerain, that cave is occupied by hundreds of burrow spiders. It won't be easy to wipe them out. Baojian, burrow spiders, what level beasts are those? Qiu Feihong, this cave sounds great. We can kill monsters to level up and mine at the same time. Isn't that wonderful? Su Yihan burrow spiders are level 4 beasts. They have 150 attack power, and their attacks come with a poison effect. They are very hard to deal with. Suzerain, any brothers in the top 20 interested in a collaboration? Suzerain, if we clear out these burrow spiders, everyone's Destiny God weapon can be upgraded, making it much more efficient to hunt beasts. Wao Yuansheng sounds quite tempting. Nanfeng, trusting others too easily will get you killed quickly. Nanfeng, I suspect he wants to trick us into going there just to harvest our kidneys. Yoran at Suzerain, what do you mean by brothers in the top 20? Do you look down on us women? Yoran, when will women be able to stand up for themselves? I'm so angry, I'm shaking. Nanfeng, the sister upstairs is playing the gender card. I've noted that down. Yoran, get lost. Ning Wu, don't we handsome guys and beauties ranked after 20 deserve to be acknowledged? I'm so angry, I'm shaking. Nanfeng, exactly, so angry, I'm shaking. It was near noon, so most chosen ones had returned to their log cabins to rest. With Suzerain's bombshell news, the chat channel became instantly lively. Nanfeng was chatting happily when Suzerain suddenly sent a friend request. Accept! Suzerain immediately sent a private message. Brother, are you coming? I'll send you the cave's coordinates. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Did you really find iron ore? Suzerain, I can't be 100% sure yet, but I've already found several iron blocks around the cave. As he spoke, Suzerain even posted the attributes of an iron block for Nanfeng to see. Good grief, there really is iron. Nanfeng pondered for a while and replied, where is the cave? If it's too far from me, then forget it. Suzerain, it's at the junction of the plains and the forest where there is a large mountain range. The iron mine is at the foot of one of the mountains. The coordinates are 275-713. The junction of the plains and the forest. Nanfeng opened his map and found that the coordinates of his log cabin were 388,511. That iron mine was to his northwest. The distance didn't seem too far. Nanfeng nodded and replied, "I'll see. If there's no danger on the way, I'll come over." Suzerain, waiting for you. After ending the conversation with Suzerain, Nanfeng closed the interface, took the dismantler out of his backpack, and placed it in a corner of his log cabin. Now Nanfeng wanted to test his earlier idea. He took a pile of items out of his backpack. Iron-clawed rat claw, a very hard claw containing trace amounts of iron. Nanfeng had 40 of these iron-clawed rat claws, and he never knew what to do with them. Well, now he had a use for them. 40 of them. I wonder how many small iron chunks I can get from them. Nanfeng licked his lips and turned on the dismantler.
Inside Nanfeng's small wooden hut, the inferior decomposer began to vibrate slightly, emitting a sound like a tractor. 40 Iron Claw rat claws were quickly decomposed. The good news is that these Iron Claw rat claws can indeed be broken down into iron elements. The bad news is that the product is neither an iron block nor a small iron block, but a new item called iron sand.
Iron sand. As long as you have enough quantity, iron sand can also be used as a small iron block.
Great, this stuff is a grade lower than a small iron block. Nanfeng couldn't help but curl his lips.
It takes about 50 units of iron sand to synthesize one small iron block, and 10 small iron blocks to synthesize one iron block.
Nanfeng did a quick mental calculation and realized he still needed 3,460 Iron Claw rat claws to collect the 10 iron blocks needed to upgrade his destiny weapon.
This is ridiculous. Nanfeng was suddenly faced with a dilemma.
An Iron Claw rat drops 2 claws, so he would have to kill 1,730 of them.
How long would that even take? I might as well just go mining with the others.
Wait, Iron Claw rats seem to be everywhere, so the other chosen ones must have Iron Claw rat claws in their backpacks too. They don't have a decomposer, so the rat claws are useless to them. Maybe I can trade a little bit of material and get a ton of them.
With that thought, Nanfeng hurriedly opened the trading channel. Sure enough, there were many listings for Iron Claw rat claws in the trade section. Someone was trading 50 Iron Claw rat claws for 1 unit of fresh water. Someone was trading 10 Iron Claw rat claws for 1 unit of wood, and someone else was trading 20 Iron Claw rat claws for any kind of food.
These Iron Claw rat claws were dirt cheap and nobody even wanted them.
After all, nobody knew what they were good for, and they just took up space in their backpacks, so they might as well put them on the trading channel to see if they could get something useful. Nanfeng grinned from ear to ear and went into shopping mode, buying up most of the available Iron Claw rat claws.
A total of 306 Iron Claw rat claws.
And Nanfeng only paid 8 units of wood, 14 stones, 2 portions of pheasant meat, and 1 unit of not-so-clean fresh water. What a bargain.
But the amount was still too small for Nanfeng's needs. In the chat channel, Nanfeng's shopping spree had already caught the attention of other chosen ones. Ma Yong, ha! My 50 Iron Claw rat claws actually sold? Does someone really want that stuff? Xu Ming, mine sold too, traded for 2 stones. Easy money.
Ning Wu, mine sold too.
Wu Yuansheng, someone is collecting Iron Claw rat claws? Is this thing useful?
Bao Jian, looks like the big shot Nanfeng is buying them. Nanfeng. Seeing this, Nanfeng quickly typed out a message and sent it. Nanfeng, collecting large quantities of Iron Claw rat claws. Trading 1 unit of any material for 10 Iron Claw rat claws. Trade fast.
Nanfeng thought the 10-to-1 ratio was reasonable, especially since others had no use for them anyway.
Huang Yuanming, Nanfeng, brother, tell me secretly, what are Iron Claw rat claws used for? Nanfeng, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I'm planning to forge a legendary dragon-slaying saber. Huang Yuanming, haha, I don't believe a word of it.
Tian Jiping, Nanfeng, since you know what they're for, you should share that information with everyone for free.
Nanfeng?
Nanfeng, when I slowly type a question mark, it's not because I'm confused, it's because there's something wrong with you.
Tian Jiping, what's wrong with me? Am I not right? Tian Jiping, Iron Claw rat claws must have a great use. It's just that no one knows yet. As the first person to find out, you're not telling anyone, and you're even sneaking around buying them all up from the trading channel. How selfish can you be?
Tianjiping, I think you should share the purpose of the claws for free and return all the ones you just bought to everyone else.
Nanfeng was so angry he laughed. He wondered if this guy Tianjiping had something wrong with his brain. Nanfeng, the people buying them haven't said a word, and the sellers haven't said a word, but you're the only idiot flapping your gums.
Nanfeng, if you're not selfish, why don't you go ahead and give me everything in your backpack? Moron.
Tianjiping ignored Nanfeng's comment and turned to persuade the other chosen ones. Everyone don't trade with him. These claws definitely have a major use, we just don't know it yet. Even if you want to sell them, the price should be 10 times higher.
Liu Dachang, that makes so much sense. Can I sell my Iron Claw rat claws to you at 10 times the price then?
Baojian, 10 times? Tianjiping, if you're buying at 10 times the price, I'll go kill them right now. I'll kill as many as you need.
Nanfeng, 10 times the price. I'll sell all the ones I just bought to you too. Huang Yuanming, 10 times. I'll hunt the Iron Claw rats to extinction today.
Seeing that he had become the target of everyone's mockery, Tianjiping had no choice but to go quiet.
I hadn't even started roasting him yet, and he already ran away. Nanfeng shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that this Tianjiping was just too weak.
As a former veteran trash talker, Nanfeng hadn't even unleashed 1% of his power before his opponent collapsed. It was hardly satisfying. Nanfeng, listen everyone. The Iron Claw rat claws do have a use, but the conditions for using them are very strict, so it's highly likely none of you will ever be able to use them. Nanfeng, leaving them in your backpack is a waste, so why not trade them for some materials with me instead?
The other chosen ones thought about it and felt that made sense. Since they had no use for them right now anyway, they might as well trade for materials, upgrade their destiny weapons or their huts, and improve their combat strength. After all, staying alive is what matters most. And even if they found out later that the claws were useful, it didn't matter. Killing level 1 or 2 Iron Claw rats is a breeze, right? The claws are everywhere, they'll never run out.
In a world where you could die at any moment, immediate gains are the most important. The future? Let's worry about living until then first.
Q Feihong. I was planning to hit level 3 this afternoon anyway. I'll just go kill some Iron Claw rats. Bao Jian, Iron Claw rats are weak and easy to kill. I've been hunting them for the past 2 days.
Ma Yong, they drop both meat and claws. You're making me tempted now. Many chosen ones still at level 1 or 2 began setting their sights on the Iron Claw rats.
This is exactly the effect I wanted. Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction, closed the chat channel, and listed another 200 units of materials on the trading channel.
Trading 1 unit of any material for 10 Iron Claw rat claws. After doing all this, Nanfeng finally started preparing his food. It was mealtime.
Nanfeng effectively weaponizes information asymmetry to build his early advantage. By converting useless drops into essential progress, he demonstrates that in a survival economy, the one who defines value ultimately controls the labor of the entire collective. Nanfeng demonstrates a masterclass in exploiting information asymmetry while dismantling the toxic trap of moral kidnapping. In survival scenarios, the pragmatists who prioritize immediate resource liquidity will always outlast those who weaponize guilt to mask their own incompetence.
Nanfeng roasted a piece of wild boar meat for lunch, his mouth covered in grease as he ate.
But he noticed a small problem. Eating roasted meat every day is going to ruin my health. I need to find a way to get some fruits and vegetables to supplement my vitamins A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on.
But my body is already half digitized now. Do I still need these micronutrients?
Is he a virtual being or a real living creature? Nanfeng himself wasn't sure. He shook his head and stopped overthinking. Forget it. As long as my health points are full, there shouldn't be any problem. After finishing lunch, Nanfeng bought some more water to purify. The large-scale acquisition of iron-clawed rat claws this time left Nanfeng's supplies of wood and stone a bit tight, so he needed to sell more mana potions. Lowering the price of mana potions to 30 units of materials each. Small profits but quick turnover. At this current stage, the mana consumption of the chosen ones is not that high. Lowering the price appropriately will help earn more.
After doing all this, Nanfeng checked his backpack. There were already 1084 iron-clawed rat claws inside.
Just during his lunch break, Nanfeng had harvested over 700 more iron-clawed rat claws. Sure enough, the power of the masses is infinite. There were currently 591 chosen ones left in the area where Nanfeng was located.
On average, as long as each chosen one killed 3 iron-clawed rats, Nanfeng would be able to collect 10 iron bars. Calculated this way, it is actually quite fast. Wiping his mouth, Nanfeng left the small wooden cabin.
In the afternoon, Nanfeng planned to explore to the northwest to see if he could reach the iron mine Suzerain mentioned.
Iron bars are something he would definitely use a lot of later on, and he couldn't just rely on dismantling iron-clawed rat claws forever, right?
Moreover, Nanfeng also wanted to meet other chosen ones. Maybe he could get to know some pretty ladies, or perhaps make a few like-minded teammates.
In this world full of danger, having one more teammate means a higher chance of survival, provided that the teammate doesn't stab you in the back.
Leaving the cabin, Nanfeng headed west, taking care of 7 or 8 iron-clawed rats along the way and harvesting some claws.
Soon Nanfeng arrived at Chenping's cabin, only to find that it had already been dismantled by him yesterday.
I wonder if Huangpeng's cabin is also in this direction.
Continuing forward, Nanfeng noticed that the ferocious beasts around here were all of low levels, mostly level 1 or 2, with very few level 3 beasts.
This direction is quite safe, but it is not a good place for leveling up. Nanfeng is level 4 now. Hunting level 2 beasts only gives him 7 experience points, which is pitifully low.
Opening the map, Nanfeng saw that his current coordinates were 321 for Prav 28.
At my current speed, I should be able to reach the iron mine in about an hour.
To return to his cabin before dark, Nanfeng picked up his pace. At the junction of the plains and the forest,
Suzerain pointed to a cave in the distance and said calmly, "I named this place Iron Mine Mountain. What do you think?"
behind him, 2 chosen ones shrugged indifferently.
Wu Yuansheng said, "It's not my wife. Call it whatever you want."
Xuming added, "Is there really iron ore here? Don't lie to me. We are not to be trifled with."
Xuming held a large waist-high shield and watched Suzerain cautiously. It was a wooden shield with visible signs of wormholes and dents.
Suzerain looked cold. Of course there is iron ore, but if you want a share of it, you must first prove your strength.
Behind Xu Ming, Wu Yuansheng raised his longbow and fired an arrow into the distance.
Swish. This arrow hit a stray cave spider in the distance, dealing 115 damage.
Cave spider's 8 eyes stared at Wu Yuansheng as it charged toward him.
Wu Yuansheng, unruffled, knocked another arrow and fired a second shot.
The cave spider had 2 mana arrows stuck in its head, but it didn't affect its speed at all, and it quickly closed in on Wu Yuansheng.
Ha! Xuming let out a shout and slammed his large shield forward just as the cave spider approached.
Shield bash.
65.
The cave spider froze in place, stunned. Swish. Wu Yuansheng calmly fired a 3rd arrow, easily finishing off the cave spider.
Xuming looked at Suzerain proudly. How about that? Is our combination impressive or what? Suzerain nodded slightly upon hearing this. But your mana consumption is quite high, isn't it?
The smile on Xu Ming's face stiffened.
Suzerain was right. His mana was only enough to use Shield Bash 5 times, and every arrow Wu Yuansheng fired cost 5 mana, often leaving them out of mana during the fight.
They couldn't fight a battle of attrition.
Xu Ming said, setting facts aside, "Just tell me, is it impressive or not?"
Suzerain replied, "Impressive."
Suzerain was acknowledging their strength.
"All right, let's wait here for a while. More people should be coming soon." Suzerain found a shaded spot to sit and rest. "Besides, you guys got here really fast. Our cabins are both on the plains, quite close, so we came over to check things out early." Wu Yuansheng and Xu Ming also found a place to sit, but kept a distance from Suzerain. "By the way, brother, what is your soul-bound weapon? How strong are you? Any skills?" "I use a short blade and have no skills." Suzerain waved the somewhat rotten wooden blade in his hand. "As for strength, without restocking at the cabin, my sister and I can kill 7 to 10 cave spiders in one run." The 7 to 10 spiders Suzerain mentioned didn't mean facing them all at once, but rather hunting them one by one until they ran out of stamina or resources.
Wu Yuansheng thought to himself, "Xu Ming can use Shield Bash 5 times. With our teamwork, we can kill 5 cave spiders without taking any damage, but after that we start losing health. We can only kill about 10 per run too." Comparing the two, the efficiency of hunting cave spiders between them and Suzerain's duo was about the same.
Xu Ming didn't think that much. His attention was caught by the word sister.
"You have a sister? Oh, I remember now, you mean Su Yihan." Xu Ming looked around but didn't see anyone else. "Where is she? How come I don't see her?"
Suzerain glanced at the chat information on his panel. "She'll be here soon."
Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Su Yihan walked over slowly on her long legs. When she reached them, the eyes of Wu Yuansheng and Xu Ming were wide open.
The two looked at each other, both thinking in their hearts, "My God, so huge."
Su Yihan glanced indifferently at the two perverts and turned back to Suzerain. "Brother, only 2 came? What about the others?" Suzerain said calmly, "They're probably still on their way. Once about 10 people arrive, we can start." For the top 20 chosen ones on the leaderboard, the temptation of an iron mine is huge. Suzerain believed that very few would give up the chance to acquire iron bars. Sure enough, over the next hour, chosen ones arrived one after another. These were all experts from the top 20, and only to them did Suzerain send the coordinates. Nanfeng was the 9th to arrive. Hey, hello everyone, handsome guys and beauties. As soon as he arrived, Nanfeng greeted everyone with a grin while quietly observing them. The one with the bow is Wu Yuansheng. The one with the shield is Xu Ming. How come some people have no weapons? Oh, there's even a pretty lady. Nanfeng's gaze shifted to Su Yihan's chest and he gasped, blurting out unintentionally, "My God, so huge." Su Yihan's pretty face flushed slightly and she cast a cold glare at Nanfeng. The other chosen ones couldn't help but give Nanfeng a thumbs up. To actually dare shout that out loud to her face. What a madman. Nanfeng rubbed his nose in embarrassment and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wu Yuansheng quickly spoke up to change the subject. "Since everyone is mostly here, shall we get started?" A handsome young man holding a long staff agreed. Yeah, my cabin is way out there, so I'd like to get this done quickly so I can head back." This was Huang Yuanming, someone Nanfeng had worked with a few times. He was a semi-acquaintance. A chubby young man holding a machete squatted on the ground, smiling as he arranged the tactics. "Here's the plan. Let's go in pairs. We can kill 30 or 50 cave spiders today, then do it again tomorrow, and we should be set." This guy was Wu Li, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and his soul-bound weapon was a machete. Nanfeng took a few extra looks at the chubby guy and memorized his information. Seeming to sense Nanfeng's gaze, the chubby guy turned his head and asked with a silly grin, "Hey brother, why do you keep staring at me? You aren't into me, are you?" As he spoke, he puffed out his chest and added, "Actually, I'm pretty well endowed myself." Nanfeng. Nanfeng rolled his eyes and quietly stepped back 2 paces. This chubby guy might be a pervert, Nanfeng thought to himself, deciding to keep his distance from him later. Suzerain didn't quite agree with Wu Li's opinion. Pairs are too inefficient. There aren't that many cave spiders at the entrance. We can have the melee fighters form a front line and rotate damage, while the ranged units provide support from behind. We should just push through and get inside the cave first to take a look. Xu Ming immediately objected. "Damn it, I'm the only meat shield here. If you want me to soak up all the damage, just say so." Huang Yuanming added, "The attack power of cave spiders isn't low. Once you get swarmed by more than 5, you're toast no matter how tanky you are. I don't agree with this plan." Nanfeng also shook his head. "I don't agree either." In order to hide his true strength, Nanfeng hadn't brought out his Desert Eagle and was using a wooden dagger instead. A dagger counts as melee, so if they followed Suzerain's tactics, Nanfeng would have to stand in the front line and tank damage too. That was extremely dangerous. One mistake and he could die here, so naturally he couldn't agree. Suzerain seemed to have guessed that some would oppose him and said calmly, "I can't be 100% sure if there is iron ore in this cave. That's why we need to fight our way in and check the situation. If there's no ore, everyone can just go home, and we won't waste any more time Juji here." A slightly thin young man spoke up. "So you tricked us into coming here to work for you?" With a gloomy look and a lean build, this guy was supposedly Yun Fei, ranked 17th. What was his soul-bound weapon? He hadn't seen it yet. This time, Nanfeng learned his lesson and didn't stare directly, instead observing the skinny guy from the corner of his eye. Suzerain replied, "I said from the start that I couldn't be 100% sure about the iron ore, so how could you say it's a trick?" Yun Fei looked at Suzerain with cold eyes. "Are you saying I'm accusing you wrongly?" The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Fight! Fight! Nanfeng took a few more steps back, egging them on in his heart. Huang Yuanming stepped in as a mediator. "Everyone, let's talk this out. We've met by fate, so there's no need to argue over such trivial matters, right?" Seeing an exit to the tension, both Suzerain and Yun Fei took a step back and stopped arguing. The chubby guy, Wu Li, stood up. "I agree with what Brother Su said. First, we need to confirm if there is iron ore, then we can decide how to secure it." As he spoke, Wu Li patted his round belly. "I'm melee. I agree to take the front line. How about you guys?" Wu Yuansheng shrugged. "I use a bow, so it doesn't matter to me. Why don't you melee guys decide?" Xu Ming glanced at the chubby guy and nodded reluctantly. "If the guy with the short blade agrees, what right do I have to refuse with my big shield?"
Huang Yuanming and Nanfeng looked at each other, feeling that this was tricky. Huang Yuanming, brother, what do you say?
Nanfeng, what can I say? I'm using a dagger. I can't tank a single thing.
The other melee chosen ones could at least rely on the reach of their weapons to block the cave spider's attacks. But Nanfeng couldn't. His dagger was too short. By the time he could poke the cave spider, the spider would be able to bite him too. Standing in the front like this was just asking to die.
Suzerain thought for a moment. How about this? The 5 of us melee fighters will stand in a fan shape in the front line and push forward slowly. Let the ranged brothers support us from behind.
Support us safely from behind, huh? Nanfeng felt like that sounded a bit off.
But the tactic seemed viable and worth a try. The group quickly reached a consensus.
Front row, Suzerain, short blade, Huang Yuanming, Xu Ming, big shield, Nanfeng, and Wu Li, short blade. The 5 melee fighters formed a fan shape to provide a good output environment for the range classes behind them.
Back row, Wu Yuansheng, Su Yihan, Yunfei, Yuan Wuchenan. Nanfeng hadn't seen Yunfei's soulbound weapon earlier because he kept his slingshot in his pants pocket. As for Wu Chenan, he was a quiet guy. Nanfeng hadn't heard him say a word since he arrived, just listening to others. Once the formation was set, the group began to advance slowly toward the cave. When they were 50 meters from the cave, the first cave spider spotted the team and came charging over on its 8 legs. Move! At Wu Yuansheng's command, he raised his hand and fired an arrow. Nearby, Yunfei and Wu Chenan didn't hesitate and launched their own attacks.
2 magic arrows struck the cave spider's rear, and Yunfei's magic marble hit one of the spider's eyes.
So accurate. This Yunfei is really good with that slingshot. Nanfeng was secretly surprised. From over 10 meters away, hitting the eye of a fast-moving spider in one shot.
If that wasn't pure luck, then he's seriously impressive.
Nanfeng didn't think he could achieve that level of precision. How come I can't see the damage numbers? I wonder if their attack power is high?
No pale red numbers floated above the cave spider's head, which Nanfeng found a bit disappointing.
But that round of volley fire from the 3 of them didn't kill the cave spider. Seeing this, Suzerain rushed forward and landed a strike to finish it off.
Wu Yuansheng pursed his lips. Only 10 experience points. That's so low.
Xu Ming chuckled. Stop complaining. Those of us who didn't get to act didn't get any experience at all.
Nanfeng shouted, "Damn, the ranged guy stole all the EXP. This is a huge loss."
All right, keep moving forward, Suzerain directed the team to continue. There will be plenty more cave spiders ahead. There's enough experience to go around. Su Yihan, who hadn't spoken until now, added coldly, "If your health gets too low, fall back. I can heal you." Oh, the young lady can talk. I thought you were a mute bride. This was the first time Nanfeng heard Su Yihan's voice. It was quite pleasant. You're the mute one. Su Yihan glared at Nanfeng, deciding she wouldn't heal him later.
Wait, heal. Aside from Suzerain, the other chosen ones suddenly reacted and stared at Su Yihan in surprise.
You're a healer? Everyone looked at Su Yihan, eyes wide with surprise. You're a healer? No wonder you're so good. Su Yihan rolled her eyes at them. I just happened to learn a healing skill, that's all. Nanfeng was even more astonished. What? You actually have a skill? Why don't I have one?
It's normal. I don't have one either, Wu Yuansheng explained. It seems some special divine weapons come with innate skills. For example, Xu Ming's wooden shield came with a shield bash. Su Yihan nodded and said coolly, "My rapid healing is also an innate skill of my divine weapon." Nanfeng complained that it was unfair, asking why he didn't have any skills at all.
A dark conspiracy. There must be a dark conspiracy.
Wu Chenan, who had been silent until now, asked, "Rapid healing? What does that skill do?" Su Yihan hesitated for a moment before answering. Restores 5 health points per second for 10 seconds with a 30-second cooldown.
Awesome. Xiao Luo's roast meat doesn't taste good anymore, Nanfeng said, giving a thumbs up. This skill is equivalent to a serving of delicious roast meat, and it heals even faster.
Using rapid healing once saves 50 units of materials. It's a god-tier skill.
Nanfeng expressed his deep envy.
Suzerain said, "All right, stop chatting everyone. Let's keep pushing forward."
With a healer in the party as backup, everyone felt much safer, and their pace quickened significantly.
They were 20 meters from the cave entrance.
The number of burrowing spiders here had increased, but the 9 of them were no pushovers and easily killed the approaching spiders. Nanfeng took this opportunity to hone his melee combat skills. Then he got bitten twice by a burrowing spider, grimacing in pain.
Luxty9.
Luna 92. In 2 bites, Nanfeng's health was cut in half. Huang Yuanming and Wu Li hurried to block the spider in front of Nanfeng and finished it off.
Wu Li shook his belly, looking at Nanfeng with surprise. Bro, your combat power is a bit weak. No, your technique is pretty sloppy. What about your footwork? Where's the counterattack? Why did you just stand there like a fool and let the spider bite you?
I usually just bully small rabbits. I rarely fight such ferocious beasts.
Nanfeng made up a random excuse to brush it off.
Unless necessary, Nanfeng didn't want to expose his desert eagle in front of everyone. It was his trump card and had to be kept hidden.
Rapid healing. Suddenly, Su Yihan's cold voice rang in Nanfeng's ear. Nanfeng saw a faint green light glowing on his lower leg. The wounds bitten by the spider were rapidly closing, and his health was steadily recovering. Wow, that feels great. Nanfeng felt a warm sensation all over his body and turned to Su Yihan. Thanks, miss.
A professional fake smile appeared on Su Yihan's cold face. Compensate me with 2 mana recovery potions later.
Damn, profiteer, Nanfeng muttered.
Just 1 heal and she earned 2 mana potions. This money was way too easy to make.
They continued forward with the others intentionally or unintentionally keeping Nanfeng behind them to prevent him from being attacked by the burrowing spiders. Seeing this, Nanfeng couldn't help but reflect that there are still many good people in the world. However, in reality, they just wanted to steal more experience points.
It took about half an hour for the group to finally clear out all the burrowing spiders near the entrance.
Poor Nanfeng only managed to get 40 experience points.
Everyone's health is still in good shape. Let's go in. As Suzerain finished speaking, Xu Ming led the way into the cave with his big shield.
Suzerain and Wu Li followed closely behind. Nanfeng and Huang Yuanming were behind them, and the 4 ranged classes brought up the rear.
Huang Yuanming looked around and noticed that there were actually fewer burrowing spiders in the cave. Brother Nanfeng, how come the number of spiders in this cave has decreased? How would I know? Maybe it's too stuffy in here and they all went out for some air? Nanfeng was also scanning the cave. The cave was deep but narrow, and they occasionally encountered 1 or 2 burrowing spiders, which were quickly dealt with by the group. It seemed there was no danger, but Nanfeng didn't think so. Based on his experience over the past 3 days, it was highly likely that elite or lord-level beasts would appear in a place like this.
In such a confined space, they wouldn't be able to maneuver at all, and it was highly possible the whole team would be wiped out here.
This cave was very dangerous. Bro, why the long face? Huang Yuanming asked curiously, seeing Nanfeng's solemn expression. By the way, why are you wearing fur? You look like a savage.
Nanfeng sneered. What do you know? This is a limited edition savage outfit, plus 99 to all stats. Only one exists in the entire district, you understand?
Huang Yuanming raised his middle finger. Yeah, right.
As the 2 chatted, they pushed another 20 meters forward.
The light from outside the cave couldn't reach this far, and everything in front of them was pitch black.
Suzerain at the front of the team raised a hand to signal everyone to stop. Moving in the dark is too dangerous. Let's light a fire first.
I'll do it. The reticent Wu Chenan took out a fire starter from his backpack and quickly fashioned a torch.
Soon, the 5 melee fighters each held a torch, lighting up the path ahead.
The cave was very quiet. Occasionally, you could hear the sound of dripping water. They moved another dozen meters forward, and a fork appeared in the road. 2 paths, 1 left and 1 right.
Xu Ming turned back to look at the others. What do you think? Which way should we go?
Wu Yuansheng shrugged. I don't care. You guys decide. Huang Yuanming, men to the left, women to the right. I think we should go left. Su Yihan gave a light humph. And I should go. Suzerain squatted down to observe the surroundings, trying to find some useful clues. Nanfeng was also observing the environment when he suddenly noticed something reflecting light under his feet. It looked like an iron ingot. Nanfeng stepped on the reflective object nonchalantly, while keeping an eye on the others with his peripheral vision.
Thankfully, no one noticed his small movement.
By now, Suzerain had finished checking the traces around them and said calmly, "Let's go left. There are fewer spider-crawling marks on the left. It should be safer."
Ahem. Nanfeng coughed twice and said, somewhat embarrassed, you guys go ahead. I need to pee. I'll catch up once I'm done. The group was speechless, but didn't say much, and formed their formation to head left. Su Yihan, who was at the back of the team, rolled her eyes at him in disgust as she passed.
Seeing that everyone had moved away, Nanfeng quickly bent down, picked up the reflective object, and put it into his backpack.
Ding! You obtained Iron Ingot X1. Hearing the system notification, Nanfeng remained expressionless, but he was grinning on the inside.
Didn't even have to dig for it. I just picked up an iron ingot for free. Awesome.
It seems there really might be iron ore in this cave.
Better catch up quickly. There must be more iron ingots ahead.
Nanfeng clapped his hands and raised his torch to catch up with his teammates.
Just then, a slight noise came from the right path.
Nanfeng was startled and immediately turned to look, only to see 8 basketball-sized eyes staring right at him.
Terrifying. Nanfeng swallowed hard and activated the skill Insight Eye.
Burrowing Spider King. Level 6, Lord Level Beast.
Health, 2800 Navi Saving.
Mana, 540 Man 200.
Skills: Venom Spit, Web Spin, Spawn.
Level 6 Lord Level Beast.
A Level 6 Lord Tier Beast. Those basketball-sized eyes, combined with 2,800 hit points, made Nanfeng's scalp tingle with dread.
At this very moment, only 4 words came to Nanfeng's mind, terrifying beyond measure. The Cave Spider King stared at Nanfeng for a second before suddenly letting out a piercing shriek. Screech! Only then did Nanfeng realize that spiders could actually scream. He stepped back and drew his gun.
Holding his Desert Eagle, Nanfeng fired a precise 3-round burst that hit the Cave Spider King. It would be hard to miss a beast of such massive size. One. That's 1.
3 shots, and the Cave Spider King lost only 3 hit points.
Nanfeng's 200 attack power didn't even break its defense.
Run!
Nanfeng shouted toward the tunnel on the left, then turned and bolted toward the cave entrance.
It's every man for himself, and in this situation, Nanfeng couldn't care less about the others. Saving his own life comes first. In the left tunnel, the remaining 8 chosen ones heard Nanfeng shout and turned their heads in a hurry. At the same time, the Cave Spider King's 8 basketball-sized eyes fixed their gaze upon them as well.
Wu Yuansheng was stunned. What the hell is that? A boss?
Huang Yuanming backed away several steps, his scalp tingling. I used Insight Eye. It's a Cave Spider King, a level 6 Lord tier beast. It has 420 attack power.
Xu Ming was shocked. Damn, 420 attack? Wouldn't that one-shot me?
Brother, what do we do now? Su Yihan's delicate face showed terror as she hid fearfully behind Suzerain.
Among the 8, only Suzerain remained relatively calm. Don't be afraid, it's too big to get through.
Back at the fork in the road, Suzerain had noticed traces of a large beast on the right side, but not in the left tunnel.
Combined with the fact that the left tunnel was relatively narrow, Suzerain deduced that the beast couldn't fit through it, which is why he had led the team that way. Sure enough, the Cave Spider King didn't attack them, but instead rolled its eyes a few times and slowly retreated.
The Lord tier beast had withdrawn. Huang Yuanming still couldn't believe it. It left? Isn't it going to kill us?
Suzerain frowned, suddenly guessing something. Quick, let's take this chance and rush out.
Yunfei was taken aback. Rush out? The Cave Spider King can't be far away. Isn't that just begging for death? Suzerain didn't waste words, grabbing his sister Su Yihan's hand and running toward the exit. If you don't want to die, follow me. It'll be too late if we wait.
The others hesitated, mainly because the sheer fear the Cave Spider King had instilled in them was still too strong.
That's 420 attack power. Even Xu Ming, the tankiest one among them, would be crushed in one hit. In those 7 or 8 seconds, Suzerain had already dragged Su Yihan to the fork in the road.
But suddenly, a swarm of spiders poured out from the right tunnel, forcing them back.
It's over. A rare look of panic crossed Suzerain's face. Brother, what do we do? Beside him, Su Yihan was already pale with fear.
Suzerain took a deep breath to steady himself and made a decision. Don't worry, we're retreating. Forced by the spiders, the 2 of them retreated back into the left tunnel. Seeing the dense swarm of spiders, the others also began to panic.
Xu Ming cursed out loud. Damn it, aren't we as good as dead?
The simple-minded fatty Wu Li lost his grin too. What are we supposed to do now? Suzerain and his sister ran back without stopping. Keep running forward, there might still be a glimmer of hope.
The group didn't hesitate and followed the siblings deeper into the cave.
Behind them was the army of spiders. After running for who knows how long, Suzerain suddenly stopped and lit up the nearby stone wall with a torch. There's a cave here. The entrance is narrow. 2 people can guard it.
Suzerain rushed into the cave to check and found that apart from a large amount of spider webs, there were no beasts inside. The cave was safe.
Suzerain immediately set up a tactical plan. 4 or 5 ranged fighters get inside, melee fighters hold the entrance.
Xu Ming and Huang Yunming in one group, me and Wu Li in the other, will take turns tanking the damage. Sister, focus on healing everyone.
Don't skimp on your materials. Buy all the roast meat and mana potions from the trading channel.
If we hold, we have a chance. If we don't, we all die together.
The group immediately began to act according to Suzerain's tactics. Time was tight, the spider army was about to catch up, and nobody had time to ponder if Suzerain's tactics would actually work. At the very least, it sounded reliable enough, and maybe they really had a chance to survive.
Rustle, rustle.
A rustling sound came from nearby. It was the sound of the spider army on the move.
They're coming, get ready to fight.
Xu Ming gritted his teeth, knelt down in front, and wedged his large shield firmly into the cave entrance. Everyone else held their breath, readying themselves for battle. The first spider crawled over, and Huang Yunming hurried forward, knocking it away with his club.
Suzerain watched the knocked-away spider pause for a moment and immediately activated Insight Eye.
Spiderling, level 2.
HP, 150 men to 500 mean Tarfers.
MP, Witum Inted. Attack, 90.
Defense, 65. Seeing the spider's attributes, Suzerain breathed a sigh of relief. This isn't a cave spider, it's a level 2 spiderling. We still have a chance.
This was good news, but there was also bad news.
The good news was that the spiderlings were weak, and everyone could easily kill them. The bad news was that there were tons of them, and they were relatively small, making holding the cave entrance much harder. Suzerain looked at the 4 ranged fighters behind him, Wu Yuansheng and Wu Chenan. Keep attacking the spiders outside the cave to reduce the pressure on the melee fighters in the front.
Yunfei, you're responsible for dealing with any that slip through. Don't let these little pests attack you.
The 3 nodded simultaneously and began their counterattack according to the plan. Fatty Wu Li brandished his short sword, chopping a spiderling that got close in half. Brother Xu Ming, if you can't hold on, just say the word, I'll take over for a bit. Xu Ming, hunkered behind his large shield, grinned. Don't worry, these little spiders don't have high attack power, and with a healer, I can hold them for 10 minutes no problem.
As he spoke, Xu Ming pulled a piece of savory roast meat from his backpack and began eating it in large mouthfuls.
Suzerain observed the situation with a grave expression.
Thanks to good coordination, everyone was currently holding the cave. But as time passed and everyone's supplies ran dry, their doom would come.
The spiderlings were endless, and Suzerain didn't believe they could kill them all. Need to find a way to break the deadlock. Suzerain's brain raced as he tried to grasp any hope of survival. Just then, he suddenly received a private message. Nanfeng, guys, still alive? Need any help? Nanfeng had long since run out of the cave and found a safe place to observe the entrance. But he realized the Cave Spider King hadn't chased him, and Suzerain and his group hadn't come out either, so he sent a message to see if they were dead. Suzerain replied quickly, "Brother, we're surrounded by spiders. We urgently need a lot of mana potions."
They're still not dead.
Nanfeng was surprised. They couldn't have withstood the Cave Spider King's terrifying attack. There was only one possibility. The king hadn't done it himself, but had summoned a horde of minions. Nanfeng nodded knowingly and initiated a trade, sending 10 bottles of clean water to Suzerain without asking for payment. This was everything he had in his bag.
Suzerain, anything else? This won't last long.
Nanfeng, nothing left. To make more, I'd have to go back to the small cabin. It would take over an hour.
Nanfeng kept the water purification device in the cabin and didn't carry it with him. By the time he went back and purified water, these people would likely be dead and gone. Suzerain fell silent for a long time, then replied, "Thanks. Hang in there. Stay alive. Deleted. I can help."
Nanfeng typed a lot, but deleted it all. For a moment, he didn't know what to say.
These teammates he'd only met today might soon die in the cave, and it made him feel quite sentimental.
This dog-eat-dog world is just too screwed up. That busty sister was so nice, Nanfeng hadn't even had a chance to flirt, and now she was about to be done for.
But Nanfeng had no way to help. His strength wasn't enough to save them, and he might even get himself killed in the process. Wait, do I have another option?
Nanfeng's eyes lit up as he opened his backpack.
Iron-clawed rat claws, 2,481. Nanfeng had exchanged all his materials in the trading channel for iron-clawed rat claws. Disassemble. Nanfeng had the inferior disassembly device in his backpack, and now it would finally come in handy. Adding the 40 claws I disassembled earlier, that's equivalent to 5 iron bars. The shattered iron shell disassembled into a pile of small iron blocks, about 3 iron bars worth. I found another iron bar in the cave earlier. Only 1 iron bar short, and Nanfeng could upgrade his destiny weapon. Damn it, let's gamble. Nanfeng immediately sent a message to Suzerain. "Brother, give me 1 iron bar." Suzerain had mentioned picking up iron bars before. On the other end, Suzerain didn't hesitate and initiated the trade. Ding! You have received 1 iron bar. The electronic chime sounded and Nanfeng finally had his 10 iron bars. Nanfeng immediately chose to upgrade his destiny weapon. Destiny weapon. Weapon name, Shabby Armory. Current grade, Peak F grade. Type, backpack. Attribute, backpack slots plus 20. Materials needed for upgrade, 200 wood, 300 stone, 100 iron bars, 1 copper bar. Unlocked equipment, Desert Eagle, wooden dagger. As the grade of the Destiny weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. Ding! As your Destiny weapon grows, you have learned a new skill, Piercing Bullet. Nanfeng was overjoyed. My god, I finally have a skill.
Ding! With the growth of your Natal Divine weapon, you have learned a new skill, Piercing Shot. Piercing Shot consumes 20 mana to fire a magical bullet with piercing effects, dealing 150% of your attack damage to multiple targets. The damage of this bullet decreases based on the distance traveled and the number of targets hit. Cooldown 10 seconds. Note, can only be used when a firearm is equipped. My god, I finally have a skill! Nanfeng was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed, like someone bringing a pillow just as you are about to fall asleep. This piercing shot could barely be considered an area of effect skill, which would significantly increase Nanfeng's efficiency in hunting beasts. Rubbing his hands in excitement, Nanfeng looked down at the weapon in his grasp. His Desert Eagle and wooden dagger could also be upgraded as his Natal Divine weapon leveled up. Desert Eagle, current grade, F rank peak. Upgrades along with the Shabby Armory. Type weapon, stats, strength plus 20, vitality plus 16. Each attack consumes 3 mana and deals 120% of your attack damage to the target. Equipment from the Shabby Armory. Wooden dagger, current grade, F rank peak upgrades along with the Shabby Armory. Type weapon. Stats, strength plus 24, agility plus 6, endurance plus 6. Each attack deals 110 to 130% of your attack damage to the enemy. Slightly increases bleeding effects. Equipment from the Shabby Armory. These 2 pieces of equipment didn't change much, other than a slight boost to their base stats. However, it is worth noting that the Desert Eagle's basic attack damage has increased to 120%. This means every attack Nanfeng makes now deals 1.2 times the damage it used to, and it only consumes 3 mana per shot. That is a massive improvement. This feels good. Nanfeng checked his stats and nodded in satisfaction. His strength has reached 48 points, and his attack power is at 240. That is simply terrifying. Name, Nanfeng. Level 4, 162, 118 pot. HP 280, 180. Mana 340, attack power 240. Defense 93, strength 48, agility 22, endurance 28, vitality 34. Aside from the HP being a bit low, all other stats are very high. I still have 10 free stat points. Should I just use them all? Nanfeng had received 5 free stat points each when he leveled up from level 2 to 3 and 3 to 4, and he had been saving them all this time. Now Nanfeng decided to dump them all into strength to max out his damage output. Strength 58, attack power 290. After spending all 10 free stat points, Nanfeng's attack power instantly jumped to 290. Sweet! I have basically upgraded from a pea shooter to a cannon. Let's take off! Nanfeng had previously checked the Cave Spider King's stats with Eye of Insight. That giant spider had 210 defense, which was why Nanfeng couldn't even scratch it before. But now, Nanfeng's attack power was more than enough to break through that defense. He could go back and take a risk. Putting the inferior dismantler back into his bag, Nanfeng carefully made his way toward the cave. At the cave entrance, Nanfeng peeked inside for a while, but couldn't find any trace of the cave spider king. However, there were many small spiders crawling out slowly. Spiderlings? Nanfeng activated Eye of Insight to view the stats of these small spiders. Level 3, 280 HP, 65 defense. Nanfeng quickly did the math in his head. Minus 65 equals 283. Nanfeng could kill a spiderling with just one shot. In that instant, the spiderlings looked like little cuties in Nanfeng's eyes. These were all delicious experience points. Whoosh! Nanfeng didn't hesitate, raised his gun and fired. 311, ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, and gained 15 experience points. Nanfeng paused. Why was the damage so high? This was different from what he had calculated. Nanfeng recalled his previous battles and realized that when hunting beasts lower in level than himself, his damage output did indeed increase slightly. Maybe an increase of 10%? Shaking his head, Nanfeng stopped worrying about the details and focused on hunting the spiderlings. He still had over 300 mana left, enough to kill at least 100 spiderlings, which meant over 1,500 experience points. Nanfeng felt he even had a chance to reach level 5 today. Time to work! Time to work! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Nanfeng raised his Desert Eagle and picked off the spiderlings one by one. Occasionally a shot or two would miss, but that didn't matter much. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, and gained 15 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, and gained 15 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 3 ordinary beast, spiderling, and gained 15 experience points. As he killed the monsters, Nanfeng pushed forward, soon reaching the fork in the path he had seen before. Nanfeng cautiously glanced into the right passage, and seeing no sign of the Cave Spider King, he let out a sigh of relief. If the Cave Spider King were still guarding this place, he would have had to head back. Opening his panel, Nanfeng sent a message to Suzerain. Brother, how is it on your end? Can you still hold on? After waiting a while, Suzerain replied, at most another half hour. There are too many spiders, we can't kill them all, and our mana isn't regenerating fast enough. Mana potions take 10 minutes to restore 50 points of mana. In such an intense battle, 50 mana would likely be spent in 30 seconds. How could that possibly be enough? Right now, Wu Yuansheng and the others were already starting to fight in melee combat. Nanfeng looked at the left passage, which was indeed filled with a dense mass of spiderlings. Perfect time to test my new skill. Nanfeng lay on the ground, holding the Desert Eagle about 5 centimeters above the floor. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A twin mana point surged from Nanfeng's body into the Desert Eagle, and an 8-centimeter-long spiral-shaped magical bullet shot out of the barrel. Piercing shot! The piercing bullet zipped low across the ground, passing through 17 spiderlings before finally stopping. Incredible! The power of the piercing shot was far beyond Nanfeng's imagination. Especially in situations where the beasts were so densely packed, piercing shot was truly a divine skill. It just consumed a bit too much mana. Nanfeng checked his status bar and saw he had 127 mana points left, enough for 6 more shots. Aside from his mana, Nanfeng also noted his experience points, 1092. I still need 708 experience points to level up, which means I need to kill 48 more spiderlings. For Nanfeng, now that he had piercing shot, killing 48 spiderlings wasn't a difficult task at all. Nanfeng immediately fired another piercing shot. He was less lucky this time. It only killed 9 spiderlings before the bullet got lodged in the wall and disappeared. 39 more to go. Nanfeng is adopting a classic glass cannon strategy by prioritizing raw damage over defensive stability. This aggressive resource allocation creates a narrow margin for error, where his survival depends entirely on maintaining a high kill rate before his limited mana pool hits 0. Nanfeng is betting everything on a glass cannon strategy to overcome the level gap. In brutal RPG environments, extreme specialization often beats a balanced build, as overwhelming offensive power serves as the ultimate form of defensive utility. Just 39 more spiderlings to go. and Nanfeng will reach level 5. Swish, swish! Seeing their companions slaughtered so ruthlessly, the other spiderlings flew into a rage, scrambling over on their 8 legs to rush at Nanfeng. In an instant, at least 50 or 60 spiderlings had surrounded Nanfeng. Relying on his high stats, Nanfeng didn't run away immediately. Instead, he waited for the cooldown of his piercing shot to end, and fired another round into the swarm. This single shot took out 13 spiderlings instantly. Time to bail. Nanfeng stood up, brushed off the spiders crawling on him, and quickly retreated. The situation had changed. He couldn't stay here to keep grinding for level 5. In just that short amount of time, his HP had already dropped by half. If he stayed for a few more seconds, Nanfeng would become dinner for these little spiders without a trace left behind. Seeing Nanfeng flee, even more little spiders turned to chase after him. A massive, dark swarm of spiderlings began chasing Nanfeng out of the cave. Nanfeng looked back. Man, he really had stirred up a hornet's nest. Rushing out of the cave, Nanfeng opened the chat channel and quickly sent a message to Suzerain. I've lured away a huge swarm of spiderlings. You guys are on your own for the rest. Whether to stay put or risk their lives to rush out was a decision Nanfeng couldn't make for them. The choice was in their hands. Deep in the cave, Suzerain saw the message and made a swift decision. Everyone, get ready, we're rushing out. Well, Yuanxing was startled. With this many spiders, how can we possibly get out? That's just suicide. Wang Yuanming looked at the dense crowd of spiders around them and hardened his expression. Staying here is a slow death. Rushing out is our only chance of survival. Wu Li slashed a spiderling in half, his face fat wobbling. To hell with it, let's charge. The big guy Wu Li took the lead, his 200-pound frame acting like a human tank as he smashed his way through. Little sister, heal him up, then charge with me. Suzerain stood in front of Su Yihan to clear the path. Everyone else, hurry and keep up, right? Su Yihan clutched her staff nervously and followed closely behind Suzerain. With 3 people already charging out, how could the rest dare to stay and wait for death? Old Wu, stay behind me. Xu Ming gritted his teeth, hoisted his large shield, and rushed out, side by side with Wu Li to clear the path. Swish! Swish! The spiderlings swarmed in from all sides, launching fierce attacks on the group. But these guys were no pushovers. They were all level 4, and they fought these spiderlings with brutal speed and efficiency, killing a whole lot of them quickly. However, their HP was also dropping rapidly, and soon they began showing signs of weakness and fatigue, the negative status effects of having critically low HP. Xu Ming sounded desperate. Damn it, we're not gonna make it out. Looking at the sea of spiders, Yunfei slowly lowered his slingshot. Game over. Next round. Wu Yuanxing also felt defeated. Sigh, we're done for. Su Yihan's cold eyes showed a hint of sadness as she murmured, I haven't even had my first relationship yet, and I'm going to die here? What a shame. Among them, only Suzerain and Wu Chenan hadn't given up, still fighting desperately to break through. Suddenly, Suzerain looked ahead and sighed in relief. Everyone, I think we've still got a chance. Hearing Suzerain's words, they looked ahead through the dim firelight. The number of spiderlings in front had dropped sharply. They were no longer enough to block the squad. Wang Yuanming was overjoyed. My God, is this what they call a hidden light at the end of the tunnel? Su Yihan glanced at him blankly. Are you trying to say light at the end of the tunnel? Wang Yuanming nodded repeatedly. Yeah, exactly, that's the one. Seeing hope for survival, the group felt an adrenaline rush and charged through the encirclement in one go. The path ahead was clear. Suzerain turned around and silently moved to the back of the group. Wu Yuanxing gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're a real one. I'm definitely befriending you. There was still a large swarm of spiderlings chasing after them, which posed a great threat to the 4 ranged players. But Suzerain's defense was already at 82, so the spiderlings could only deal single-digit damage to him. As long as he wasn't surrounded, it wasn't fatal. Furthermore, there were no more spiderlings blocking their way forward, and the ones behind were struggling to catch up. They soon arrived at a fork in the road, where the ground was littered with spiderling corpses, shocking them. There are at least 100 spiderling corpses here. Who did this? They're insane. No wonder there are so few spiders here. Were they all killed off? Have other chosen ones come by here? The group suddenly thought of the missing person, Nanfeng. The battle had been so intense that they almost forgot about him. Now, looking at the piles of spiderling carcasses, they immediately guessed what had happened. Brother, did Nanfeng kill all these spiders? Su Yihan's cold face showed a trace of disbelief. Most likely. Suzerain nodded. Nanfeng messaged me earlier saying he lured away a huge group of spiderlings, which is why I decided to make the break. He paused, then added with surprise. I didn't expect him to kill so many. Was he hiding his true strength before? By the time they finished speaking, they had already cleared the cave. Warm sunlight fell upon them, giving them a sense of rebirth. Damn, that was close. Shuming lowered his shield, panting heavily. His defense exceeded 90, so the spiderlings only forced 1 point of damage against him. As the one who soaked up the most damage, he was covered in spider bite marks. Su Yihan looked back at the cave with concern. Let's get further away from the cave. There's still a cave spider king inside. The group quickly retreated from the cave. What we do now? Wu Yuansheng took out a piece of savory roasted meat and started eating. I found quite a bit of iron ore, but it's embedded in the rock walls and needs mining. The big guy Wu Li treated his wounds and said, "We can't mine it without taking out the cave spider king." Suzerain nodded calmly. "We'll need everyone at level 6 at least to have a chance at hunting that Lord tier beast. Then let's split up." Yun Fei shrugged. "How about we come back to clear this dungeon after we hit level 6? Fine by me. Sounds good. All right, let's head out. Time to go home." The group dispersed, preparing to leave. Su Yihan stood on tiptoe, looking into the distance. Wait, is that Nanfeng over there? Huh? They looked in the direction she was pointing and saw Nanfeng sprinting towards them at full speed. When Nanfeng saw Su Yihan, his eyes lit up and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Good healer, heal me quick!" Right behind Nanfeng were hundreds of spiderlings. "Quick, heal me!" Nanfeng roared while sprinting, clutching his wooden dagger. The spiderlings behind him were relentless, and he couldn't shake them off. "Rapid heal!" Su Yihan whispered a spell, spending her final mana points to heal Nanfeng. Suzerain, kite them. The terrain here was open. Unlike the cramped confines of the cave, they could easily fight while retreating, slowly wearing down this group of spiderlings. With the help of Suzerain and the others, Nanfeng finally caught his breath. He had led the small spiders on a huge loop, only to realize they were incredibly persistent. The real problem was that he didn't dare dash into the forest, fearing he might run into other beasts and get caught in a pincer attack. With no other choice, Nanfeng could only run in circles in this open area, and he happened to see Suzerain's group burst out of the cave, so he rushed over for help. "Healer, you are my god." Nanfeng nodded in thanks to Su Yihan. His HP had dropped below 50, which was extremely dangerous. But that heal from Su Yihan brought him back to his prime, even allowing him to turn back and kill a few to snatch some experience. Hearing the word healer, Su Yihan blushed slightly and spat out. "Can you be more polite? Call me a priest." "Sure thing, healer." Nanfeng laughed and turned back to fight the spiderlings. He only needed to kill 21 more to reach level 5, and he wouldn't let those other jerks steal his experience. Swish! Nanfeng quickly approached a spiderling and drove his wooden dagger down hard. For free 71! A one-hit kill. The wooden dagger had a 24-point strength bonus, 4 points higher than the Desert Eagle, making it even more lethal. Since the spiderlings couldn't even survive a hit from the Desert Eagle, they stood no chance against the wooden dagger. The others were taken aback by the sight. The spiderlings didn't have high stats. Both their defense and health were considered low to average among level 3 beasts. But even for Wu Yuansheng, who had the highest attack power among them, he had to trigger a weak point hit to kill a spiderling instantly. Isn't Nanfeng's attack power a bit too high? Nanfeng didn't notice their expressions. He was focused on slaughtering these spiders to hit level 5. He had no time to worry about others. After about 10 minutes, the group finally wiped out all the spiderlings without losing much health. God, I'm still 28 experience points short. These jerks stole my EXP. Nanfeng was annoyed and cursed silently. What a shame, just a bit short of level 5. With the battle over, the group slowly gathered together. Fetty Wooly acted very friendly, walking up to Nanfeng and patting his shoulder. Bro, thanks a lot today. Huang Yuanming chimed in. Yeah, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to make it out. The others also thanked Nanfeng, one after another. Everyone now realized that it was Nanfeng who lured away the swarm of spiderlings, allowing them to escape the cave. By any account, Nanfeng could be considered their savior. Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "You guys are too polite. Don't mention it. We're all friends, aren't we? It's just saving a life. I couldn't possibly take payment for that." The group looked at each other, confused. It seemed like they hadn't mentioned payment at all. Nanfeng licked his lips and continued, "Hey, why feel guilty? It's just a life-saving favor. Of course, if you really insist on giving something, 100 units of materials will do. Just as a small gesture." Nanfeng had calculatedly emphasized life-saving favor twice. Seeing Nanfeng perform his one-man show, Su Yihan covered her mouth and giggled. Su Ziran said flatly, 100 units of material for a life. Sounds fair to me. Exactly, my brother Nanfeng is a solid guy and wouldn't rip anyone off. Huang Yuanming, having worked with Nanfeng before, stepped up to support him. Come on, brother, let's trade. Huang Yuanming gave Nanfeng 100 units of materials right in front of everyone. Nanfeng accepted it reluctantly. Of course, he didn't forget to send Huang Yuanming a private message. Private message, Nanfeng. Good brother, I'll trade it all back to you in a bit. Private message, Huang Yuanming. Hehehe, happy trading. Handshake. The two exchanged a look and wore grins of conspiratorial joy. Afterward, the others also gave Nanfeng 100 units of materials each. Everyone here was a top 20 ranked player, so 100 units of materials really didn't mean much to them. Nanfeng's price was very reasonable. After all, he did risk his life to save them. In no time, Nanfeng collected 800 units of material, the fruits of his labor for the afternoon. Nanfeng happily looked at the sky. The sun is going down. I've got over an hour's walk to get back, so I'm heading out. He didn't want to stay any longer, fearing someone might get greedy and try to stab him. Although that possibility wasn't high. After all, they had just gone through a life or death test together, and these people seemed decent enough. I should head back too. Huang Yuanming looked at Nanfeng. Brother, I'm heading east. What about you? Nanfeng, I'm heading southeast. We can walk together for a bit. Xu Ming hoisted his shield onto his shoulder. Then let's all retreat. We'll come back to clear this cave later. Yanfei, sure, let's meet up next time. You guys be careful. Don't get killed by any beasts. Well, Yuansheng, quit the chatter, old Shu. Let's go. None of them were the type to linger. They left without fuss, heading their separate ways. Before separating, Nanfeng grinned at Su Yihan. See you later, good healer. Su Yihan scoffed. Get lost. Ha ha ha, bye. Nanfeng waved and set off on the road home with Huang Yuanming. On the way, Huang Yuanming smirked. Bro, what do you think of Su Yihan? Nanfeng recalled her curvy figure and commented, her healing output is incredible. Huang Yuanming, that's a really sharp observation. Nanfeng, what are you thinking about? I'm talking about her rapid heal skill. The healing output is huge. Huang Yuanming, that's what I meant too. The two walked east for a distance until they reached a stream. Huang Yuanming could head back along the stream, while Nanfeng had about another half hour of walking to the south. Nanfeng looked at the stream, his eyes lighting up. Brother Huang, can you get me 2 buckets of water tonight? Huang Yuanming was surprised. Damn, how did you know I was working on wooden buckets lately? I didn't know anything, I just guessed. Nanfeng was a bit speechless at Huang Yuanming's reaction. I started working on buckets last night. They're taking shape now. I'll bring you 2 tonight. Huang Yuanming smiled. Are you using them to make mana potions? Send some my way when you do. That goes without saying. The two chatted for a bit more before parting ways. Upon entering the forest, Nanfeng became cautious. The forest was full of beasts, most of them cunning and hard to guard against. Nanfeng currently had less than 20 mana points and only a little over 100 HP, which wasn't a healthy state. Luckily, his luck was good tonight. He didn't run into any high-level beasts on his way back, and the occasional level 1 or 2 beast that blocked his path was easily dispatched. Ding! You killed a level 2 beast, giant squirrel, gained 7 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 5. Ding! Nanfeng is the first chosen in this region to reach level 5, prestige +1. Ding! Detected that a chosen in this region has reached level 5. The inter-regional chat channel is now open to all chosen in this region. Nanfeng was stunned. New feature unlocked. The cross-region chat channel has been opened. Curious, Nanfeng opened the panel to check out this newly appeared feature. Ding! Successfully entered the cross-region chat channel. Ding! Only chosen ones who have reached level 5 or higher can post in the cross-region chat channel, and there must be at least a 30-second interval between each message. Ding! Your region is the 527th region on this planet to have a level 5 chosen one. This region is now officially designated as Primitive World Region 527. Primitive World Region 527. Listening to the voice of the Genesis God system, Nanfeng couldn't help but feel surprised. Before him, there were at least 526 other chosen ones who had reached level 5. Isn't that way too fast? Shaking his head, Nanfeng looked back at the cross-region chat channel. Region 132, Sakura Kojiro. Hey, another newcomer. It's almost the end of the 3rd day and you just hit level 5. That's some pathetic strength. Region 288, Emilia. This should be the last newcomer for today, right? Region 17, Shaoangran, at Nanfeng. Brother, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Nanfeng took a glance at Shaoangran's avatar. Just by his appearance, the guy looked like he was from the Dragon Kingdom too. This cross-region chat channel must have a built-in translation feature, because Nanfeng noticed that many messages from chosen ones in other countries were appearing in Dragon Kingdom text. Region 527, Nanfeng, at Shaoangran. Yeah, I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. What's the deal with this cross-region chat channel? Why are there so many foreigners here? Region 132, Sakura Kojiro. Who's your friend? You, Dragon Kingdom. People are all trash, and you're the trashiest of them all. The warriors of my great Sakura Empire never make friends with trash. Before Shaoangran could reply, a netizen named Sakura Kojiro spoke up first. Nanfeng was stunned. Getting scolded out of nowhere like this, who could take that? The point was, Nanfeng hadn't even done anything. Licking his lips, Nanfeng started typing out a massive wall of text at lightning speed. Region 527, Nanfeng, at Sakura Kojiro. You moron. Did your mom die today or something, lacking maternal love? Is that why your mouth smells so bad? Sorry, I can't help you with that. I can't give you maternal love, but I can give you paternal love because I'm your real daddy. Omitting 2,000 words. Send! The cross-region chat channel only allows one message every 30 seconds. The interval was too long, making it impossible for Nanfeng to send his rant sentence by sentence. The other guy wouldn't feel the full power of a keyboard warrior, which left Nanfeng a bit regretful. But fortunately, every sentence in his rant hit home with insults about his parents, so the damage was quite effective. As a kendo genius of the Sakura family, Sakura Kojiro had never been insulted like this in his life, and he was so furious his face turned a pale blue. Region 132, Sakura Kojiro. Nanfeng, you're dead. Region 527, Nanfeng. Heh, you going to crawl through the network cable to hit me? Region 132, Sakura Kojiro. As you wish. Nanfeng froze, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. This guy wouldn't actually be able to come through the cable to hit me, right? Nanfeng cautiously looked around. No one there. Phew, okay then. Shoot, it's getting dark, and I'm still here wasting time trolling people. The sun was about to set, and Nanfeng was still a fair distance away from his small cabin. He didn't want to spend the night in the wild. That would be no different from suicide. Closing the panel, Nanfeng ran back toward his cabin at a fast pace. Nanfeng didn't yet realize what a huge impact his roasting of Sakura Kojiro in the cross-region chat channel would have on all of Region 527. Before it turned pitch black, Nanfeng finally made it back to the small cabin. Phew, finally a chance to rest. Only inside the cabin could Nanfeng truly relax. Exploring the mine this afternoon was extremely dangerous, but the gains were also massive. Nanfeng jumped from level 4 straight to level 5, becoming #1 on the level leaderboard. He also earned 1 point of reputation, although Nanfeng still wasn't sure what reputation was useful for. Besides that, his personal god weapon also upgraded again, reaching the peak of F rank.
A huge improvement.
After resting for a while, Nanfeng started a campfire to grill some meat. While the meat was cooking, Nanfeng took out his Desert Eagle and began practicing his marksmanship on a large tree over 40 meters away from the cabin. After firing over 200 rounds, Nanfeng felt his aim had improved once again. I'll practice for half an hour every night to boost my hit rate. Setting a small goal for himself, Nanfeng put away the Desert Eagle and closed the door to the cabin. Based on the past 2 days' experience, in another half hour or so, a large number of ferocious nocturnal beasts would appear, and Nanfeng didn't want to provoke those terrifying creatures. The aroma of roasted meat swirled inside the cabin, but having eaten roasted meat for 3 days straight, Nanfeng was already getting sick of it. The sight of it made his stomach turn, but there was no choice. In this primitive world, all kinds of meat were easy to come by, but fruits and vegetables were hard to find. Even if he felt sick, Nanfeng had to eat, because not eating for too long would result in a weakened debuff, reducing all attributes by 5 to 50%. It was very serious, or so he heard on the chat channel. He didn't know if it was true since he hadn't gone hungry yet. Time to dig in. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng started eating the meat, while simultaneously opening his panel to scroll through the group chat for a bit. As soon as he opened the panel, he saw a flood of private messages, and the chat channel was already in a total uproar. Chat channel. Bao Jian, why is Big Boss Nanfeng still lurking? Come out and say something. At Nanfeng, Huang Yuanming, don't rush him. He must have just gotten back to his cabin and probably hasn't seen the messages yet. Tian Zhaiping, in my opinion, he's just scared and hiding. Nanfeng is the one who caused this. Why do we all have to suffer for it? Why should we? Willie. All right, saying all this now is useless. We'd better figure out what to do. Nanfeng was completely confused, not understanding what had happened. What on earth is going on? Opening private messages from other friends, Nanfeng gradually pieced things together. It turned out that after Nanfeng tore Sakura Kojiro to shreds in the cross-region chat channel, Sakura Kojiro was so furious that he officially announced a cross-region challenge against Region 527. This so-called cross-region challenge was actually an item. Cross-region challenge scroll. Specify a region to engage in a fair 1v1 duel with the highest level chosen one of that region. The winner's region gets a 10% increase in all resources. The loser's region suffers a 10% reduction in all resources. Note, the challenge is considered a loss when one of the chosen one's HP drops to 1. With this cross-region challenge scroll, Sakura Kojiro could directly challenge Nanfeng and, if he won, plunder 10% of Region 527's resources. This was a matter affecting the entire region, which was why the chat channel was blowing up. After grasping the sequence of events, Nanfeng gasped. Damn, that moron really could crawl through the network cable to hit me. Damn it, that idiot can actually crawl through the fiber optic cable to hit me. Nanfeng was shocked. He never imagined that such a thing could be done in this primitive world. How are keyboard warriors supposed to survive this? That's so unfriendly. Just then, a new notification popped up on Nanfeng's panel. Suzerain invites you to join the Handsome Guys group. Do you accept? What the? You can even join groups now. When did this new feature come out? Nanfeng scratched his head and clicked accept. Tingnan, Feng has joined the group chat. Nanfeng took a look at the group members. They were all the people who had participated in the mine exploration that afternoon. Huang Yuanming, et Nanfeng. Bro, you're finally here. I thought you died halfway through. Nanfeng, you're the one who died halfway through. Huang Yuanming, well, you didn't say a word for ages, and you wouldn't reply to my private messages. Nanfeng, I just got home. My butt hasn't even warmed up yet. Nanfeng, what's the situation now? Someone explain it to me. I'm still a bit lost. Suzerain, let me explain. Nanfeng gulped down his roasted meat and watched the messages in the group closely. Suzerain, Do you know about Yinghua Xiaoxilang challenging you? Nanfeng, I have a rough idea. By the way, how did you know I was roasting him? I thought you had to be level 5 to enter the cross-region chat channel. Whoa, Yuansheng, you need to be level 5 to speak, but we can still enter to watch others chat. So that's how it is, Nanfeng realized. Suzerain, I heard from a guy from the Dragon Kingdom named Cheng Mo in Region 68 that cross-region challenge orders exist in every region, but you have to kill a level 5 or higher Lord-level beast to get one to drop. Suzerain, Yinghua Xiaoxilang just happened to get a cross-region challenge order today and has been looking for easy targets all afternoon. You were roasting him earlier, so he's got his eye on you now. Nanfeng. Damn, am I that unlucky? Suzerain, actually roasting him isn't the main reason. According to the chosen ones in other regions, whether we provoke him or not, Yinghua Xiaoxilang was going to challenge the last region of the day anyway. Suzerain, because the last region basically represents the weakest strength. It's easier for him to win the challenge and gain resources. Nanfeng understood. Hitting level 5 right before dark was just bad timing. If he had waited until tomorrow to reach level 5, Yinghua Xiaoxilang would have challenged Region 526 tonight instead. Shuming, I was lurking in the cross-region chat channel earlier and got some useful info. 1. Yinghua Xiaoxilang's Region 132 entered the cross-region phase yesterday afternoon, a day earlier than us. Shuming. 2. Yinghua Xiaoxilang himself is already level 6, and his signature weapon is a katana. He likely has a very powerful output skill, but nobody knows what it is. Shuming. 3. Yinghua Xiaoxilang solo killed a level 5 Lord-level beast this morning. Seeing these 3 points, Nanfeng immediately frowned. This Yinghua guy is actually pretty strong to be able to solo a level 5 Lord-level beast. Although Nanfeng had never seen a level 5 Lord-level beast, he had seen a level 6 one, the Crypt Spider King. That thing had 420 attack power and 2,800 health points. At his current stage, Nanfeng couldn't beat it at all. A level 5 Lord-level beast might not be as strong as the Crypt Spider King, but it wouldn't be far behind. Comparing the two, Nanfeng seemed to have no chance of winning. Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng sent a message. When is he planning to challenge me? Suzerain, the cross-region challenge order can only be used during the day. He'll probably challenge you first thing tomorrow morning. First thing tomorrow morning. That meant Nanfeng had no time left to improve his strength. He would have to face Yinghua Xiaoxilang in his current state. Su Yihan, Nanfeng, do you have any confidence? Nanfeng. Oh, the healer is here too? Isn't this the handsome guys group? Why are you joining in? Su Yihan, don't call me the healer. Nanfeng then. The Heal Daddy. Su Yihan, get lost. Nanfeng didn't answer Su Yihan's question directly and just chatted with her for a bit. He did have some confidence, but not much. In tomorrow's battle against Yinghua Xiaoxilang, Nanfeng's only advantage was his Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle's ultra-long range was the key to Nanfeng's potential victory. The first shot is crucial, I must hit it. After contemplating his battle plan for tomorrow, Nanfeng felt a bit more grounded. In the handsome guys group. Nanfeng, don't worry brothers, I'll give it my all tomorrow. Wooly, good luck. Give them hell. Wu Yunsheng, that's right, smash that little cherry blossom's head in. Su Yihan, good luck. The others in the group all cheered Nanfeng on and didn't blame him for this situation. They all knew that this wasn't Nanfeng's fault. If anyone else had hit level 5 today, they would have been challenged by Yinghua Xiaoxilang anyway. Better to offer support than complaints. Nanfeng closed the Handsome Guys group and took a look at the main chat channel. It was in total chaos, with some people supporting Nanfeng and others cursing him. Most people were blaming Nanfeng, feeling that it was his personal actions that led to the current state of affairs. Few people are able to see the essence through the surface. Nanfeng ignored them, closed the chat channel, and went through all his private messages. Among them, Xiao Luo had sent Nanfeng 5 portions of delicious roasted meat with a message attached. Xiao Luo, a gift for you. Nanfeng accepted the meat and replied, thanks. Additionally, there was a piece of power grass sent by the girl named Yoran. Yoran, I'm trading 1 piece of power grass for 10 bottles of mana potion. You can owe me for now. Yoran, if you don't, you're a puppy. This is basically a forced sale. So rogue! Nanfeng shook his head with a small smile and accepted the power grass from Yoran. After thinking about it, Nanfeng replied with a message. Just watch as I knock the other guy's head sideways tomorrow. Yoran replied instantly, go for it. A girl who loves using Kaomoji. How cute. After replying to all his other friends' messages, Nanfeng decisively closed the panel and took out the newly acquired Power Grass. Power Grass, consuming this grants the Chosen One +4 strength. Each Chosen One has a limit of 2 pieces. Consuming more has no effect. Good grief. This is the daddy of all strength-boosting herbs. Nanfeng ate the Power Grass raw, adding another 4 points to his strength. After thinking it over, Nanfeng put all 5 free attribute points he earned from hitting level 5 into strength as well. Brute force output is exactly what I need. Checking his stats, Nanfeng's strength had reached 77, with 385 attack power, already catching up to the Crypt Spider King. As long as Nanfeng lands 1 or 2 shots first, even if Yinghua Shaoxilang is level 6, he's going down. This massive attack power gave Nanfeng a boost in confidence. Ooh, roar! Just like the last 2 nights, the roars of beasts outside the wooden cabin arrived right on schedule. Nanfeng walked to the window and cautiously observed for a while. Black shadows were wandering everywhere outside, moving with ghostly speed. Nanfeng couldn't tell what kind of beast they were. Retracting his head, Nanfeng didn't dare to observe for too long, fearing he might attract the aggro of the beasts outside. The wooden cabin wasn't invincible. It had its own health bar. Nanfeng didn't doubt for a second that the beasts outside had the capability to tear his cabin down. Closing the window, Nanfeng poured the 2 large buckets of fresh water Huang Yuanming had sent into the purification device and let it slowly filter. The night deepened, and Nanfeng drifted into a heavy sleep amidst the roars outside. Tomorrow, a brutal battle awaits him.
Morning. Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes and flipped himself up with a nimble kip-up. He glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist, which displayed the time as 6:10 a.m. Hasn't Sakura Kojiro woken up yet? Nanfeng hadn't received any notification of a challenge yet. That was fine. It gave him more time to prepare. After a hasty breakfast, Nanfeng pushed open the cabin door.
Outside the cabin was a dense forest with sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The fierce beasts that had been rampaging all night were nowhere to be seen.
Nanfeng stood at the doorway of the cabin and began to practice his marksmanship.
He wanted to take advantage of this precious time to improve his accuracy just a little bit more.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Nanfeng specifically targeted the iron-clawed rats around the cabin to hunt because they were small, perfect for practicing aim, and dropped iron claw rat claws as materials, allowing him to level up at the same time.
Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't he?
Of course, to handle potential challenges at any moment, Nanfeng kept his mana above 80%, careful not to consume too much. After 2 hours of practice, just as Nanfeng was starting to lose patience, he finally heard the system notification. Ding! The Chosen One from Prime World District 132, Sakura Kojiro, has initiated a cross-district challenge against you. Please prepare yourself.
Announcement: Prime World District 132 has initiated a cross-district challenge against Prime World District 527. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Both participating Chosen Ones, please prepare.
2 system notifications. One was a district announcement, and the other was Nanfeng's personal message. Nanfeng opened his panel, which now displayed a countdown and detailed instructions regarding the cross-district challenge.
Cross-district challenge. After the countdown ends, both Chosen Ones will be randomly teleported to a deserted area of the Prime World to duel within a 100-meter radius. During this time, both will gain the Indomitable Will buff. The Chosen One whose health drops to 1 point first will be considered the loser.
Indomitable Will. During the challenge, you will not die. Your health will drop to a minimum of 1 point. Seeing this, Nanfeng raised an eyebrow.
So, this challenge isn't lethal, but the losing side's district will lose 10% of its resources.
This relieved Nanfeng of any worries. With over 9 minutes left until the challenge, Nanfeng returned to the cabin to recover his mana, then entered the cross-district chat channel.
Sakura Kojiro, is that guy named Nanfeng a coward? He hasn't dared to make a peep since last night.
Fuyumichi Yuta. Haha, he must be scared witless now, hiding somewhere shivering.
Mayoshi Daiki.
daring to insult the warriors of our great Sakura Empire. This is his end. Will gladly take District 527's resources. As soon as he entered the chat, Nanfeng saw the chosen ones from District 142 typing away frantically, overflowing with arrogance.
These three were all over level 5. District 132 was significantly stronger than 527.
Suzerain. Heh, 3 idiots.
Xiao Luo, one to the post above. Nanfeng paused. They reached level 5 too?
Checking the level leaderboard, he confirmed that Suzerain and Xiao Luo had indeed reached level 5. They must have started hunting and leveling up early this morning.
They were currently trading barbs with the District 132 guys in the chat. But their combat power was clearly weaker, and their retorts barely scratched the opposition.
Mayoshi Daiki. So your Nanfeng from 527 is a coward, making you 2 pieces of trash stand up for him? Wasn't he so arrogant yesterday?
Fuyumichi Yuta. Dragon Country people are all cowards. What trash? Nowhere near the warriors of our great Sakura Empire. Sakura Kojiro. Challenging such a coward really insults my katana. Chungmo, what the hell are you barking about? Attacking everyone now? If you keep talking like that, the cross-district challenge order in my hand is going to be used on your District 132. Sao Angran. Pity, our district already used our challenge order, otherwise I'd hit 132 too. Region 113 Ye Piaoling, our sector hasn't used our challenge token yet, so I'll hit Region 132 then. Lin Tianqi. These Sakura guys really think they're something. Haven't they noticed how many Dragon Country districts are here? Chungmo, if you find a sheep to shear, you shear it clean. Everyone, let's go together and strip District 132 bare.
Because of Fuyumichi Yuta's remark, many silent Dragon Country chosen ones started speaking up. District 132 had incurred the wrath of all the Dragon Country districts.
Chosen ones from other countries chose to just watch the show without intervening.
This was between the Dragon Country and Sakura, and other countries were just happy to see them fight as hard as possible. Realizing things were getting out of control, District 132 panicked and scrambled to apologize.
Sakura Kojiro, sorry, I didn't mean to offend the Dragon Country. My comments were only directed at your Nanfeng.
In reality, Sakura Kojiro had already insulted all the people of the Dragon Country. Seeing this, Nanfeng gave a cold laugh.
Nanfeng, my comments yesterday weren't directed at you either. I meant your entire Sakura country is trash.
Sakura Kojiro, Baka, Nanfeng, you finally showed up. 5 minutes from now is your death date.
Nanfeng, idiot. The cross-district challenge doesn't kill people. Are you too uneducated to understand the instructions? Can't be, can it? Is everyone in your country illiterate? How pathetic.
When it came to roasting an entire group, Nanfeng was a pro. He had no love for the Sakura country and would insult them as much as he wanted.
Sakura Kojiro was so angry his face was twisted. Sakura Kojiro, enjoy your arrogance while you can. Once the challenge starts, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy.
Nanfeng, a son wanting to hit his father? There's no justice in the world. Is this how you Sakura people talk to your father? Sigh, my fault. My fault for not raising this unfilial son properly when he was young. Sakura Kojiro, Baka, I will kill you. Chungmo.
Ha ha ha, national treasures leak.
Xiao Angran, that's intangible cultural heritage.
Lin Tianqi, coach, I want to learn how to trash talk too.
Before, because Nanfeng hadn't spoken up, the chosen ones from other Dragon Country districts had looked down on him a bit.
They thought he was scared and would turn into a coward.
But now it seemed Nanfeng wasn't backing down and hadn't shamed the Dragon Country.
Sakura Ichiken. Foolish Dragon Country people, you won't be arrogant for much longer. At Sakura Kojiro, beat him hard later.
Sakura Kojiro. Hi, Oni-san.
Someone from District 39 appeared.
Are they brothers? Why is he called Sakura Ichiken instead of Sakura Daijiro? Nanfeng was surprised. This Sakura Ichiken is from District 39. His strength must be even more terrifying.
The higher the district ranking, the stronger the strength usually was.
This Sakura Ichiken might already be level 7 or even level 8.
He didn't expect the Sakura country to have so many experts. Luckily, our Dragon Country isn't bad either. That brother Xiao Angran from 17 must be much stronger than Sakura Ichiken. There was 1 minute left. Nanfeng began stretching, preparing to meet the fight in the best possible state. At that moment, Sakura Kojiro tagged Nanfeng again in the chat.
Sakura Kojiro Nanfeng.
The challenge is about to start. Why don't we add a wager? If you lose, you call me father 3 times in this chat. If I lose, I'll do the same for you. How about it? Dare to bet.
Nanfeng gave a cold laugh. Did this guy really think he was guaranteed to win?
Nanfeng, a son serving himself up. I'd be a fool not to take it. You're on.
Sakura Kojiro, don't try to go back on your word later. Nanfeng, do you think I'm like you Sakura people, daring to do things but not daring to face the consequences?
Sakura Kojiro, baka.
10 seconds to the countdown. Neither spoke anymore.
Inside the small cabin, a silver-white teleportation circle slowly began to glow under Nanfeng's feet. Seeing this, Nanfeng quickly ate a piece of delicious roast meat and drank a cup of clean, fresh water.
Buff up before the fight. 3, 2, 1.
Nanfeng's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the cabin.
In a deserted area of the Prime World, Nanfeng and Sakura Kojiro were teleported simultaneously.
Heh, isn't this already in the bag?
Nanfeng looked at Sakura Kojiro, 50 meters away, and grinned.
At this distance, even if Sakura Daijiro came, he'd still have to kneel. High-stakes duels are often decided before the first shot is even fired. By leveraging linguistic provocation to trigger his opponent's ego, Nanfeng gains a decisive psychological advantage. In any survival scenario, emotional stability remains the most potent weapon.
Kojiro's arrogance stems from a cognitive bias where he ignores the principles of asymmetric warfare. By allowing a 50-meter gap, he has fundamentally lost the tactical advantage, turning this supposed duel into a one-sided ballistic execution.
The location for this cross-region challenge is in the middle of a valley.
The valley is lush with vegetation, but there are no particularly tall trees.
In other words, there is not much cover here, allowing Nanfeng to fully unleash his potential.
Not far away, Sakura Kojiro, wearing a tattered shirt and ripped jeans, was slowly walking towards Nanfeng.
Sakura Kojiro glared fiercely. Nanfeng, today I will make you realize that talking trash comes with a price. Nanfeng held his wooden dagger high and pointed it at Sakura Kojiro in the distance. Hey son, watch how your daddy teaches you a lesson today.
Heh! Sakura Kojiro gave a contemptuous laugh. Seeing that Nanfeng's life-bound weapon was just a dagger, Sakura Kojiro dropped his last bit of caution.
Actually, before the challenge started, Sakura Kojiro had been feeling a hint of worry.
If Nanfeng's life-bound weapon had been a ranged one, it wouldn't have been so easy for Sakura Kojiro to win.
Because in the early stages, having a range advantage is incredibly huge and can easily compensate for the gap in levels between two people.
Although Sakura Kojiro was confident he could charge into Nanfeng's face and slay him, there would still have been some risk.
Now that he saw Nanfeng was also a melee combatant and his life-bound weapon was a dagger with the shortest attack range, Sakura Kojiro immediately felt that this win was in the bag.
Nanfeng, why don't you just kneel down and call me daddy right now?
Sakura Kojiro walked towards Nanfeng with a leisurely stride, holding his wooden katana in one hand. If you call me that now, you won't have to call me daddy in the cross-region channel later.
Think about it. How embarrassing would it be to call me daddy in front of everyone?
There is no one else here, so no one will know if you do it. Doesn't that make sense?
Nanfeng silently calculated the distance between them while putting on a confused expression. What did you just say to call you?
Sakura Kojiro daddy.
Nanfeng, there we go, good son.
Sakura Kojiro's face turned dark, and he glared at Nanfeng viciously.
Very well, let's see how long you can keep that sharp tongue.
Sakura Kojiro picked up his pace and charged toward Nanfeng.
40 meters.
35 meters.
35 meters?
Nanfeng hid his hands behind his back, quickly put away the wooden dagger, and took out his Desert Eagle.
In Sakura Kojiro's eyes, Nanfeng was standing there calmly with his hands behind his back, looking like a grandmaster.
Trying to act cool? Do you think you're some kind of martial arts master? Sakura Kojiro snorted coldly. You're full of openings from head to toe. You're not pulling this off at all.
On this point, Sakura Kojiro certainly had the expertise.
The Sakura family is a legendary kendo clan with a long history, producing many sword masters. In the Sakura nation, there is no intuitive distinction between blades and swords, so techniques performed with Sakura blades or katanas are collectively called sword arts. As for Sakura Kojiro himself, he is the prodigy of this generation. He has loved katanas since childhood, and his swordsmanship is masterful, second only to his brother Sakura Ichiken. After crossing over into the primitive world, Sakura Kojiro obtained a katana as his life-bound weapon at the start. Having practiced the path of kendo for years, Sakura Kojiro comprehended a powerful offensive skill on his very first day here: draw and slash. With this skill, Sakura Kojiro leveled up incredibly fast, killing rats when he saw them and slaughtering chickens when he saw them, leaving other chosen ones in District 132 far behind. Just yesterday, Sakura Kojiro even single-handedly killed a level 5 Lord-level beast with just his blade. With that kind of strength, let alone Nanfeng faking it. Even if Nanfeng really were a master, Sakura Kojiro would be confident in slaying him.
He seems even more arrogant now.
Nanfeng keenly sensed the change in Sakura Kojiro's mindset, feeling slightly confused.
But it didn't matter. This was a good thing for Nanfeng. The more arrogant the opponent, the better Nanfeng's chances of winning.
The two were 20 meters apart.
At this distance, Nanfeng's hit rate could reach over 90%.
That's close enough.
Piercing shot.
Nanfeng quickly raised his Desert Eagle, firing a shot at Sakura Kojiro by instinct without even aiming.
The high-intensity battles over the past few days had given Nanfeng a sense for firearms. The moment the bullet was fired, Nanfeng had a gut feeling that this shot would hit. The piercing shot, condensed from 20 points of mana, whistled towards Sakura Kojiro. At the moment the bullet was fired, Sakura Kojiro was completely stunned.
What the hell? We are fighting, so why would you pull out a gun?
Everyone is using cold weapons and you're using a Desert Eagle? Is that even fair? Shocked as he was, Sakura Kojiro's reaction was not slow. He raised his katana and executed a horizontal slash. Draw and slash. Clang.
The mana bullet and the wooden katana collided, producing a crisp ringing sound.
Nanfeng's piercing shot was blocked by Sakura Kojiro's blade. Mere child's play.
Sakura Kojiro smirked, feeling his swordsmanship had improved yet again.
But he only enjoyed it for less than 0.1 seconds before the piercing shot passed through the blade and struck Sakura Kojiro in the left shoulder.
Man 58.
How is this possible? This is not scientific. Sakura Kojiro looked on in disbelief. We've already traveled to another world, and you're talking to me about science? Are you a moron?
Nanfeng looked calm on the surface, but inwardly he was anything but.
Nanfeng had 385 attack power, plus the 150% damage bonus from the piercing shot, yet he only dealt 158 damage? This is not logical. Could it be that Sakura Kojiro has over 300 defense? That would be way too exaggerated.
What's even more exaggerated is that this guy was actually able to slash a bullet with his sword.
Is this a movie? Nanfeng almost suspected that his opponent was cheating.
Seeing the expression on Nanfeng's face, Sakura Kojiro thought of something and sneered. You don't know yet, do you? When lower levels attack higher levels, the damage is heavily reduced. That's also.
Before he could finish, Sakura Kojiro dragged his blade forward, his speed instantly reaching its limit.
Instant slash.
Few people knew that Sakura Kojiro had actually comprehended a dash skill, instant slash. This was Sakura Kojiro's trump card. He wasn't even slightly intimidated even when facing ranged chosen ones. This is also where my confidence lies. Sakura Kojiro grinned hideously as he instantly closed to within 10 meters of Nanfeng. At this close range, my blade is faster than your gun.
Nanfeng did not panic. He had already considered the possibility of being closed in on by his opponent last night. But so what if Sakura Kojiro had closed the gap?
Nanfeng's weapon wasn't a bow, a slingshot, or throwing knives.
Those weapons require a certain distance to build up acceleration for more kinetic energy and higher damage.
Nanfeng's weapon was a gun. Its muzzle velocity was already fast enough.
Getting close not only didn't affect Nanfeng, it actually improved his hit rate.
Beyond 10 meters, the gun is fast, but within 10 meters,
the gun is both accurate and fast.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
Nanfeng retreated calmly, lifting his arm to fire 3 consecutive shots.
As his level increased, Nanfeng's agility had also risen, and his attack speed and movement speed had both increased slightly.
This 10-meter distance was enough for Nanfeng to fire 4 to 5 times. Miss! 2 out of 3 shots hit, 1 in the abdomen and 1 in the calf. Not bad at all. But what confused Nanfeng was why the normal attack dealt the same damage as the piercing shot. How exactly is this damage calculated? On the other side, Sakura Kojiro was cursing inwardly. Why does he have such high attack power? Why? After 3 shots, Sakura Kojiro had less than 50 HP left and was in a bleeding state, losing 5 to 8 HP per second. But he didn't give up, because the distance between him and Nanfeng was now less than 2 meters.
Draw and slash. Die.
Sakura Kojiro gripped the handle of his katana with both hands and swung a horizontal slash.
One strike, just one strike. Sakura Kojiro, who had put all his points into strength, was confident he could kill Nanfeng in one blow.
This strike was fast, so fast that Nanfeng's speed could not possibly dodge it.
But he had long since prepared a countermeasure. The moment Sakura Kojiro swung his blade, he dived straight into his opponent's arms.
Secret technique, cuddle.
At 0 distance, the 90-centimeter-long katana had no way to be effective.
Sakura Kojiro's lightning-fast strike missed.
You wanted to get close to me? Is this close enough now?
In Sakura Kojiro's shocked eyes, Nanfeng stabbed the wooden dagger he had retrieved into Sakura Kojiro's heart.
Ding! Congratulations on defeating your opponent, Sakura Kojiro, and becoming the winner of this cross-region challenge.
Ding! All resources in your region, Primal World District 527, have increased by 10%. With the sound of 2 system prompts, the challenge came to an end. Counting from the first shot Nanfeng fired, the entire match lasted less than 10 seconds. Nanfeng didn't even get to use his second piercing bullet. Damn it. Sakura Kojiro, whose health points were forcefully locked at 1, glared at Nanfeng with a face full of fury.
He never imagined that he would actually lose.
Nanfeng chuckled. Remember to call me daddy later, my good little boy.
Sakura Kojiro wanted to say something more, but the scenery before them shifted, and they were instantly returned to their respective regions.
Nanfeng was back in his log cabin less than a minute since he had left. I won!
Nanfeng let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. The challenge ended quickly, but only Nanfeng knew how dangerous it truly was.
Sakura Kojiro's final slash had sent a chill down Nanfeng's spine.
Nanfeng had no doubt that he would have been sliced in 2 and lost the match instantly if that had connected.
Fortunately, Nanfeng had been prepared. He had anticipated the possibility of being caught in close quarters the previous night, which allowed him to react quickly and dodge that fatal strike.
After briefly reviewing the entire fight, Nanfeng summarized his shortcomings, opened his interface, and entered the chat channel. Time to brag a little. Other chosen ones had also received the system announcement about Nanfeng's victory and were already chatting away in the channel. Liu Daqiang, at Nanfeng, boss, you're amazing.
Huang Yuanming, it feels like a dream. Has it really only been a minute and you already won?
Suzerain, impressive. I heard Sakura Kojiro's attack power reached 410. Combined with his skills and his level advantage, he could have easily one-shot you. Suzerain, I'm curious how you won. At Nanfeng.
Yorin, a bunch of herbs suddenly grew next to my log cabin. Is this the effect of the 10% resource increase?
Wu Yansheng, I felt it too. There seem to be more fierce beasts around here as well.
Liu Daqiang, there are more trees too. The ones I chopped down yesterday have just regrown out of thin air. Nanfeng had wondered before what exactly this 10% resource increase meant.
It seems now that everything in the entire region has increased, including, but not limited to trees, stones, fierce beasts, various ores, and so on.
This is a boost to the region's overall strength.
But for Nanfeng personally, the gains weren't that significant. There weren't even any attribute point rewards. It was less practical than hunting a Lord-tier beast.
After waiting a while and seeing more and more people tagging him in the chat channel, Nanfeng stopped lurking.
Nanfeng, a thunderous boom in the sky. A handsome man has arrived. Applause, please.
Tian's shiping. Haha, how childish.
Yorin, elementary school kids might find it childish, but college students think it's just right.
Xuming, clap, clap, clap. Liu Daqiang, boss is awesome.
Huang Yuanming, at Nanfeng, boss. From now on, I'm your subordinate. Bao Jian, boss. Please carry me, boss. A group of chosen ones turned into fanboys, heaping praise upon Nanfeng. Nanfeng was pleased, but he didn't forget to advertise. Nanfeng, everyone, to celebrate today's victory, I've just listed 50 bottles of clean, fresh water. Not 98, not 88, a special clearance sale, only 28.
Nanfeng, for 28 units of materials, you won't lose money, you won't be scammed, but you can buy a bottle of clean, fresh water to taste. Nanfeng, clean, fresh water, helps recover mana, helps quench your thirst. It's a must-have for home and travel. Are you sure you don't want to get some? Yoren, you dropped the price? Count me in. Wu Yuansheng, leave some for me, sister.
Su Yihan, I want some too. For ranged chosen ones, high mana consumption had always been a major problem. Before, when Nanfeng sold mana potions for 50 units of materials, others were reluctant to buy. But now that it was only 28 units, everyone would be willing to buy a little. After all, it was already the 4th day. Who doesn't have some savings by now? And the area around the log cabins had been mostly explored. It was time to venture further out. Having some mana potions in their backpacks gave them peace of mind.
The 50 bottles of clean, fresh water sold out quickly, and many people were sending private messages to Nanfeng asking for more.
He certainly had more. Huang Yuanming had given him 2 large buckets of creek water last night, which he hadn't finished purifying yet. I'm rich, Nanfeng grinned. He had made over 1,000 units of materials in minutes. Even after giving Huang Yuanming a share, Nanfeng was making a fortune.
This was the reason Nanfeng lowered the price. Small profits, quick returns. While waiting for the water to purify, Nanfeng opened the cross-region chat channel. He had one more important thing to do, try his best not to reveal his soul-bound weapon. Sakura Kojiro knew his soul-bound weapon was a handgun, but besides him, no one else had seen it with their own eyes, so Nanfeng still had room to bluff.
He didn't need to fool everyone. As long as most didn't believe what Sakura Kojiro said, it would be enough. Inside the cross-region chat channel. District 39, Sakura Ichikin. Hey, what are you still deluding yourselves about? Do you really think you trash from Dragon Country could win? Sakura Kojiro's strength isn't as good as mine, but beating you cowards from Dragon Country is still a walk in the park. District 17, Xiaoangran. Why are you barking? Did I not beat you hard enough last time? District 381, Lin Tianqi. Oh, brother Xiaoangran, you beat Sakura Ichikin?
District 68, Chengmo at Lin Tianqi. You came late, so you don't know. The day before yesterday, this Sakura Ichikin was being arrogant, but Xiaoangran launched a cross-region challenge and gave him a sound beating. He hasn't talked much since then.
District 39, Sakura Ichikin. I was afraid that Xiaoangran would lose too badly, so I held back. Who knew you people from Dragon Country were all ungrateful? Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also ambushed me. How shameful.
District 17, Xiaoangran. You made that up pretty well. I almost believed you. I wonder who that dog was that I pinned to the ground and pummeled back then. District 39, Bunzaka Takudo. You Dragon Country people are all trash, no Bushido spirit, only good for sneak attacks.
District 68, Chengmo. In the cross-region chat channel, the chosen ones from Dragon Country and the Sakura Country were at it again.
This was the norm for this channel. Both sides felt uncomfortable if they didn't spar with words for a day.
As one of the 4 great trolls of the national server, how could Nanfeng miss such a good opportunity? He immediately joined the group chat.
District 527, Nanfeng. Looking for my son, looking for my son. My silly son is lost. Could everyone please help me find him?
District 39, Sakura Ichikin.
District 527, Nanfeng. Time to find my son. Time to find my son. My foolish son is lost. Could everyone please help me find him?
District 39, Sakura Sword.
Nanfeng's sudden remark instantly grabbed the attention of the entire channel.
District 68, Chengmo at Nanfeng, brother. Did you win?
District 381, Lin Tianqi, you finished so fast? Only a few minutes have passed, right? District 17, Xiaoangran. Oh, looks like some little cherry blossom devils are going to be disappointed.
District 527, Nanfeng at Chengmo. Of course I won, wasn't it easy? How could a son possibly beat his daddy? Wouldn't you agree? By the way, have any of you seen my son? Why hasn't he come out to call me daddy yet? At Sakura Kojiro.
Following Nanfeng's confident reply, the entire cross-region chat channel instantly exploded. District 288, Emilia, oh my god, is this for real? District 527 actually managed to defeat District 132? District 8, Mike, hey, Sakura Country is a piece of trash. To lose even with a level advantage, what losers?
District 3, Andre. A level gap challenge? Impressive.
District 39, Sakura Sword. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This kid must be talking nonsense. District 39, Fumizaka Takuto. Baka. People from Dragon Country are all liars. Their words can't be trusted. District 381 Lin Tianqi, where are the people from District 132? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Did your vocal cords get knocked out?
District 17, Xiao Angran. Seems like this Sakura Kojiro isn't much. Level 6 losing to a level 5, why even play? Just go home and raise pigs.
At this moment, all the chosen ones from Sakura country had sour expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that Sakura Kojiro, in whom they had placed such high hopes, would actually lose to a level 5 chosen one from Dragon Country. If he had lost to some other country, it would have been fine, but it just had to be Dragon Country. This was completely unacceptable to the Sakura country chosen ones, and they felt as miserable as if they had eaten shit.
District 113, Ye Pialing attacker level. Lower than defender level means damage equals half defense. Defended by 1+ level difference. For every level difference, damage is directly halved. At Nanfeng, you won even with damage halved. So isn't Sakura Kojiro just really weak?
Looking at the formula posted by Ye Pialing, Nanfeng suddenly realized.
So when a low level attacks a high level, the damage is decayed by that much. A 1-level gap halves the damage, 2 levels leaves only a third, and if there's a 9-level gap, only 1/10 of the damage remains.
Fortunately, Nanfeng had put all his points into strength, so his attack power was high enough. Plus, Sakura Kojiro was a glass cannon, so even with the damage halved, Nanfeng could still deal 150+ damage.
Otherwise, Nanfeng really wouldn't have been able to win.
It was precisely because of this damage decay mechanism that cross-level challenges were nearly impossible. No wonder everyone thought it was incredible that Nanfeng could win.
Regaining his composure, Nanfeng answered Ye Pialing's question.
District 527, Nanfeng. Well, let me put it this way. I didn't lose a single point of health.
District 527, Suzerain. I recall your god-tier weapon is a dagger. A dagger against a katana, and you managed to finish without taking damage.
Nanfeng gave Suzerain a thumbs up in his heart. That was a truly god-tier assist.
Now everyone would assume by default that Nanfeng's god-tier weapon was a dagger. This gave Nanfeng much more room to maneuver.
District 3, Andrea, no damage cross-level challenge, and with a melee weapon, I don't think I could do that.
District 288, Emilia, I've heard that everyone in Dragon Country knows Kung Fu. Could that be true? You actually managed a no-damage cross-level challenge. Nanfeng, your movement technique must be very impressive, right?
District 8, Mike, movement techniques, they are useless in the face of absolute power.
District 78, Kim Hyun-wook. Perhaps it's not that Nanfeng is too strong, but that Sakura Kojiro is too weak.
No one wanted to admit that chosen ones from other countries were strong, but everyone was happy to admit that others were weak.
Kim Hyun-wook's comment immediately drew agreement from most of the chosen ones.
District 8, Mike, you're right. Sakura Kojiro is just a piece of trash. District 502, Shivani. Sakura Kojiro couldn't even beat District 527, so he definitely wouldn't be able to beat me. District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Bullshit. I could kill you with one slash. Finally, Sakura Kojiro, who had been lurking for a long time, couldn't hold back anymore. Nanfeng immediately perked up. He'd been waiting for ages, thinking Sakura Kojiro wouldn't dare show his face.
District 527, Nanfeng. Good boy. Where did you run off to? Daddy's been looking for you for ages.
District 39, Sakura Sword, at Nanfeng. Keep your mouth clean. District 527, Nanfeng, I'm talking to my son. What's it to you? Oh, wait, you're my son's older brother. Does that mean you're my son too?
District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Baka, you dare insult my brother, Deathwish.
District 527, Nanfeng, at Sakura Kojiro. Good son, you promised to call me daddy, didn't you? Why aren't you calling me that yet? Where's that famous Sakura country warrior spirit?
District 39, Sakura Sword. Kojiro, did you really lose?
The chat channel went quiet instantly as everyone waited for Sakura Kojiro's direct answer to the question.
Sakura Kojiro remained silent for a long time. District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Yes, Oni-san. This Nanfeng's god-tier weapon is a handgun with extreme range. My health was bottomed out before I could even get close to him.
District 39, Sakura Sword. What, a handgun?
District 68, Cheng Mo. What the hell? You can awaken a handgun as a god-tier weapon? I'm envious.
District 8. Mike, that's impossible.
District 288, Emilia. Oh my god, for real? Nanfeng took a deep breath,
thinking about how to deflect the topic while ensuring most chosen ones wouldn't believe what Sakura Kojiro said. After some deliberation, Nanfeng edited a message and sent it.
District 527 Nanfeng. Wow, my god-tier weapon is a handgun? I didn't even know that until you said it. Thanks for the reminder, my good boy.
District 132 Sakura Kojiro. Stop pretending. If it weren't for the gun, how could you have possibly beaten me? District 527 Suzerain Sakura Kojiro. I think you just found an excuse because you're embarrassed about losing, right? District 68 Cheng Mo. What a lame excuse. Even my grandma would shake her head at that. District 381 Lin Tianqi. Everyone's god-tier weapons are cold weapons. How could anyone awaken a heat weapon like a handgun? Can you write a better script before you lie?
Seeing this, Nanfeng noticed the Dragon Country chosen ones were all speaking up for him.
After 2 seconds of thought, Nanfeng understood the reason.
If Nanfeng's god-tier weapon really were a handgun, it would be his most powerful trump card. Since they were all from Dragon Country, they couldn't just let their fellow countrymen's trump card be exposed. Of course, they had to refute Sakura Kojiro.
If it wasn't a handgun, then they should refute it even more. Making up such a clumsy excuse to lie. Who are you looking down on? Do you think everyone's an idiot?
District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Warriors of the Great Sakura Empire never lie. Nanfeng's god-tier weapon is indeed a handgun. I swear it on my katana.
A katana is the most sacred thing to a Sakura warrior. For Sakura Kojiro to swear on his sword meant that what he said might actually be true.
The chosen ones from other countries were 70% convinced. District 527, Nanfeng. Sure, my god-tier weapon is a handgun. And when are you calling me daddy? Seeing Nanfeng not refute it, the other chosen ones became suspicious again.
Admitting his own trump card so easily, that doesn't seem right.
District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Heh, so you're finally admitting it? If you didn't have a gun, you never could have won.
District 527, Nanfeng. Sure, I have a gun. And when are you going to call me daddy? Where is the great Sakura Empire warrior spirit? Are you going to be a sore loser? District 68, Cheng Mo. Heh, I don't believe a single punctuation mark from that little cherry blossom devil. Anyone who believes him is a fool. The chosen ones from other countries nodded upon hearing this. The Sakura Kojiro really had no credibility. His words couldn't be trusted.
District 132, Sakura Kojiro. Baka, you people from Dragon Country cheated to win and you expect me to admit defeat? Keep dreaming.
District 527, Nanfeng. How did it turn into me cheating? Didn't I just stab you to death with a dagger? How is that cheating?
District 132, Sakura Kojiro. If I didn't have such low health, how could you have stabbed me to death with one dagger?
As soon as he sent that, Sakura Kojiro realized something was wrong.
Nanfeng let out a low laugh. This little punk had fallen for it.
Nanfeng chuckled to himself. That little brat, he fell for it. Sakura sword. Kojiro, what on earth is Nanfeng's weapon? How does it keep switching between a dagger and a pistol?
Lin Tianqi, the secret's out.
Cheng Mo, haha, I told you the Sakura people are full of lies. Are there really people who still believe them?
Mike, losing is losing. Making excuses for yourself just proves you're a loser.
Kim Hyun-wook. So it really was just Sakura Kojiro being weak. Sakura Kojiro was scratching his head in desperation, dying to explain himself, but there was a 30-second cooldown on messages in the cross-region chat channel, with the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones intentionally steering the narrative. Everyone threw in a word or two, essentially settling the matter. Not only did Sakura Kojiro lose to Nanfeng, he lost embarrassingly. To save face, he had made up that excuse to fool everyone. Of course, there were still some suspicious chosen ones who remained skeptical about what Nanfeng's true divine weapon really was. Nanfeng couldn't erase everyone's doubts, but as long as the majority didn't believe him, that was enough. Sakura Kojiro, that's not true. Nanfeng has two divine weapons. One is a dagger, and the other is a pistol. Everyone, you must be careful of him.
Andre, the more you talk, the more ridiculous it sounds.
Amelia. Out of over 500 districts and 500,000 chosen ones, I've never heard of anyone awakening two divine weapons. Nanfeng. Oh, right. I have two divine weapons. And then what? When are you going to call me daddy?
Cheng Mo, don't even bother. Can you really trust a Sakura person's word? Everyone, let's disperse. Time to level up and grind monsters.
Lin Tianqi, moving out.
Sakura Kojiro Baka. You Dragon Kingdom trash, do you only know how to lie? I'm telling the truth. Trash, losers. If we had another round, I would definitely beat you cowards from the Dragon Kingdom.
Seeing that no one believed him, Sakura Kojiro became furious and started spamming insults in the channel.
But he just kept repeating the same few words, trash or loser, completely lacking any bite, just like a shrew cursing in the street.
Nanfeng didn't even bother to retort.
But not everyone was like Nanfeng. Some of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones couldn't just sit by and watch.
Changmo, at Sakura Kojiro, shut up and get ready for a beating.
Announcement. Primitive World District 68 has initiated a cross-region challenge against Primitive World District 132. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Please have your combatants ready.
My God, how exciting!
This Changmo is quite ruthless. He doesn't just talk, he acts immediately, not giving Sakura Kojiro any face at all. Sakura Kojiro, damn it. You Dragon Kingdom people, do you really think I'm that easy to bully? So what if you're District 68? I can still cross-level challenge and defeat you.
Changmo, come and try.
Nanfeng, at Changmo. Sakura Kojiro has two skills, Blade Draw and Instant Slash. Instant Slash is a dashing skill, watch out. His defense is around 130 to 160, and his HP is between 450 and 600. His divine weapon is a katana, about 90 centimeters long.
Nanfeng rattled off the details as if he knew the guy inside and out, exposing all of Sakura Kojiro's stats.
If he could, Nanfeng would even tell them what color underwear Sakura Kojiro was wearing. But unfortunately, he didn't know.
Changmo, haha, thanks bro. Knowing this info, my win rate just went up by at least 30%. Sakura Kojiro, Baka, you Dragon Kingdom people are too shameless.
Yippee Eiling, if that's all the strength Sakura Kojiro has, then I can beat him too and loot some resources.
Nanfeng, that's right. Let's all go at him and drive District 132's resources into the negative.
Sakura Sword, don't push your luck, Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think our Sakura Nation has no one left?
Xiaoangran, if you're so tough, why don't you come and fight me?
The chosen ones from the two nations started arguing again, and people from other countries couldn't even get a word in. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the challenge match between District 68 and District 132 began.
Nanfeng checked the time. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. Still early.
After they finish fighting, I'll go out and hunt monsters to level up.
Can't help it. Watching the drama is just too entertaining.
30 seconds later, Changmo spoke first in the cross-region channel.
Changmo one-shotted him with my blade. How pathetic.
Nanfeng, Big Boss is awesome. Just from that one sentence, Nanfeng could tell that this Changmo must be level 7.
Changmo only initiated the challenge because he was certain of victory.
The information Nanfeng provided earlier was just the icing on the cake. It didn't actually have much practical use. Sakura Kojiro, damn it. The Dragon Kingdom plundered 20% of our district's resources. I'll remember this grudge. You low-ranked Dragon Kingdom districts, just you wait.
Yippee Eiling, don't be in such a hurry. I still have a challenge token.
Announcement. Primitive World District 113 has initiated a cross-region challenge against Primitive World District 132. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Please have your combatants ready. Nanfeng almost laughed out loud. This Sakura Kojiro is still barking away. He doesn't even realize how many districts the Dragon Kingdom has. Meanwhile, inside District 132, nearly 100 Sakura Nation chosen ones had sour looks on their faces. What's wrong with this Sakura Kojiro? Why can't he beat anyone?
Damn, he actually cost us 20% of our district's resources. How are we supposed to develop now? I have to walk for 7 or 8 minutes now just to find a level 3 monster.
The chat channel inside District 132 was filled with cursing. Everyone was bashing Sakura Kojiro.
Dondo Yuta, everyone, this is just the Dragon Kingdom bullying us. It's not Sakura Kojiro's fault.
Masakoshi Daiki, don't panic, guys. As long as Kojiro wins this round, we can win back 10% of our resources. Dondo Yuta, exactly. This is just a temporary setback. Victory will ultimately belong to our great Sakura Empire. Under the persuasion of Dondo Yuta and Masakoshi Daiki, the chosen ones in District 132 calmed down slightly and waited for the victory of this battle. Seeing this, Sakura Kojiro let out a sigh of relief. Being cursed at by hundreds of people non-stop put him under a lot of pressure. A bunch of ignorant fools. Sooner or later, I'll whip them into submission.
Sakura Kojiro sneered and memorized the names of those who cursed the loudest, planning to hunt them down when he had the chance.
When 10 minutes were up, a silvery white teleportation circle appeared under Sakura Kojiro's feet.
This was the third time today. This time, Sakura Kojiro was teleported to a lonely island surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean.
Standing opposite Sakura Kojiro was a petite young girl.
Ye Piaoling tilted her head, her eyes were dull, and her face was delicate, looking like a porcelain doll. What a beautiful girl.
Sakura Kojiro's eyes were filled with lewd thoughts, and his breathing began to quicken. Such a delicate doll, I really want to pin her down and ravage her.
Suddenly, Ye Piaoling started to smile.
The corners of her mouth split all the way to her ears, and blood-red tears began to stream from her eyes.
Within just a few seconds, Ye Piaoling transformed from a doll into a ghost from a horror movie.
Sakura Kojiro was horrified, terrified, and kept backing away.
But suddenly he realized he couldn't control his body. His right hand was holding his katana, and he stabbed it straight into his own stomach. Seppuku.
Halfway through, Sakura Kojiro finally regained control of his body, hurriedly pulled the katana out, and covered his wound.
But his HP had already dropped by more than half. Sakura Kojiro stared at Ye Piaoling in terror. Ye Piaoling smiled faintly, looking incredibly eerie. Don't be afraid, it's just a control skill.
Her voice reached Sakura Kojiro's ears like a hypnotic spell, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. By the time Sakura Kojiro came to his senses, the katana in his hand was already pressed against his own throat.
No.
Before Sakura Kojiro could finish, Ye Piaoling grabbed his hand and shoved the katana into his windpipe.
End of match.
Announcement: Area 132 has failed the cross-region challenge 3 times in a row. All chosen ones in Area 132 will have their base stats reduced by 10 points. Nanfeng, who was waiting for the results, was shocked when he suddenly received the system announcement. Losing 3 matches in a row means everyone in the area loses 10 points from all stats. Isn't that penalty a bit too harsh? Chengmo, haha, Ye Piaoling won too. Let's see if the Sakura Kingdom dares to act arrogant now. Lin Tianqi, all stats down by 10. That's basically like losing 2 levels, right? Does that mean I can bully him now? Xiao Angran, I suggest you wait until level 6 before challenging Sakura Kojiro. Your win rate will be higher then. Nanfeng TSETSK, Sakura Kojiro's power has plummeted. Everyone, hurry up and plunder Area 132's resources. As soon as Nanfeng made this suggestion, many chosen ones from other areas were tempted. Many areas now possess a cross-region challenge token, but most people have been holding on to them without using them. Besides being wary of the overall strength of other countries, a big reason is simply not knowing who to challenge. What if they end up picking a tough nut to crack, like Nanfeng? Not only would it be embarrassing to lose, but you'd also have to give up 10% of your resources. Who could handle that? But things are different now. Sakura Kojiro's stats being reduced by 10 across the board means a total loss of 40 attribute points. That is a terrifying nerf. You have to realize leveling up only grants 5 points to all stats. Even with the 5 free attribute points you get from leveling up, that only totals 25 points. This nerf effectively drops Sakura Kojiro by a level and a half. If he faces a level 5 opponent, he might be able to put up a fight, but against a level 6, he's certain to lose. Are there many level 6 chosen ones now? Quite a few. Most of the top 200 areas have level 6 powerhouses, and even quite a few at level 7. People don't even need Nanfeng to stir the pot. Many will jump at the chance to kick someone while they are down. After all, winning a challenge nets you 10% of their resources. Nanfeng could foresee that in the next day or two, many people would definitely challenge Area 132 to claim that resource package. Sakura Kojiro, everyone please stop challenging our area. I know I was wrong, just leave us a way to survive. Fuyumichi Yuta, we can't even beat beasts of our own level anymore. In these few minutes alone, dozens of our compatriots have been killed by beasts. Terrified of being challenged further, the chosen ones of Area 132 rushed out to play the victim. Nanfeng smiled, feeling absolutely no sympathy for the chosen ones from the Sakura Kingdom. If he hadn't won today, their sector would be the ones in such a miserable state right now. Time to stop chatting and head out to level up. Nanfeng stopped watching, closed his interface, and walked out of the cabin. The situation in Area 132 served as a wake-up call for him. He must increase his strength as quickly as possible to deal with any potential future cross-region challenges. Because if he were to lose 3 matches in a row, the consequences would be more than Nanfeng could handle. Today's goal reached level 6. Nanfeng set this small goal for himself and strode toward the northwest. That mine cave from yesterday was crawling with spiders and was a great place to level up. So Nanfeng decided to go back. He'd also see if he could take down the Cave Spider King and clear the dungeon. After a moment of thought, Nanfeng opened his interface, entered the Handsome Guys group, and sent a message. Nanfeng, ladies and gentlemen, anyone looking to form a team to level up? Huang Yuanming. Oh, the big boss is going to carry me. Where are we leveling up? Nanfeng, the mine cave from yesterday. So many spiders. Isn't that just pure experience points? Suzanne, my sister and I are already here. Wu Yuansheng. Wow, talk about being in the right place at the right time. Xu Ming and I are on our way. Wu Li, I'm not coming. There are more beasts around my cabin, so I need to clear them out first. More beasts! Nanfeng looked around and indeed noticed many traces of iron claw rats and red-eyed rabbits. More beasts meant more experience, which meant everyone would level up faster. This was good news. Nanfeng, today we might try to see if we can kill the Cave Spider King. Nanfeng, I discovered yesterday that the Cave Spider King is so large it seems stuck in the right tunnel and can't get out. Suzerain, is that so? Then we have a lot more room to maneuver. Wu Yuansheng, you guys lure the Cave Spider King to the cave entrance, and I'll use my arrows to finish it off. The group discussed it for a while and felt it was worth a try. Even if they couldn't kill the Cave Spider King, killing the smaller spiders would still be worth it. Nothing to lose anyway. After ending the chat, Nanfeng took another look at the leaderboard. First place, Xiao Luo. Second place, Su Ziran, level 5. Third place, Su Yihan. Fourth place, Nanfeng. These monsters must have gotten up at 6 in the morning to level up, right? Nanfeng was speechless. He hadn't even warmed his seat as number 1 before it changed. Fortunately, Nanfeng was still in first place when Sakura Kojiro initiated the challenge. If the challenge had been issued any later, it would have been Xiao Luo fighting Sakura Kojiro. Nanfeng didn't know how strong Xiao Luo was, but against Sakura Kojiro, he didn't think Xiao Luo had much of a chance. That was a close one. Closing the panel, Nanfeng put away his Desert Eagle, switched to a wooden dagger, and walked quickly toward the mine cave. The wooden dagger adds 6 points of agility, which allows Nanfeng to walk faster. Along the way, Nanfeng cleared out a few beasts that blocked his path and arrived outside the cave without any trouble. Seeing Nanfeng arrive, Suzerain nodded slightly. You're here. Yep. Nanfeng nodded back, then turned to Su Yihan with a grin. Hey there, healer. Good morning. Su Yihan's cold face flushed slightly, and she glared at him. Go away. Don't talk to me. You got it. Nanfeng didn't waste any more breath, jogging over to Xu Ming and Wu Yuansheng to start hunting spiders and grind levels. Seeing this, Su Yihan rolled her eyes. So excited to kill a spider. What a blockhead. It's fun to kill spiders. Suzerain waved the short blade in his hand and joined the spider hunting army. Su Yihan was speechless. Yesterday, the cave was filled with spiderlings, but today they had all grown into cave spiders. Over the span of a single night, they had grown much stronger. But this suited Nanfeng just fine. Level 4 cave spiders provided 20 experience points, whereas the level 3 spiderlings only gave 10. Naturally, hunting cave spiders was more cost-effective. The group spent over 2 hours finally cleaning out the cave spiders outside the cavern. For those 2 hours, Nanfeng had been fighting with his dagger to practice his melee skills. Suzerain pointed to the cave, looking at the group questioningly. So, shall we go in and take a look? Let's do it! We've cleared out the minions. Time to go see the boss. Relying on his healthy HP bar, Nanfeng headed into the cave first. The others quickly followed. It wasn't until they reached the fork in the road that Nanfeng slowed his pace, looking cautiously toward the right tunnel. The tunnel to the right was pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. Nanfeng threw his torch deep into the tunnel. Whoosh! 8 basketball-sized eyes suddenly opened and stared right at Nanfeng. It's the Cave Spider King. The massive attribute penalty creates a permanent underclass, making recovery impossible once the downward momentum begins. Nanfeng wisely recognizes that in this Darwinian system, empathy is a luxury. You either maintain the lead or become someone else's resource. The devastating nerf to Zone 132 illustrates a brutal zero-sum game where yesterday's rivals become today's harvest. Nanfeng's urgency reveals the harsh reality of digital Darwinism. In this world, failing to evolve means becoming a resource for the winners. In the passage on the right, the Crypt Spider King opened its 8 mesmerizing eyes and stared fixedly at Nanfeng. Good grief! Has this thing been waiting here the whole time? Startled, Nanfeng took 2 steps back. The others were even more panicked and immediately turned to run. Nanfeng quickly called out to them, "Don't be afraid, brothers, it can't get through." Only then did everyone realize that the Crypt Spider King was so massive that it blocked the right passage completely, to the point where it couldn't even stretch its legs. "I could not get out at all." Wu Yongsheng looked delighted. "It's stuck there? Does that mean we have a chance to kill it?" Suzerain frowned and observed for a moment. "It's not stuck. Even if it can't come out, it can still retreat. The space inside that passage must be huge." Wu Yongsheng didn't mind. "Then we can take this opportunity to chip away at its health. If it retreats, we can just find a way to lure it out again, right?" Xu Ming nodded. "Old Wu has a point. Point my foot." Nanfeng checked the stats of the Crypt Spider King again and retreated repeatedly. "It can spit venom. Let's back up a bit further." Nanfeng had no idea how far the Crypt Spider King's venom could reach, but the further away they were, the safer they would be. Everyone retreated to the entrance of the cave. By the light of the torch Nanfeng had thrown earlier, they could see the Crypt Spider King still sitting there, motionless. Su Yihan asked, confused, "What is it doing?" "Slaying eggs." Combining what happened yesterday, Nanfeng guessed something. It was like this yesterday too. Once we wiped out the Crypt Spiders outside, the Crypt Spider King would crawl out from the depths of the cave and lay a huge batch of spiderlings. These spiderlings would evolve into Crypt Spiders after a while and continue to guard the cave. After hearing Nanfeng's explanation, everyone finally understood. "Suzerain, so this is a natural farming spot. If we leave this Crypt Spider King alive, it will provide us with an endless supply of spiders to hunt." "That is true." Nanfeng nodded, then shook his head. "But don't forget, that right passage likely contains iron ore, or even copper ore. It'll be hard to get those materials if we don't kill the Crypt Spider King." "Wu Yuansheng, ferocious beasts are everywhere, but iron and copper ore aren't so easy to find." Xu Ming, "Yes, I think we have to kill it." Su Yihan, "Brother, I think Nanfeng is right. Everyone agreed to kill the Crypt Spider King to obtain rare materials like iron blocks and copper blocks." Just then, the Crypt Spider King finished laying its eggs and scuttled back into the depths of the cave. Shortly after, everyone saw a swarm of spiderlings rushing toward them. Here they come again. The scenario was very similar to yesterday, except that today, no one was trapped in the left passage. A whole bunch of experience points again. Compared to Crypt Spiders, spiderlings were easier to kill. Although the experience points were a bit lower, it didn't really affect their leveling efficiency. Without another word, they went straight into farming mode. If only I could use the Desert Eagle. A single armor-piercing shot could kill over a dozen of them. Nanfeng sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, as his trump card for survival, Nanfeng didn't want too many people to know about it yet. Half an hour later, they had killed hundreds of spiderlings, and they were not in the best condition themselves. Su Yihan breathed heavily, her chest heaving. "It's no use. I'm out of mana. I can't heal you guys anymore." "What? I gave you 20 bottles of mana potions, you drank them all?" Nanfeng was shocked. "Does this healer consume that much mana?" The clean, fresh water purified by Nanfeng's water purifier had the effect of restoring mana, so everyone habitually called them mana potions. Su Yihan tidied her hair. "Otherwise what? If I hadn't been healing you guys, you would have had to go home for supplies long ago." "That was true." Because of having Su Yihan as their healer, Nanfeng hadn't even eaten a single piece of roasted meat during these 2 hours of combat, saving a lot of money. Then let's go back and rest and come back in the afternoon, Nanfeng suggested. I also need to go back and craft some more mana potions. Sounds good. We've hunted quite a few beasts this morning. It's time to take a break. Then let's retreat. They weren't the type to dawdle. They left as soon as they decided. They left behind a ground full of spiderlings, crawling everywhere outside the cave in search of enemies. It took Nanfeng more than 40 minutes to return to the cabin. This was much faster than yesterday, as his agility had increased after leveling up. After resting for a few minutes, Nanfeng started a fire and roasted some meat. Eating this every day really makes me want to puke. Nanfeng opened the trade channel, wanting to see if there was anything else to eat. Then he saw a survivor named Wang Jiayang selling an apple for 30 materials. Damn, 30 materials for an apple? Why don't you just go rob someone? Nanfeng grumbled and took a look at his backpack. He had 1768 units of wood and stone combined. Never mind then. Nanfeng decisively bought the apple. He'd treat himself for lunch today and eat a fruit to calm his nerves. Beep, beep, beep. A private message popped up. Nanfeng opened it and saw it was from the girl, Yoran. Yoran, good brother. Why didn't you list any mana potions today? Nanfeng, good sister. I don't even have enough for myself. Yorana, what do I do then? How am I supposed to live without mana potions? Wah! Nanfeng. If you give me a kiss, I'll sell you 10 bottles. Nanfeng. Nanfeng, come on, let's trade. Nanfeng originally wanted to tease Yoran, but he didn't expect her to be so unabashed, saying she'd kiss and then doing it, even if it wasn't a real one. It seems Yoran is quite the flirt, and a bit of a tease, calling everyone brother. The girl Yoran is way out of my league. A pure virgin like me can't handle someone like that. The healer is better. She's simpler and easier to win over. After daydreaming for a while, Nanfeng's meat was roasted, taking out the apple he just bought from his bag. Nanfeng ate a bite of meat, then a bite of apple, enjoying himself. Beep, beep, beep. Halfway through his meal, Nanfeng's messages pinged again. Opening it, it was Yoran again. Why does this girl keep messaging me? Could she be interested in me? Thinking this, Nanfeng opened the message. Yoran, I found a level 5 Lord tier beast. Are you interested? My god, a level 5 Lord tier beast. Killing one of those rewards attribute points. Nanfeng wasn't confident in killing the level 6 Lord tier Crypt Spider King. But a level 5 Lord tier beast? Nanfeng felt he still had a chance to take it down. Wiping the grease from his mouth, Nanfeng hurriedly replied, Nanfeng, good sister, send the coordinates. I'll be there right away. Lord tier beasts are extremely rare. Today is already the 4th day, and in this entire region, only Nanfeng has managed to kill one level 2 Lord tier beast, the Arrow Bee Queen. Killing Lord tier beasts grants additional attribute points, which makes Nanfeng very eager. So as soon as Yoran mentioned there was a Lord tier beast, Nanfeng couldn't sit still. Yoran, the coordinates are 410, 483. I will wait for you here. Nanfeng took one look at the coordinates and thought, holy cow, it is this close to the cabin. It is less than 20 minutes away. Quickly finishing off the last few bites of roasted meat, Nanfeng grabbed 20 mana recovery potions and headed out. Let me see, it should be in the southeast direction, right in the opposite direction of the mine. Nanfeng equipped his wooden dagger and strode away, but as he walked, he suddenly realized something was off. This direction looked a bit familiar. Isn't this where I found the jungle tree spirit yesterday? Could the Lord tier beast Yoran mentioned be that 3 or 4 meter thick tree spirit? Nanfeng still had vivid memories of the jungle tree spirit. It is hard to forget a beast that was entirely covered in question marks. Wait, no. The Insight Eye can view the attributes of beasts within level 3, so the jungle tree spirit must be at least level 6 or higher. The Lord tier beast Yoran found is level 5, so it certainly cannot be the jungle tree spirit. Having figured that out, Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. While passing through the area of the jungle tree spirit, Nanfeng carefully took a wide detour to avoid being ambushed. The vines of that thing are 50 or 60 meters long, and you will get caught if you are not careful. Bypassing this area, the view before Nanfeng suddenly opened up. The towering trees that blocked the sky became fewer, replaced by layers of small hills. Continuing toward the coordinates, Nanfeng noticed that the low-level beasts around him were starting to multiply. Besides common beasts like iron claw rats and red-eyed rabbits, there were some plant-type beasts that Nanfeng had never seen before. Among them, a type of pea that shoots seeds left Nanfeng speechless. Why are there pea shooters here? Are we playing Plants vs. Zombies now? Facing the level 5 Nanfeng, these level 2 or 3 beasts were completely defenseless. After easily finishing them off, Nanfeng arrived in a valley. On a rock beside the valley, Yoran, wearing a robe, looked at Nanfeng with a smile. You got here pretty fast. Yoran's lips curled up, and her eyes curved into crescents. Even her eyes were smiling. Girls who love to smile won't have bad luck. Nanfeng looked her up and down, finding that she also had a great figure, with a slim waist, long legs, and fair skin. She was a charming little enchantress. You dirty old man, why do you keep staring at me? Yoran rolled her eyes at Nanfeng. Looking once is instinct. Looking twice makes you a dirty old man. Nanfeng said righteously. I didn't blink just now, so it was just instinct. Yoran covered her mouth and chuckled twice. All right, let's talk business. Right business. Nanfeng carefully observed the surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, he walked slowly toward Yoran. There was no other way. It is better to be safe than sorry. What if this Yoran is a bad person? What if she wants to cut out Nanfeng's kidneys? If I lose a kidney, my future happiness index will be halved, so I cannot let my guard down. All right, this distance is fine. Seeing Nanfeng approaching slowly, Yoran also cautiously maintained a certain distance. There was not much trust between the two. So heartbreaking, you don't trust me at all. Nanfeng looked distressed. I am your good brother after all. Yoran ignored Nanfeng's play acting and started talking about the business. Deep in this valley, there is a pack of about 40 bloodthirsty wolves, all level 5 beasts. Among them, there is a bloodthirsty wolf leader, which is a Lord-tier beast. Nanfeng was surprised. So many? I can't handle this. If it were just one Lord-tier beast, Nanfeng might still try to kite it to death. But with the addition of over 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves, Nanfeng definitely couldn't win. Yoran waved her hand, signaling Nanfeng to be quiet. There is also an illusion herb in this valley. Consuming it increases your stamina by 10 points. This illusion herb is about to mature, so the bloodthirsty wolf leader has been guarding it and has no intention of leaving. This creates an opportunity for us. We can kill the bloodthirsty wolves first, and then deal with the leader. Nanfeng nodded. If the leader doesn't make a move, Nanfeng is confident he can handle the remaining wolves unless they decide to jump him all at once. After briefly introducing the situation, Yoran looked back at Nanfeng. The kill reward for this lord belongs to you, but the illusion herb belongs to me. How does that sound? Nanfeng, fair enough. Last time, Nanfeng killed the level 2 Lord Arrow Bee Queen and received a reward of 1 reputation and 4 stamina.
This bloodthirsty wolf leader is a level 5 beast, so the reward will definitely be higher, perhaps even giving strength points.
For Nanfeng, the kill reward is definitely much better than the 10 stamina points provided by the illusion herb. Seeing Nanfeng agree, Yoran smiled slightly. All right then, follow me. I know a good place. Yoran led Nanfeng to a protruding rock wall, and after a lot of effort, they climbed up. From this angle, one could perfectly see the pack of bloodthirsty wolves in the distance. Yoran smiled and said, below us is a 90-degree rock wall. The bloodthirsty wolves cannot climb up. Nanfeng looked and saw that was indeed the case. This small slope is easy to defend and hard to attack, so the wolves can't get up at all and can only be beaten from below. Nanfeng sighed. This is a tower defense game then, and Nanfeng and Yoran were just 2 defense towers. On the side, Yoran took out a wooden staff wrapped in vines that seemed to be growing out of the staff itself. I can cast fireballs to lure the bloodthirsty wolves over. So jealous, she actually has fireball magic. Nanfeng's dream since he was a kid was to be a mage. As Yoran said this, she looked at the wooden dagger in Nanfeng's hand. What about you? Aren't you going to take out your pistol? And Nanfeng was stunned and chuckled. Eh? You believe the nonsense from that Sakura Kojiro? Yoran smiled as she looked at Nanfeng, a flash of cunning in her eyes. Then the experience points from these wolves belong to me, right? As she spoke, a fireball condensed on Yoran's staff, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air before hitting a bloodthirsty wolf that was snoring in the distance. Great aim! Oh! In pain, the bloodthirsty wolf climbed up and began to howl. Soon, all 40-something wolves spotted the two of them and came charging over with roars. Roar! No sooner had the pack run a few steps than the leader let out a growl, and half of the wolves immediately stopped and returned to its side, guarding the maturing herd. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is the leader afraid of us trying to lure it away? Yoran nodded. It is quite intelligent. We need to be careful when we fight it. Whoosh! Yoran waved her staff again, and another fireball flew out, hitting a bloodthirsty wolf. Nanfeng felt a bit restless watching this. This is farming monsters without taking any damage. A level 5 bloodthirsty wolf could provide Nanfeng with 50 experience points, which was much higher than the cave spiders. Should I pull out my desert eagle, eliminate Yoran, and keep all the experience for myself? Nanfeng had an evil thought, but he immediately dismissed it. Nanfeng couldn't bring himself to do such a despicable thing. Beep, beep, beep. While he was struggling with the thought, Nanfeng suddenly received a private message. He opened it and was immediately shocked. Oh my God, what is it? Yoran was startled by Nanfeng. Nanfeng's expression was grave as he read the message. The message was from Suzerain. It was short but carried an enormous amount of information. Suzerain, Sakura Ichikan, is preparing to challenge our District 527. Sakura Ichikan from District 39 is preparing to challenge District 527. Nanfeng read the message sent by Suzerain, and combined with the discussions in the chat channel, he roughly understood what had happened. Ever since the 3 war zones from the Dragon Kingdom defeated District 132 of the Sakura Kingdom 3 times in a row this morning, District 132 has been completely finished. Throughout this morning, I don't know how many war zones have challenged Sakura Kojiro, including those from the Macaque Kingdom, the Kangaroo Kingdom, the Cold Kingdom, the Owl Kingdom, and so on. These war zones saw that Sakura Kojiro was struggling and decided to pick up some scraps and plunder a bit of resources. Sakura Kojiro actually put up a decent fight, winning 1 match against the Cold Kingdom at the beginning, and bragged for a long time in the cross-region chat channel. Kim Hyun-wook from District 78 couldn't stand it immediately. You little Sakura Kojiro, how dare you mock our Cold Kingdom? Go to hell. Kim Hyun-wook took out his cross-region challenge order and gave Sakura Kojiro a good beating. After that, the powerhouses from the Eagle Kingdom and the Kangaroo Kingdom also won 1 match each against District 132. This was a disaster. District 132 lost a total of 6 matches, and all chosen ones had their total attributes reduced by 20 points. Sakura Kojiro's strength plummeted, as if hit with a weakness debuff by some doghead, and he couldn't beat anyone anymore. Because of this, District 132 became a free gift pack for beginners. Most war zones that possess a cross-region challenge order choose to bully District 132 to increase their own zone's resources. I heard that by lunchtime, the trees in District 132 had been almost stripped bare, and the ferocious beasts were even scarcer. If nothing goes wrong, the chosen ones in District 132 definitely won't survive the beast tide in 26 days. Sakura Ichikan was furious when he heard this news. His little brother, who grew up with him, was being bullied like this. How could he explain this to his father? Sakura Ichikan decided right then and there to challenge District 527. As he believed Nanfeng was the culprit behind all of this, he issued a formal challenge to District 527 in the cross-region chat channel, saying he would crush Nanfeng and avenge his brother. If it were just that, Nanfeng wouldn't really care, since he had already won a match before. Even if he lost to Sakura Ichikan, he would just be losing back that 10% of resources. Overall, it wouldn't be a loss. It's no big deal. But Sakura Ichikan clearly didn't want to make things easy for Nanfeng, or rather, He didn't want things to be easy for District 527. He gathered several other war zones in the cross-region chat channel, planning to make District 527 lose 3 matches in a row. At this, the chosen ones from District 527, who were lurking in the cross-region chat channel, panicked and rushed back to report the news. A 10-point reduction in total attributes is too severe a punishment. No one can afford that. Inside the chat channel, Baojian, what do we do? Sakura Ichiken has recruited 7 war zones and plans to take turns challenging District 527. How are we supposed to fight that? Huang Yuanming! Damn it! The Sakura Kingdom is bullying us, and now the India and America regions are joining in the fun. Then we fight. Ma Yong, fight? How? Sakura Ichiken said he'll reach level 8 before dark, and only after that will he challenge our district. He's as cautious as a dog. Tian Zhaiping, the highest level in our district is only level 5. How can we win? It's all Nanfeng's fault for provoking the Sakura Kingdom. Look what happened now. All the chosen ones in the district have to suffer with him. Bai Ji, should we ask Nanfeng to apologize to the Sakura Kingdom? Maybe they'll let us go then. Nanfeng gave a cold laugh. Apologizing would not only be useless, but would also lead to being humiliated by the Sakura Kingdom. Nanfeng wouldn't do such a stupid thing. At this moment, Suzerain sent another private message. Nanfeng, come join the small group chat. Nanfeng didn't rush to join the group. Instead, he looked at his surroundings first. The rock wall he and Yoran were on was very high, and the bloodthirsty wolves couldn't climb up. They could only vent their frustration below. It was safe enough here for now, so it shouldn't be a problem to chat for a while. Yoran seemed to have received the message as well, her expression serious. Sakura Ichiken is almost level 8. Level 5 fighting level 8. The damage will be reduced to 25% of the original. How can we possibly win? Indeed, Nanfeng couldn't figure out how to win either. Even with the Desert Eagle in hand, Nanfeng couldn't find a way to turn the tables. Yuren put away her magic wand and sat cross-legged. Let's join the group discussion quickly. Don't worry about these bloodthirsty wolves for now. Group chat? You are in the group too? Nanfeng sat down casually beside Yuran, catching a faint fresh scent from her. It must be the makeup soaked into her skin. Yoren didn't know what Nanfeng was thinking and nodded. Suzerain just added me. Nanfeng clicked on his panel and opened the Handsome Guys group to take a look at the members. Good lord, all the top 20 chosen ones from the rankings had joined. Yoren Suzerain suggest changing the group name to Handsome Guys and Beautiful Girls Dating Group. Chenpan, I'm stunned, old buddy. What kind of performance is this? You can actually create a group? Can someone teach me how to do it? I want to create a matchmaking group. Suzerain, we can discuss those minor things later. Let's focus on the real issue. Has Nanfeng joined? Nanfeng, I'm here. Seeing Nanfeng enter the chat, the other chosen ones stopped chatting and became serious. Suzerain briefly explained the situation and then threw the question to Xiao Luo. Suzerain, Xiao Luo, you have the highest level now. Are you confident you can beat Sakura Ichiken? Xiao Luo was a leveling maniac who hadn't stopped hunting beasts, so his level had consistently ranked in the top few. If it weren't for the fact that there were simply too many spiders in the mining cave, Nanfeng's level would surely have been left far behind by Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "No confidence." Suzerain, how about Nanfeng? Nanfeng thought for a moment and shook his head too. I could fight him if he were level 7, but level 8 is impossible. The level suppression is just too intense. Everyone had expected this answer, so they weren't too surprised. Suzerain, Sakura Ichiken will reach level 8 before dark, and he will definitely challenge our district today. You two are the highest level members. Can you reach level 6 before dark? Xiao Luo. Yes, Nanfeng checked his own level. Level 5, 1,268. There were over 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves here. If he killed them all, Nanfeng could reach level 6. At this thought, Nanfeng also replied, I can too. Suzerain, all right then, hurry up and level up. The challenge match will select the highest level person in the area to fight, so it will definitely be one of you two. Well, Yuan Sheng, Level 6 won't be enough either. Level 6 versus level 8, the gap is still too big. Huang Yuanming, I have a piece of equipment, a beast hide hood, that can increase stamina by 2 points. I can lend it to you first and you can return it after the fight. Does anyone else have equipment that can boost attributes? You can offer some support too. Wang Jiang? Let's forget that. What if they take the equipment and don't give it back? Wang Jiang? Let's just forget it. What if they take the equipment and don't give it back? Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and took a look at Wang Jiang's profile picture. This is a chosen one currently ranked 17th on the leaderboard. She must have just surged up in the last couple of days. Nanfeng isn't very familiar with this person, only remembering that she bought an apple from him at noon. It is worth mentioning that this Wang Jiang is actually a woman. Just by looking at the name, Nanfeng had always assumed she was a man. Yuan. At a time like this, everyone needs to be more united. This challenge match is very important. If we can't defeat Yinghua Yijian, then the India and US combat zones will come to challenge us until they wipe us out. Yinghua Yijian has rallied several combat zones, including those from India and the US, wanting to crush District 527 in one go so we can't recover. The other combat zones don't want to see the Dragon Kingdom become this strong either, so they all agreed to join Yinghua Yijian. But they also made a request. Let Yinghua Yijian challenge us first to test Nanfeng's foundation and see how strong he really is. After all, Nanfeng is someone who challenged and defeated Yinghua Xiaoxilan, despite the level difference. If he didn't have real power or hidden cards, who would believe it? So, this battle against Yinghua Yijian is absolutely critical. If District 527 can win, the other zones will surely not dare to challenge us again. They aren't stupid. Why would they want to mess with a tough nut like District 527? Isn't it much easier to just bully District 132? If we can't win this battle and Yinghua Yijian figures out our trump cards, then District 527 will be in a world of trouble. The outcome will likely be as miserable as District 132. In the Handsome Guys group chat, Su Zeran said, Huang Yuanming makes sense. Everyone, let's pool our equipment together. It might increase our win rate a little. Of course, if you're not willing, then forget it. There's no pressure. I have a beast bone ring that adds 2 points to stamina, and I can contribute it. Willie, we are all in the same boat. Losing does no one any good, so why wouldn't I be willing? I also have a beast bone ring, I'll contribute it too. Xuming, I have a belt. Nice. It's only been 4 days since we arrived in this world, and the time is too short. Coupled with the extremely low drop rate of equipment, everyone couldn't scrape together many items, and they couldn't add many attribute points. This kind of improvement is clearly not enough to take on Yinghua Yijian. The group chat went quiet, and everyone was trying to think of solutions. Nanfeng frowned and pondered for a long time before a flash of inspiration hit him. Suzerain, did you guys find any iron ore on the left side of the mine yesterday? Suzerain, we found some, but it needs to be mined. What are you implying? Nanfeng, if my natal divine weapon can be upgraded to E rank, I'm confident I can take down Yinghua Yijian. The group felt a spark of energy, as if they saw a glimmer of hope. Su Yihan, Nanfeng, what level is your natal divine weapon currently at? Nanfeng, F rank peak, almost at E rank. Suzerain, what about materials? What materials do you need? Is there anything else besides iron blocks? Nanfeng had forgotten, so he immediately took a look at his natal divine weapon. Nanfeng, I need 200 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 iron blocks, and 1 copper block. I have the wood and stone. I just need the iron blocks and the copper block. Huang Yuanming, we know where to get iron blocks, but what are we supposed to do about a copper block? Wu Yuansheng, everyone, quick, think. Where can we get a copper block? Suzerain, I asked other Dragon Kingdom combat zones in the cross-zone chat channel today. They said the iron ore in their zones is only guarded by a level 4 lord, unlike our zone, which is guarded by a level 6 cave spider king. Xuming, and what does that mean? Suzerain, this means the difficulty of our zone's iron mine is way too high. Everyone's natal divine weapons are stuck at F rank, which is why our combat power can't go up, and we are lagging far behind everyone else in levels. Nanfeng seemed to realize something. Are you saying there's also a copper mine in that cave? Suzerain, exactly. copper ore and iron ore are likely to coexist. Suzerain also, don't you find it strange? Why does the tunnel on the right of the mine have a cave spider king guarding it, but the tunnel on the left has absolutely no monsters? Suzerain, I suspect that deep in the left tunnel is the iron mine. It should have been guarded by a level 4 lord, but it was eaten by the cave spider king. Suzerain, and deep in the right tunnel is the copper mine. Suzerain sent a series of messages, laying out his theory. Those who hadn't been to the mine, like Yoran and Xiao Luo, were a bit confused. But those who had been felt that Suzerain's guess made a lot of sense. Wu Yuansheng, my God, that's actually possible. Does this mean we have a place to get copper blocks? Xu Ming, but there is a cave spider king on the right. We can't beat it. How are we supposed to get to the copper ore? Wu Yuansheng, use the method I mentioned this morning. Get more ranged chosen ones and wear it down to death. Suzerain, unwise. That wastes too much time, and we aren't even guaranteed to kill it. Wu Yuansheng, then what do you suggest? Suzerain, our goal today isn't to kill the cave spider king. We just need to get one copper block. Suzerain, here's the plan. Everyone come to the mine. We'll dig for iron blocks first, and then based on the situation, we'll see how to get the copper block. After thinking about it, everyone agreed to Suzerain's plan. Xu Ming? All right, Old Wu and I are on our way. Wang Yuanming, I'm coming too. Nanfeng, I won't come just yet. I have a lot of beasts over here. I'll join once I reach level 6. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng, go ahead and level up. I'll head to the mine. Xiao Luo gave up on the idea of participating in the challenge and decided to help Nanfeng mine instead. He knew he couldn't beat Yinghua Yijian, so participating would only result in him getting crushed. Suzerain. Okay, everyone, let's get moving and work together to help Nanfeng beat Yinghua Yijian. Yoran, let's do this. That's the nature of Dragon Kingdom's education. Even if they are transported collectively to this dangerous world, most of them will unite to help their companions rather than become lone wolves. Of course, there are always exceptions, like Wang Jiang. She sneered at everyone's actions. Hey, are you all brain damaged? You have the whole afternoon. Wouldn't it be better to level up? Why waste time helping someone else improve? You're being cheated and you're still helping the guy count the money. I bet Nanfeng is laughing at you all for being idiots. Nanfeng, what a moron. Nanfeng couldn't be bothered to deal with someone like Wang Jiang. She is a sophisticated egoist, putting her own interests above everything else. But you can't really say her way of thinking is wrong. In this world, maybe people like her can survive the longest. Exiting the group chat, Nanfeng closed the panel. Beside him, Yuran closed her panel as well and looked at Nanfeng with a smile. Let me see. Were you laughing at us for being fools behind our backs? Nanfeng remained calm. I've had professional training. I generally don't laugh out loud. So you were laughing in your heart then? Yoran stood up, brushed the dust off her rear, and cast her beautiful eyes downward. What's the plan, these bloodthirsty wolves? Do you need my help? No need. If you get involved, you'll steal half of my experience points. Nanfeng flatly rejected Yoran's good intentions. He was kidding himself. He was currently gunning for level 6. Putting away his wooden dagger, Nanfeng pulled out his Desert Eagle from his backpack. Yoran, seeing this, had an expression of, I knew it. Tell me, are you going to kill me to silence me now? It won't come to that. Nanfeng shook his head. The Desert Eagle was already exposed after his fight with Yinghua Shaoxilang. Even if Nanfeng had played some tricks in the cross-zone chat, that only deceived the dim-witted ones. For the smart ones, it was impossible to keep it hidden, like Suzerain, who must have concluded that Nanfeng's natal divine weapon was a handgun, which was why he helped Nanfeng in the cross-zone chat. Like Yoran, who wasn't the least bit surprised when she saw Nanfeng pull out the Desert Eagle. Nanfeng thought to himself, it doesn't matter anyway. Even if you know, what can you do? My natal divine weapon is about to upgrade, and I'll unlock new equipment soon. The Desert Eagle won't be my trump card for much longer. Thinking of this, Nanfeng smiled and walked to the edge of the stone wall, looking down at the 20-plus bloodthirsty wolves that were raging in frustration. Beautiful. Stay back. Let me have the experience all to myself.
Hey, little sister, step back. Let me have all the experience for myself.
Nanfeng had to solo these bloodthirsty wolves, otherwise he might not reach level 6.
Yoren also understood the gravity of the situation, so she didn't fight him for the experience and silently stepped aside.
Nanfeng found the perfect angle and fired a piercing bullet.
Whoosh!
Fury 2 and 2 owl. They're my own animal.
3-5 pues.
The shot pierced through 3 bloodthirsty wolves, and 3 varying light red numbers slowly floated up. This was because piercing bullet has a damage reduction property. The more beasts it pierces, the lower the damage becomes. Even so, this single shot from Nanfeng still dealt over 1,000 DPS.
Level 5 bloodthirsty wolves only have 720 HP, so Nanfeng could take one down in 2 to 3 shots on average.
This is the true power of putting all your stat points into strength. Of course, the downside is that Nanfeng's HP is very low, only 400 points, so one careless mistake could make him beast fodder. After all, it's not every day you find such a perfect spot to grind monsters without getting hit. Whoosh! 3005D! Nanfeng fired another shot, hitting one of the bloodthirsty wolves again. This was a normal attack. He didn't use a skill because piercing bullet was still on cooldown. But even Nanfeng's normal attacks were quite strong, dealing 130% of his attack power, which was very respectable. Ding! You have killed a level 5 ordinary beast, Bloodthirsty Wolf. You gained 50 experience points. Ding! You have killed a level 5 ordinary beast, Bloodthirsty Wolf. You gained 50 experience points. Nanfeng's farming efficiency was extremely high. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were as weak as infants before him.
Ow!
After he killed 7 or 8 of them, the bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance couldn't just stand by anymore and let out a long howl. The bloodthirsty wolves that were guarding the leader all charged over. In an instant, over 30 bloodthirsty wolves started piling on top of each other like a human ladder. Seeing this, Yoren gasped, her face turning pale. They can actually form a stack? These wolves are so smart. It's a good thing I was cautious and didn't try to take them on myself.
Yoren felt fortunate that she had found Nanfeng to help her. Otherwise, today would be the day she died.
Nanfeng just chuckled. A stack, huh? That's exactly what I wanted. With the bloodthirsty wolves all stacked up, wouldn't that just give his piercing bullet more room to shine?
Whoosh!
Nanfeng fired a shot and immediately killed 2 more bloodthirsty wolves. Your attack power is so high, Yoren said, clearly startled to see Nanfeng taking out a wolf every 2 or 3 shots. At this rate, these 40 wolves wouldn't last long at all. Nanfeng didn't answer, remaining completely focused on his output. The bloodthirsty wolves were climbing up regardless of their own lives. If more than 3 managed to climb up, Nanfeng would be in trouble.
Yoren seemed like a fragile glass cannon herself, and Nanfeng couldn't count on her to tank any damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
With precise shot after precise shot, Nanfeng noticed his marksmanship improving, occasionally triggering a weak point attack. Under Nanfeng's suppression fire, even the piling wolves couldn't climb up, and in fact, it only made it easier for Nanfeng to kill them. After killing over 20 wolves, the bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance finally couldn't hold back, growling continuously and staring viciously at Nanfeng. The bloodthirsty wolf leader was over 3 meters long and stood taller than Nanfeng, creating quite an intimidating presence.
Nanfeng took a moment to cast Pupil of Insight. Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader, Level 5, Lord Tier Beast. HP, 847, Bjobardbosi. MP, Thafavam Emisa Venbothed. Attack Power, 350. Defense, 190. Skills Bite, Pounce, Call of the Pack.
This bloodthirsty wolf leader had a whopping 350 attack power, which gave Nanfeng quite a fright. Nanfeng only had 400 HP, so he wouldn't even survive 2 hits.
Damn, I really should have brought Xu Ming along.
Nanfeng felt a bit of nostalgia for Xu Ming, who always carried a giant shield and held the front line for the team. No wonder Wu Yuansheng was always teaming up with Xu Ming to hunt beasts. Having such a big meat shield really gives you peace of mind. Seeing that the bloodthirsty wolf leader wasn't charging, Nanfeng shook his head, stopped overthinking, and continued slaughtering the wolves below. These wolves had some intelligence, but not much. Even as they were being massacred by Nanfeng, they didn't run and kept trying to climb up. Perhaps they were too afraid to flee due to their leader's orders.
25, 30, 35.
As Nanfeng killed the 39th bloodthirsty wolf,
A system prompt finally rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 6. Ding! Your strength increased by 5 points.
Ding! Your agility increased by 5 points.
Ding! Your stamina increased by 5 points.
Ding! Your spirit increased by 5 points. Ding! You have gained 5 free attribute points.
Finally leveled up. It hadn't even been an hour since the meeting ended.
This leveling efficiency is terrifying. It's a pity that these are all the bloodthirsty wolves there are here. Once they're gone, that's it.
Otherwise, Nanfeng might even have had a chance to reach level 7 before nightfall.
Yoren, I'll leave the remaining few to you.
Since he had reached level 6, Nanfeng no longer needed the experience from these few beasts. In any case, this was a leveling treasure trove discovered by Yoren, so he should at least leave some scraps for her. Yoren pouted and huffed. This was clearly a spot I found. You talk as if you're bestowing it upon me. If it wasn't to give you a chance to win the challenge, I wouldn't have given all this experience to you. Indeed, I owe you thanks for this. Nanfeng took some mana potions from his bag and drank 5 of them in a row to quickly recover his mana.
The recent battle had drained his mana reserves, and he couldn't afford to run out while hunting the bloodthirsty wolf leader later.
Nearby, Yoren was waving her wand quickly, clearing out the few remaining wolves. Growl! The bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance let out low growls in its throat after seeing all its subordinates fall, but it remained guarding the illusion herb with no intention of moving an inch.
Is it really that stubborn?
Nanfeng was at a loss for words. Seriously, why is a full-grown wolf so obsessed with a single plant?
Could it be a sheep in wolf's clothing? However, it was better that the leader didn't charge, as it kept them a bit safer.
Nanfeng estimated the distance. He was about 80 meters away from the bloodthirsty wolf leader.
Nanfeng turned to look at Yoren. Can your fireball reach it from this far away?
Yoren shook her head. It's too far. I'd have to rely on luck. 80 meters. That was within the range of his Desert Eagle. But at this distance, his accuracy would drop sharply. Whether he could hit it or not would be 30% luck, 70% skill, and as for the remaining 90%, Nanfeng had no idea. Let's give it a try. Nanfeng checked his mana bar. It had recovered to 310 points, which was enough. He put the 5 free attribute points he earned from reaching level 6 all into strength. Nanfeng's strength had now reached 87, and his attack power had broken the 400 mark, reaching 435. With such high attack power, he could pose a massive threat to the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Nanfeng raised his Desert Eagle, closed one eye, and aimed at the distant bloodthirsty wolf leader. Piercing bullet. Fire.
Nanfeng's full-strength build follows a classic glass cannon strategy where raw power replaces personal safety. This creates a dangerous binary outcome. Without defensive investment, one tactical error could instantly transform this elite sniper into easy prey for the boss.
Committing to an extreme glass cannon build is a classic high-risk strategy that prioritizes offensive efficiency over basic survival. While this raw power is impressive, such a tactical trade-off leaves zero room for error against a high-damage boss.
The piercing bullet whistled out, flying toward the bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance. A look of disdain appeared in the bloodthirsty wolf leader's eyes. It shifted slightly to the side, easily dodging Nanfeng's shot. This! Nanfeng's expression darkened.
He had discovered a serious problem. The muzzle velocity of the bullets fired by his Desert Eagle was simply not fast enough.
Going by the firearm specifications of Blue Star, standard pistol muzzle velocity usually exceeds 400 meters per second, while rifles can reach 600 to 1,000 meters per second. In other words, they should at least be supersonic. But in this primitive world, the Desert Eagle in Nanfeng's hand didn't even reach the speed of sound. When hunting fierce beasts these past few days, Nanfeng had always fired at close range, so he hadn't noticed this issue.
But now that the distance had increased, the flaw of the slow bullet speed was exposed.
The bloodthirsty wolf leader could even leisurely dodge after the bullet had already left the barrel.
At this distance, it was nearly impossible for Nanfeng to hit his target.
Do I have to leave this prime spot and engage in close-quarters shooting?
Nanfeng quickly dismissed that thought. Once he left this cliff wall, he would definitely be reached by the bloodthirsty wolf leader.
Nanfeng and Yoren were both glass cannons. Together, they couldn't even withstand 5 claw strikes. It's too far away, what should we do? Yoren also noticed the problem and looked worried. If we can't kill the bloodthirsty wolf leader before the phantom grass matures, we're in danger. Don't worry, I have a plan. Nanfeng raised his gun again. But this time, he didn't aim at the bloodthirsty wolf leader. He aimed at the phantom grass. Whoosh! The bullet flew out, heading straight for the phantom grass. Roar! The bloodthirsty wolf leader let out a roar as if cursing Nanfeng for being a despicable villain. But it had no choice. The phantom grass provided it with a massive boost, so the bloodthirsty wolf leader couldn't just stand by and watch it get destroyed by Nanfeng. Minus 332. The bloodthirsty wolf leader used its own body to block the shot. 332 damage in one shot. That's a huge hit. Nice.
Seeing that the shot had successfully hit its mark, Nanfeng clenched his fist and fired again immediately.
Minus 332. Awoo! Hit by another shot, the bloodthirsty wolf leader roared to the heavens in pain. After these two shots, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had already lost nearly a third of its health.
This is the terror of putting all points into strength. Be careful, it's coming over.
Before they could celebrate for long, the bloodthirsty wolf leader abandoned its guard of the phantom grass and bolted toward Nanfeng. It knew that if it kept guarding the phantom grass, it would definitely be killed by this despicable two-legged creature. Pew, pew, pew. Nanfeng focused, firing several shots in succession at the bloodthirsty wolf leader.
But the bloodthirsty wolf leader was extremely fast, dodging left and right in an irregular pattern, and Nanfeng didn't land a single hit. With 80 meters between them, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had already covered half the distance.
Damn!
Nanfeng didn't have time to aim anymore. He had to rely on his intuition to fire rapidly.
Even if he couldn't hit it, he could keep the wolf dodging to slow its advance.
Beside him, Yoren's hair danced in the wind as she waved her staff and released a wall of fire.
Yoren actually had two skills. A 3-meter wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Instead of going around, it leaped high and jumped over the flames. But this also created an opening for Nanfeng. In midair, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had no ground to push off from, making it a sitting duck for Nanfeng.
Piercing bullet. Minus 462. The piercing bullet blew a large hole right through the bloodthirsty wolf leader's foreleg. Roar. The bloodthirsty wolf leader roared in pain, but continued charging toward Nanfeng after landing. However, its speed had decreased significantly. Still have 674 health left. Nanfeng quickly calculated the bloodthirsty wolf leader's remaining health and felt relieved. At this health, Nanfeng could finish it in 2 shots.
And for the bloodthirsty wolf leader to reach him, it still had to cover over 30 meters and scale this steep 90-degree cliff.
Nanfeng let out a sigh of relief. 9-to-1 odds. This win is in the bag.
Yoren raised an eyebrow. 9-to-1? What do you mean by that? Nanfeng was speechless. This cheeky woman.
Raising his gun, Nanfeng aimed at the slowed-down bloodthirsty wolf leader.
But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Covering more than 20 meters in one go, the bloodthirsty wolf leader lunged forward. Leap. This was the bloodthirsty wolf leader's skill. This leap allowed it to cross over 20 meters of distance and jump 10 meters high onto the cliff wall. Its foul-smelling, gaping maw arrived right in front of Nanfeng in an instant.
Not only that, the bloodthirsty wolf leader's massive claws were raised high, ready to strike.
Minus 384. My God. Nanfeng's health bar instantly bottomed out, his face turning pale with fright.
In the nick of time, Nanfeng jammed the Desert Eagle into the bloodthirsty wolf leader's mouth and fired 3 times.
Bang, bang, bang. Weakness attack, minus 593. Critical hit, minus 1800. Minus 0. These 3 shots blasted straight through the bloodthirsty wolf leader's head. One of the shots triggered a critical hit, dealing 1800 points of damage.
Unfortunately, by that time the bloodthirsty wolf leader's health was already very low, making the critical hit somewhat redundant.
If the critical hit had triggered on the first shot, Nanfeng wouldn't have been in such danger.
The bloodthirsty wolf leader glared at Nanfeng with wide, unwilling eyes, but its body, over 3 meters long, slumped limply to the ground.
A narrow victory.
Ding! You have killed the level 5 Lord Tier Beast bloodthirsty wolf leader, gaining 200 experience points.
Announcement. Chosen One Nanfeng has successfully killed the level 5 Lord Tier Beast, bloodthirsty wolf leader. As the first Chosen One in this region to kill a level 5 Lord Tier Beast, you are awarded Prestige +1, Strength +10.
Strength +10. Strength is an attribute that directly affects attack power. 10 points of strength is equivalent to 50 points of attack.
This is an instant level up. Nanfeng suppressed his joy and calmly glanced at Yoren beside him. Yuren had already put away her staff, standing gracefully to the side with her arms crossed. Very good, this girl is quite sensible. Seeing that Yuren made no move to steal the loot, Nanfeng took out some roasted meat to eat, recovering his health. Of course, Nanfeng kept his right hand on the Desert Eagle, wary of any move Yuren might make. Quick, loot the body and see if this big bad wolf dropped any equipment. Yuren didn't mind Nanfeng's caution and even took a few steps back naturally, signaling she had no ill intent. Nanfeng nodded and gently touched the corpse of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Ding. You obtained wolf skin X1.
Ding! You obtained wolf meat X5.
That's it. That shouldn't be right, should it? Nanfeng didn't believe it and flipped over the corpse of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Sure enough, there was a treasure chest hidden underneath. And it was a treasure chest glowing with a milky white light.
Nanfeng had found treasure chests before, but they were all gray.
This white chest was clearly of a higher grade. Found something good. After killing the bloodthirsty wolf leader, a white treasure chest dropped. This is a grade higher than the gray treasure chest. Nanfeng did not hesitate and opened it immediately.
Ding! You have obtained a wolf tooth necklace.
Wolf tooth necklace. Grade F tier superior.
Type: necklace. Attribute: agility +6.
This white treasure chest contained a piece of equipment. It's a pity it doesn't add strength, which made Nanfeng feel a little regretful.
However, agility provides attack speed and movement speed bonuses, and it also improves Nanfeng's reaction time, so it's not bad.
Putting on the wolf tooth necklace, Nanfeng's agility reached 43 points.
But Nanfeng's agility value is still the lowest among the 4 attributes. Even stamina is 2 points higher than agility. The agility attribute is relatively difficult to improve.
Yuren walked over with a smile. You got a piece of equipment, not bad. How are the stats?
Nanfeng chuckled. Not bad, it adds a few points of agility. Nanfeng glanced at the time. It was past 2 p.m., and it would be several hours before dark.
But no one knows exactly when Sakura Ichikin will reach level 8, so Nanfeng must hurry to improve his strength. Opening his panel, Nanfeng checked his level 6, 268 out of 4,500.
He is still over 4,000 experience points away from level 7. Unless he can find another good spot where beasts gather and find a safe location to grind monsters without taking damage, he won't be able to reach level 7 before dark.
Giving up the idea of leveling up further, Nanfeng decided to go to the mines to see if he could solve the problem of upgrading his natal divine weapon.
If possible, it would be best to take care of the Cave Spider King as well.
Nanfeng looked at Yuren. Little sister, I'm heading to the mines. Are you coming?
Yuren bit her lip in thought for a while and shook her head. I won't go. I'm going to stay here and wait for this phantom grass to mature. There are iron ingots in the mine, which are very tempting, but the phantom grass can increase energy by 10 points, which is also very important for Yuren, who uses fireballs.
After some deliberation, Yuren decided to stay there to avoid having the phantom grass snatched by other beasts again.
All right then, I'm heading off. After wearing the wolf tooth necklace, Nanfeng felt his body was much more agile, and he climbed down the 90-degree cliff in a flash.
Yuren was not as agile as him, getting stuck in the middle of the cliff, unable to go up or down, which was very embarrassing.
Nanfeng was getting anxious watching her.
Just jump down. It's only 5 or 6 meters high. You'll be fine.
Yuren shook her head vigorously, looking terrified. No, I don't dare. What the heck? She doesn't dare. She wasn't this scared facing that massive bloodthirsty wolf leader earlier. Nanfeng complained inwardly.
If you jump, I will catch you with my great shift technique. Nanfeng raised his hands and stood directly below her.
Then you better catch me. Yuren furrowed her brows slightly, gritted her teeth, and jumped.
Nanfeng easily caught her, and even spun around to make it look cooler.
Thin waist. The feel was just right, Nanfeng thought to himself. Yuren glared at Nanfeng. That's enough, let go quickly. All right. Nanfeng let go and dusted himself off. I'm leaving now. I'll leave the battlefield here for you to clean up. There was still a large group of bloodthirsty wolf carcasses here that Nanfeng hadn't touched yet. He estimated that a lot of wolf meat could be scavenged, which could be traded for resources. Nanfeng had already gained quite a lot today, so he should leave some crumbs for others. Regardless, this was a place Yuren discovered anyway. Go ahead, leave it to me. Yuren didn't stand on ceremony at all and took on the task of clearing the battlefield.
Seeing that there were no more beasts nearby, Nanfeng didn't linger and ran toward the small wooden house.
While passing through the area with the jungle tree spirits, Nanfeng carefully took a wide detour again. He didn't have much HP left and couldn't withstand the whip attacks of the tree spirits.
This little tree spirit, I wonder if it would work if I set it on fire next time.
Such a thought suddenly popped into Nanfeng's mind.
Whether it works or not, Nanfeng would definitely try it if he had the chance, just not today.
After killing a few blind beasts along the way, Nanfeng returned to the wooden house safely, ready to wait for his status to fully recover before heading to the mines. During the break, Nanfeng opened the chat channel to catch up on current events and see if there was anything new. In the chat channel, Liu Dacheng. Nanfeng is truly a legendary expert. He actually killed another level 5 boss beast. I can't even beat level 3 beasts yet.
Ma Yong, Nanfeng is already level 6. I don't think he will necessarily lose to Sakura Ichiken. Tian Zhaiping? Huh, can you stop dreaming? So what if Nanfeng is level 6? Sakura Ichiken is about to be level 8. Bao Jian, to the one above, are you even from our country? Why are you always speaking for outsiders?
Tian Zhaiping, I'm not speaking for outsiders, I'm just being realistic. Doesn't what I said make sense?
Q Feihong, even if the odds are slim, we still have to support our own people. If Nanfeng loses, we will all suffer losses.
Wang Jiang, let me be fair. We don't have any deep grudge with Sakura country. If Nanfeng goes to apologize to Sakura Ichiken with a sincere attitude, maybe Sakura Ichiken won't challenge our zone. Wang Jiang, you guys might not know, but Sakura Ichiken actually has a grudge against Xiao Angran from Zone 17. As long as Nanfeng shows a positive attitude in admitting his mistake, Sakura Ichiken might really choose to challenge Zone 17.
Huang Yuanming, when a person says, I'm not lying, they usually are lying. When a person says, let me be fair, what they say is usually not fair at all.
Wang Jiang, Huang Yuanming, what do you mean?
Huang Yuanming, nothing special. If you want to be a dog for Sakura country so badly, then go apologize yourself. Oh, I forgot you haven't reached level 5 yet. Too weak, can't post in the Interzone channel. Wang Jiang, you're the dog. The two of them started arguing as they talked. Soon, other chosen ones joined the flame war, divided into 2 camps, and were arguing with great enthusiasm. Nanfeng, who was the center of the topic, was suddenly forgotten by everyone.
Stuck. Keyboard warriors are still impressive. Hiding behind the screen, no one is afraid of anyone. Even level 2s dare to bash level 5s.
But if they actually met in reality, see if the level 2s would still be so arrogant?
Closing the chat channel, Nanfeng checked the handsome group. No one was talking there. They were probably all in the mines thinking about how to conquer the Cave Spider King. Nanfeng went to the Interzone chat channel to take a look, but no one was talking there either. It was cold and quiet.
This is normal. The Interzone channel is full of top-tier experts at this stage. At this time, they are all working hard to level up and hunt beasts. Who has time to chat?
Nanfeng waited until his status was full and posted a message in the handsome group.
Nanfeng, brothers, I'm getting ready to come over. How is the situation on your side? After waiting 2 seconds, Huang Yuanming replied, Progress is good. We found iron ore deep in the left passage. I am digging iron ingots now. I will prioritize giving you 100 iron ingots when the time comes.
Nanfeng? Thanks, bro. By the way, aren't you busy flaming people in the chat channel?
Huang Yuanming, that doesn't affect anything. Back on Blue Star, I could flirt with girls in over a dozen chat groups at the same time.
Nanfeng, awesome!
After a pause, Nanfeng continued to ask, what about the others?
Huang Yuanming, they are trying to find copper ingots. They're probably blocked by the Cave Spider King. Not much progress.
Huang Yuanming, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to speed up mining iron ingots. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. Well, this Huang Yuanming is mining, flaming people, and answering Nanfeng's questions all at the same time. Truly impressive. Just as Nanfeng was about to close the panel, a system notification sounded.
Ding! Sakura Ichiken, a chosen one from Original World Zone 39, has initiated an Interzone challenge against you. Please prepare. Announcement. Original World Zone 39 has initiated an Interzone challenge against Original World Zone 527. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Please have the participating chosen ones from both sides get ready.
Nanfeng was shocked. So soon. What happened to the before dark thing?
This is indeed before dark.
Nanfeng's expression darkened. Everyone thought that Sakura Ichiken's before dark meant the evening. As it turns out, everyone was misled by Sakura Ichiken. What a cunning guy.
Every chosen one in District 527 received the announcement from the Genesis system. Suddenly, the two groups who had been bickering in the chat channel stopped their arguments and began cursing Sakura Sword in unison. Damn it, that little Sakura guy actually dared to challenge us. God, that dog-like bastard, don't let me see him or I'll definitely give him a couple of punches.
Wasn't the guy above just advocating for an apology? Why did you change your tune so quickly?
He is literally shitting on my head, and you want me to apologize? I'll smash his skull to pieces.
So real. Things have come to this point. An apology is useless now. I just hope Big Brother Nanfeng can win.
Inside the cabin, Nanfeng sighed.
He wanted to win too, but given the current situation, it was going to be very difficult.
Sakura Sword must be level 8 by now. That gap in strength was almost impossible to overcome.
Unless his natal divine weapon could be upgraded again.
He opened the Handsome Guys group chat, but it was still silent. He wondered how Suzerain and the others were doing and if they had found any copper blocks.
With a little over 9 minutes left, there was nowhere else for Nanfeng to go. He could only wait in the cabin and pace anxiously.
That damn prick Sakura Sword, once I get a cross-region challenge token, I will definitely kick your ass.
District 527 hadn't dropped a cross-region challenge token yet, but Nanfeng guessed it was likely on the Cave Spider King. Nanfeng decided that later on he would go kill the Cave Spider King. He was already level 6, and as long as he was careful, he had a good chance of taking it down. After waiting another 3 minutes, Nanfeng calmed down and started preparing for the upcoming challenge. Even if the power gap was huge, Nanfeng would give it his all. In the cross-region chat channel, the chosen ones from the Sakura Nation were wildly mocking Nanfeng and spewing pre-match trash talk.
Nanfeng ignored them to avoid affecting his mindset.
Nanfeng was already the underdog. If his mental state was compromised too, there would be no way to fight.
Sakura Sword must have realized this, which was why he kept getting people to tag Nanfeng to throw him off his game.
To win, Sakura Sword was using every trick in the book. He was really as steady as they come. However, what he didn't expect was that Nanfeng just muted the cross-region chat channel. Too bad, can't see it.
5 minutes until the countdown ends. At this moment, Yuren sent a message. The illusion grass is ripe. I'll give it to you first. It adds 10 points of energy, though it's not very useful.
Nanfeng replied, No need. We agreed before that the bloodthirsty wolf leader goes to me and the illusion grass goes to you.
What Nanfeng needed now wasn't energy, but power. Energy affected mana and defense. His current mana cap was 490 points, which might not be enough for a long fight, but for a one-on-one duel, it was plenty.
As for defense, in front of a level 8 Sakura Sword, an extra dozen points of defense wouldn't stop a single slash, so it wasn't much use.
Yuren, I kept the root of the illusion grass, so it can be cultivated again and will be ripe in 3 to 5 days. You need to improve your strength more than I do right now. The future of our battle zone depends on you, so just eat it. Yuren didn't give Nanfeng time to hesitate and traded the illusion grass over. Nanfeng hesitated for 2 seconds and then accepted it.
What if he ended up in a long, drawn-out fight with Sakura Sword? This energy might come in handy.
Illusion grass. After consumption, the chosen one's energy increases by 10. Note, each chosen one has a consumption limit of 1. Eating more is ineffective.
It's a bit of a scam that you can only eat 1 illusion grass.
Nanfeng had been happy when Yoran mentioned it could be cultivated, hoping he could eat more. He swallowed the illusion grass, and Nanfeng felt dizzy, with double vision appearing before his eyes.
Damn, is it poisonous?
Just as Nanfeng thought this, the double vision vanished, the dizziness stopped, and he felt extremely energized.
It seemed it wasn't poison, but rather an inherent effect of the illusion grass.
It caused dizziness for about 5 to 10 seconds. He wondered if fierce beasts would experience the same thing. Maybe he could use the illusion grass as a crowd control skill in the future. Nanfeng shook his head and pushed the thought aside, planning to verify it later.
Yoran, trade the illusion grass for 20 mana potions. Remember to give them to me.
Nanfeng?
This girl is forcing a trade again. She's too much.
But it's fine. A clear deal means he doesn't have to owe her a favor. After all, favors are the hardest things in the world to repay.
Besides, Nanfeng's production cost for mana potions is extremely low. Trading 20 potions for 1 piece of phantom grass is a good deal for him.
3 minutes until the countdown ends.
Huang Yuanming sent a message. Brother, quick, hurry up and take these 100 iron blocks.
Nanfeng was overjoyed to see the 100 iron blocks Huang Yuanming had traded over.
Nanfeng, you're a beast, brother. You dug up 100 so fast.
Huang Yuanming. Damn it, my hands are about to fall off. We didn't keep a single one. Gave them all to you.
Huang Yuanming, they seem to have found some copper blocks. Wait a bit longer. I'll definitely get them to you before the fight starts.
Nanfeng knew that the outcome of this challenge affected every chosen one in the entire zone, so it made sense for them to help him improve his strength. After all, it was linked to their own interests.
Still, Nanfeng was quite touched. 1 minute until the countdown ends. Suzerain didn't say a word and directly traded over 1 copper block.
The moment he received the copper block, Nanfeng clicked to upgrade his natal divine weapon. The attributes of his natal divine weapon changed instantly.
Natal divine weapon. Weapon name, ordinary arsenal. Current grade, E-class low. Type, backpack. Attribute, backpack slots, plus 50.
Materials required for upgrade: wood 300, stone 1200, iron blocks 200, copper blocks 20.
Unlocked equipment in the arsenal: Desert Eagle, Stone Dagger, 98K Sniper Rifle, Red Dot Sight.
As the grade of the natal divine weapon improves, more equipment will be unlocked. Ding! As your natal divine weapon grows, you have unlocked a new weapon, 98K Sniper Rifle.
Ding! As your natal divine weapon grows, you have unlocked a new accessory, Red Dot Sight. Ding! As your natal divine weapon grows, you have learned a new skill, Charge Shot.
3 consecutive system notifications left Nanfeng overjoyed.
A new weapon and a new skill. Nanfeng immediately opened his backpack and looked at the classic-looking 98K Sniper Rifle. 98K Sniper Rifle. Current grade, E-class low, upgrades with the ordinary arsenal. Type, weapon. Attribute, strength plus 50, energy plus 10.
Each attack consumes 30 mana points and deals 150% of attack power as damage to the enemy.
Equipment from the ordinary arsenal. Strength plus 50. Nanfeng was stunned.
You have to realize, before the upgrade, the peak F-class Desert Eagle only provided a 20-point strength bonus. This 98K was 2.5 times stronger.
This is amazing.
Wait, my Desert Eagle also upgraded to E-class low. Its attributes should have improved too.
Nanfeng looked at the Desert Eagle and the wooden... No, it should be called a Stone Dagger now, kind of a weird name.
Desert Eagle.
Current grade E-class low, upgrades with the ordinary arsenal.
Type weapon. Attribute, strength plus 40, energy plus 20.
Each attack consumes 3 mana points and deals 130% of attack power as damage to the enemy.
Equipment from the ordinary arsenal.
Stone Dagger. Current grade, E-class low, upgrades with the ordinary arsenal. Type, weapon. Attribute, strength plus 30, agility plus 20, stamina plus 10.
Each attack deals 120% to 150% of attack power as damage to the enemy.
Moderately increases bleeding effect.
Equipment from the ordinary arsenal.
The attributes of both the Desert Eagle and the Stone Dagger had improved.
Among them, the Desert Eagle's strength bonus reached 40 points, so when comparing, the 98K's attributes weren't actually that exaggerated.
Also, the 98K had high mana consumption, making it suitable for boss fights, while the Desert Eagle was more reliable for clearing mobs. Right, I also got a new skill. Nanfeng checked his personal panel and found the new skill under the skill section, Charged Shot. Charged Shot infuse mana into the firearm to form a high-power mana bullet. Each additional 5 mana points consumed increases damage by 1% up to a maximum of 100% damage and can be used in combination with other skills. God, this skill is insane! Nanfeng was overjoyed. Wasn't this skill tailor-made for Sakura Sword? Combine the 98K Sniper Rifle with Charged Shot, and who could possibly withstand that? Inside the cabin, the familiar silvery white teleportation array lit up under Nanfeng's feet once again.
The challenge was about to begin.
Nanfeng clutched the 98K Sniper Rifle in both hands and let out a cold laugh.
Sakura Sword, get ready to taste a shot from me, Nanfeng.
As the silver-white teleportation array lit up, Nanfeng's figure in the center slowly faded, eventually vanishing from the small wooden cabin. Reappearing, Nanfeng found himself in the middle of a vast grassland. The grass here reached almost to his knees, stretching out in a sea of green. Nanfeng hurriedly scanned his surroundings and discovered Yinghua Yijian standing behind him, also facing the other way. Upon teleporting, the two were back to back, separated by about 50 meters. Seeing Yinghua Yijian about to turn around, Nanfeng immediately dropped flat into the grass. Snake in the grass!
These 40 to 50 centimeter tall wild grasses became the perfect cover for Nanfeng. That summer, after being killed by a snake in the grass for the 216th time in a chicken dinner game, only to end up in last place, Nanfeng finally understood a truth. One simply cannot defeat a camper.
Today's environment was the perfect setup for Nanfeng to play the camper himself.
He took a red dot sight out of his backpack and carefully attached it to his 98K rifle.
It's a pity, no 8x scope, it's just not quite right. Closing one eye, Nanfeng looked through the red dot sight toward Yinghua Yijian. The wild grass obscured Yinghua Yijian's vision, but it also obstructed his own.
Through the scope, he could see nothing but grass.
This is nothing like how it plays in the game.
Nanfeng gritted his teeth, propped himself up with his elbows, and carefully raised the 98K. That did the trick. Nanfeng could barely make out Yinghua Yijian through the grass. The opponent was cautiously looking around, searching for his position while moving in small, unpredictable patterns to avoid being targeted. But in this environment, it was almost impossible for Yinghua Yijian to spot someone lying in the grass 50 meters away. Hey, you can't see me.
Nanfeng chuckled softly and immediately activated his skills.
Power shot. Piercing shot.
Releasing both skills at once, Nanfeng prepared to take down Yinghua Yijian in one shot.
A vast amount of magic power poured from his arms into the 98K sniper rifle, forming a refined magic bullet in the chamber.
Nanfeng calculated that power shot consumed about 10 magic points per second, with every 5 magic points increasing damage by 1%. This meant every second added 2% more damage. The damage cap for power shot was 100%, so Nanfeng only needed to charge for 50 seconds to hit maximum power.
This skill is such a drain on magic, Nanfeng sighed.
Spending 500 magic points for a 100% damage boost is honestly a pretty mediocre skill.
After all, those 500 points would be enough to fire over 100 regular shots. Wouldn't that be more effective than a single shot with 100% bonus damage?
Even so, Nanfeng decided to charge the power shot to its maximum.
The reason was simple. Yinghua Yijian was the brother of Yinghua Shaoxilang. If others didn't believe what Shaoxilang said, would Yijian really be that skeptical? Yinghua Yijian must have confirmed that Nanfeng's natal divine weapon was a gun, which was evident from his constant evasive maneuvers. But if he still dared to challenge Nanfeng beyond the level gap, there had to be another reason.
For instance, a skill for instant closing in.
Since Yinghua Shaoxilang could master a powerful gap-closing skill like Instant Slash, how could his older brother be any worse? Nanfeng had a faint feeling that he only had one chance to land a shot in this battle. The moment Yinghua Yijian found his position, he would instantly close the gap and kill him with a single slash. As for whether he could actually hit the target, Nanfeng wasn't too worried.
When using the Desert Eagle before, he had aimed with his naked eye, so a lower hit rate was expected. But now, with a red dot sight at a 50-meter distance, he was confident in an 80% hit rate.
Unless he was cursed with terrible luck today, the shot wouldn't miss. 20 seconds passed.
Magic power continued to flow steadily into the 98K sniper rifle.
Nanfeng held his breath and stayed perfectly still, afraid that even the slightest sound would alert Yinghua Yijian.
50 meters away, unable to find Nanfeng, Yinghua Yijian sneered. So this is the strongest of District 527? Turns out he's just a coward hiding in a shell. The breeze carried Yijian's words to Nanfeng, though they were barely audible.
Thanks to the real-time translation of the Genesis system, Nanfeng managed to catch a few words. Huh? Strongest of 527? You think flattery will get me to come out? How childish! Nanfeng curled his lip in disdain and continued charging.
Seeing no response, Yinghua Yijian continued to talk to himself. It's no use hiding. Once I find you, you're dead.
I only need one slash to kill you. What about you? Don't you have a gun? Let's see if your gun is faster or my footwork is.
Trying to stall, are you? I wonder how long you can keep it up.
Yinghua Yijian stopped searching, sat down on the ground with his side to Nanfeng, and began wiping his stone blade.
This was the new form of his rotting wooden samurai sword after upgrading to E rank, the less-than-sharp stone samurai sword.
Yinghua Yijian was showing an opening. Ha! He probably thinks I can't kill him in one shot, so he's giving me a free move.
If Nanfeng's natal weapon hadn't been upgraded before the challenge match, he indeed wouldn't have been able to one-shot Yinghua Yijian.
But things are different now. He has a new weapon and a new skill. Yinghua Yijian's action was practically a gift, deliberately throwing the match.
Nanfeng hadn't expected Yijian, who had been so cautious all this time, to make such a grave mistake at the final moment. 35 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds. Once 50 seconds passed, the damage of Power Shot was fully maxed out. Nanfeng's eyes sharpened and he pulled the trigger. Whoosh!
The nearly 10-centimeter-long piercing shot whistled out, skimming over the grass toward Yinghua Yijian. The moment Nanfeng fired, Yinghua Yijian reacted with conditioned reflex, drawing his blade for a horizontal slash.
Just like his brother, Yinghua Yijian was able to slice a bullet in half. He hadn't even turned his gaze toward Nanfeng yet, but the sword was already in motion.
His swordsmanship was terrifying. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that Nanfeng's magic bullet didn't travel at supersonic speeds. If it had been a supersonic bullet from Blue Star, even with 10 samurai swords, Yinghua Yijian wouldn't have been able to parry it.
Clang! The magic bullet collided with the samurai sword, emitting a crisp sound. This scene was an almost exact replica of the fight with Yinghua Xiaosilang that morning. Similarly, the piercing shot eerily passed right through the sword and pierced through Yinghua Yijian's shoulder. As expected, his bullets have a piercing effect. Yinghua Yijian wasn't surprised. He had already heard this from his brother.
The reason he tried to slash the bullet wasn't because he didn't trust his brother, but to deflect it from its original trajectory.
The shot had originally been aimed at his head. Headshots easily triggered weak point damage. Even though he was letting Nanfeng have a go, he didn't want to lose too much health. Found you. Hehehe. Yinghua Yijian sneered, preparing to stand up and activate his skill, but suddenly felt his body go limp and weak. An ominous feeling gripped his heart. He glanced at his status bar, which showed
HP 33, 1685.
status, bleeding. Nanfeng's shot had just dealt 657 damage.
Yinghua Yijian turned pale. What kind of terrifying output is this? Level 6 versus level 8, only a third of the original damage, yet it's still this high? What if they were the same level?
What the heck? Such a powerful shot and it triggered a weak point hit, yet it still didn't finish him off. Nanfeng was stunned. Is level suppression really that OP? With the 98k equipped, Nanfeng now had 635 attack power. Even with the bonuses from piercing shot, power shot, and weak point hit, he only dealt 657 damage? That's rigged. This shot left both combatants stunned. Bleeding, 13. Suddenly, Yinghua Yijian's health dropped again.
The bleeding effect had triggered.
Because Yinghua Yijian had been facing Nanfeng sideways, the bullet passed straight through his right shoulder to his left, causing massive damage and uncontrollable bleeding.
Yinghua Yijian realized this too. Staring at his remaining 20 HP, he didn't bother to stop the bleeding and instead drew his blade to charge at Nanfeng. Bleeding, 14. Only 6 HP left. Yinghua Yijian's sword slashed through the air.
The 50 meters between them brought Nanfeng no sense of safety. Air slash.
This move could hit enemies from a distance. The farther the target, the higher the magic cost and the lower the damage.
The 50-meter distance nearly drained all of Yijian's magic, but he still managed to unleash the strike. Death descended. Nanfeng felt completely enveloped by the strike and realized he couldn't escape, so he just pressed himself firmly into the ground. Bleeding 5.
Suddenly, a faint red number appeared over Yinghua Yijian's head.
Yinghua Yijian's blade hovered above Nanfeng, unable to fall. His health had been forcibly locked at one point.
The indomitable will buff had triggered.
Yinghua Yijian had lost.